to get the people planned for our future youth engagement at the IGF in the following years. For those that don't know, the YCIG was established to advocate for the voice of the children and the youth and the young professionals in the internet governance fora and similar processes, particularly at the annual Internet Governance Forum and the IGF. Well, the YCIG is also the natural space for the youth interested in internet governance-related issues, and the IGF as a platform for engaging with all stakeholders on the equal footing to amplify the youth voices. And the YCIG is open to all young professionals from around the world and other relevant stakeholders interested in internet governance issues, and regardless of their social status, gender, identity, sexual orientation, disability, race, ethnicity, etc. So it has been the YCIG very successful in securing a commitment for the IGF to include young panelists at the annual meetings, as well as organizing a series of panels of different levels of engagement, producing clear statements during the IGF closing plenary sessions. So here with us, I have the main panelists. I will proceed to present the speakers. Here with me is Emilia Zalewska from Youth IGF Poland, also from the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. Lili Edinam Bochoe is from Ghana Youth IGF, welcome also. And we have two online speakers that are Shena Fung from the Asia Pacific Youth IGF and Veronica Piccolo from ISOC Youth SG. The ISOC Youth SG is the Youth Standing Group. So I will start bringing a question for all our panelists, starting from Lili. So can you bring your insights from your countries and regions regarding your experience in the participation of youth in internet governance?
Right. Hi, everyone, and especially to those online, we are happy that regardless of the time zone, and I mean, you've been away, you've been able to join. So just to appreciate the work that YCIG does for providing an entry avenue for young people into the space. I mean, if you are new to the space, I would suggest to you to look at the toolkit they put together, which is called the ABCs for IGF newbies. It's called the ABCs for IGF newbies. And I think that is really important. It's a good document that can start you off on a good roll. So for insights on what is happening in the African region, I'll bring you on a journey from what is happening in the countries, what you've seen, what can be put together as like a best practice for maybe other IGFs who want to see things that are happening on the other side of the world. And then I can also share some insights from the IGF Youth Track that we held in Malawi. So I'll pull up that report in a short while, but just to say what it looks like on the continent. So I coordinate the Ghana Youth Internet Governance Forum, and one of the things that we've seen is now the engagement of young people in processes around IG, not only when the event is already set up and ready to be run, but in the preparation. And I think it's one of the things that we've been advocating for long ago. So we've been saying that we don't want to just be attendees, or we don't just want to be present in the sessions after they've been organized. We want to also bring our insights and to spotlight our needs so that they are captured in the agenda and they're discussed during the main IGF sessions when they kickstart. So we had various countries organizing their internet governance forum. It began from the West African region with Ghana. There was Nigeria, I think the Gambia also, and then we saw other countries in Eastern Africa, that is Kenya, Uganda, also doing some work in the space. And I think all that we've seen across board is that there is interest of young people. And we are now understanding what it means. You know, one of the questions that we've been hearing often is, what is the role of young people in the internet governance space, especially on the African continent? So we have been able to establish that aside from just being attendees, we have the opportunity to bring together, to bring to bear what our thoughts would be in the whole IGF process, and also to make sure that beyond the event, we are also constantly engaging. So by way of insights, there is a learning, the learning angle that young people have been able to currently build up, and based on the expertise we have, to be active participators in the process that we know on the continent, and then to be able to also go back to our communities to impact. So it's the approach of a learner, turning into a trainee, and going into the community to also be a trainer, right? So I'm going to give right now some of the things we saw from the session in Malawi, which is exciting. We had one of the largest crowds, and I feel like one of the things that made it very important that people can attend is sponsorship. Usually when we talk about IGF and youth, we forget funding, we forget support for young people. It can be connectivity support, it can be travel support, but anything that would ensure that young people are present, we have to add it as things that are helpful for our participation. So we had the Malawi event in Lilongwe, and it was under the theme Transforming the Role of Youth in a Digital World, and we looked at challenges and also the opportunities. So one of the things that were pretty much big for us as young people on the African continent was issues of connectivity and digital illiteracy. We want to have people connected onto the internet space and have the benefits of the online space, but most often you want to ask the question, are they able to? Or what is the first step into having people get into these spaces and have them maximize the use of the internet and maybe for their work or for education and whatnot. So now that we know what has happened or what has happened on the continent, where we see a gradual increase of youth not just being attendees, but also part of the process, we would just ask that those efforts will be redoubled, and this is why. We don't want just the representation, like maybe all the folks and one young person is available. We want it in such a way that it is integrated into the whole process. It shouldn't be a clear-cut youth representation, but just based on the integration of what the expertise are to have young people infused in the process. Now, looking at this and moving into what the future of IGF looks like for Africans, African youth, for even Ghana youth, it looks something like having young people who are well grounded in the process and are able to raise topics of interest for young people for discussions and are able to get the support to continue in advocacy or implementations of what the recommendations are post-event. So we've moved from that process of just pouring into the session, but we want to continue it so people are able to see the results that follow. Right.
I think the microphone is working. Okay. So now we are heading to Emilia. The question was, can you bring your insights for your countries and regions regarding your experience in the participation of youth in IG?
Thank you. Okay, it's working. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that what Lily told about is something, she made a few very, very important points. Also that I have had the pleasure to participate in a couple of African IG events, and every time the engagement of young people was incredible. So huge congratulations, Lily, to Lily and to other facilitators of the youth engagement in the region. And I would like to tell you a few words about how the situation of youth engagement looks like in Poland and also in the Eastern European region. So firstly, maybe I will quickly share with you the story of how it has developed in Poland. So 2 years ago, together with my two colleagues and with Research Institute NASK, we founded Youth IGF Poland, and it was, I think, the first organization of this kind in Poland, because in 2020, the Internet Governance Forum, the main event, was supposed to happen in Poland. Because of the COVID, it was moved to the next year, but we started our work. And thanks to that, we have had almost 1.5 years for preparations to the Internet Governance Forum. And also, what we wanted to achieve is to create a space in which young people would be able to prepare to the IGF and to the Youth Summit that we wanted to happen there. And also, at the same time, we wanted to achieve some, very particular, very specific results. So that's why we started the Project Youth Summit. Firstly, we have had free webinars to attract young people to get their interest to the project. They were focused on different aspects of internet governance, like universal access, green technology, education, artificial intelligence, and its ethics. And then after that, together with two organizations, one of them, me and Nicolas and Jenna, has a pleasure to represent today. So with Youth Coalition on Internet Governance and with Youth Standing Group, we invited them to the cooperation and we started the project. So the main idea was that young people who would apply will be divided in 8 working groups, each of them focused on different aspects of internet governance. Each group would be led by more experienced youth coordinator from Youth Coalition or Youth Standing Group. And in those groups, they will create points of action. So kind of the policy papers focusing on what are the problems they observe in the particular field of internet governance, what are the potential solutions to those problems, and which stakeholders, particular ones or groups of stakeholders, could help in introducing those solutions, in bringing them into life. And I think that we managed to do that. We had 80 people from all over the world participating in the project. Also, there were some senior experts engaged in it. They were mentors for the younger people. And we have had the Youth Summit in Poland it was, I think, the first time at the on-site IGF when the Global Youth Summit was actually the part of the IGF, so it didn't happen before or after, but it was actually incorporated into the event. And we presented our points of action and got a lot of interest. So it was really, really great, and it was possible only due to the common efforts of so many young people. And that we could bring so many young people as equal partners. So of course, the project has to be led by someone, but also so many people has real influence on how it looked like in the end. So that's what we did last year. This year, as the Youth IGF Poland, we focused more on our regional engagement. So we have had a few meetings. We have had the first Youth IGF Poland Summit during the main IGF Poland event. It was also the first time we have had Youth Track there. And that's what we are planning to do in the future. The next year, we want to hold more meetings, more on-site meetings for young people, because still youth people engagement in internet governance in Poland is quite low. Like, there are a lot of people interested in new technologies from different fields, but it is very, very hard to get their attention. So that's why I also very happy I can listen to other youth activists on how to bring this focus, because this is something we need for the next year. And also, at the end of my speech in this part is huge congrats from our colleagues from Ukraine, who, even though the current situation in our country, they still had their national IGF a few days ago. So I think it is really incredible that they are still doing this great job they have been doing for so many years. So yeah, that's it.
Yes, it's an incredible effort, and also it's a challenge to get the youth participants to be interested in internet governance issues, right? So now we are flying to our online speaker, Shena Fung, that we talk a little about her experience in the Youth Asia Pacific. Go, Shena, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nicholas. Can you hear me well? Great. Thank you so much for the time. I'll go into instruction. I will try to summarize everything into 10 minutes. My name is Jenna Fang. I am the Digital Policy and Community Relations Manager of .Asia organization, which is a top-level domain registry. I was lucky comparing to so many other young leaders in my regions back in time because I get a full-time job here, I get to, in the industry, I get to lead one online academy about internet governance for the youth in Asia Pacific, as well as leading the Youth Internet Governance Forum in Asia Pacific and Hong Kong since 2018. So this is officially my 5th IGF so far, and from my personal observation also, I believe I can give some inputs also from a personal perspective also. To respond to your questions, I think at this point in 2022, I would say can't give too much insight from the perspective of youth in Hong Kong because the environment won't really allow any free discussions on anything so far right now. So I will basically share from the perspective as a youth and then as an individual in leadership in Asia Pacific. So I think first of all, I would briefly highlight what we have done in the Asia Pacific IGF this year in September in Singapore. It's like finally after 2 years of pandemic, we finally get to meet face to face in Singapore. And because of many limitations in terms of fundings and resources, our usually 4 days, 3 nights, youth camp to empower our young people to participate the regional IGF, which is like the main conference we call, has been shortened into 1.5 day. So we really had to do a lot of work to revamp our program quite a bit. But this year, with the help of more than 10 IGF in our regions, we get to do it with a great success. And then this year we get to get some help from coordinators or volunteers from different NRIs in Asia Pacific, including Malaysia, Myanmar, Vietnam, and so many others. We get to do it successfully, and then some organizations in Taiwan and in South Korea, they managed to fund the representative to participate in Asia Pacific also. So that's a new observations and model that we observe. Because for youth, financial barrier has been it's been the biggest topic or biggest, like the highest or top barrier that we are facing. And as a leader that organized Youth IGF for quite some time, like 4 or 5 times right now, I would say this is a big achievement to realize a decentralized funding models, maybe something that youth can seek, because previously we tried to source sponsor to fund our fellowship program, but we have always been facing lots of challenges. But this year, because each of this organization been funding their own local representative and get their local discussion to the regional discussion table, we managed to get at least like 2 to 3 more local representative of those jurisdictions or territory to participate in our program, which is very inspiring and very exciting. The topic of the Asia Pacific IGF was youth at crossroad, trusting in a common future with no one's left behind. Because we believe the advancement of technologies and global internet connectivity has accelerated the spread of information, human process, and innovation across diverse area. While we are expecting the benefits of the important improvement of the internet, and as well as the pandemic has changed our way, And also given the time or the age of the youth, usually they are at a crossroad, feeling confused about the future. And then given in the position we are in internet governance, we often feel very they're unclear about their position. So that's why I think taking advantage of myself being in like an influential or leadership role in the youth community. I think, especially as a coordinators of the regional youth IGF, I would like spend time in thinking how to improve the program by design to help to help youth to stay engaged, and then to also make policy making more accessible to youth that has been here for quite some times, like a few years. Because continuing our capacity building or empowerment on for newcomers, of course we have to continue, and it's always important because that's one way to continue to bring new people and bring more people in order to make our voice and the representative of youth more obvious at at the bigger arena. But for a youth who's been here for like 5 years, like me, sometimes I feel like I know we need to get youth voice heard. I want to participate in so many other discussions too, but then often we feel we are lacking the knowledge. One thing we identified was that stakeholders should get more involved in filling the gaps, and then at the same time building mutual understanding of different generations also. I think that's like something as a leader we should work on, to see how we can make policy making more accessible in a way is to advancing youth with more experience in the internet governance world to have more knowledge on certain topics so we can actually contribute. So from the past 2 days of conferences in here in IGF, I also got inspired to think of more collaborations with like other NRIs globally or regionally, as well as like having more collaboration with DC at the IGF scene. Probably should be one of the way that we can help advance that, because we have lots of expert in here which can fill out this part which I just raised it. I don't know how much time I left, Nicholas, but I will try to wrap up here. Why IGF it's been a platform that we use for in the past 10 years, and it's been evolving every year. But this year we take advantage of finally getting to meet each other. We stress so much, we try so hard in putting effort in making our program as inclusive as possible. So hybrid, a hybrid form is needed. We also try to get some mentor involved to give them daily briefings during the main conference, which is the Asia Pacific Regional Internet Governance Forum. So they really get to participate in the discussion. And this year we have lots of great improvement from the youth. Was every year the Asia Pacific Regional IGF they publish a synthesis document, and this year we have more than 400% of increase in numbers of input from youth, because previously we encouraged them, but no one really feel comfortable enough in actually typing in the comment and then contribute like they're just another community member in the region. So that's like a great achievement from the youth community in Asia Pacific. Another thing was, with the support of all the NRS coordinators in our region, we managed to have this starting to be this momentum in having an annual meeting, more coordinations or action-oriented meeting at IGF in discussing what NRI in Asia Pacific could do. I think this is something other region could do more effectively. I was also taking taking, for example, Europe or Latin America as an example, because been here 5 years and I feel like Asia Pacific was kind of behind for many reasons. And so I think it's like a process for us to learn from each other also. And then also, lastly, I probably should not mention anything further, but this year we have youth statement, and also we mentioned a call for actions from the Asia Pacific Youth IGF organizing committee in our report. Very different from what we have done before, because usually we just like discuss all the topics and put it into a report, send it to IGF Secretariat, make sure it's on the website so other people can access, make sure our report is published online. But this year we add an additional session where the organizing committee can call for action from a perspective as a leader in the youth community, and then try to gather people who has an influential role in the internet governance world, so we can make a change with action oriented, and then make real change at a different level, especially to those who get to have and has a role in this community. I think that's it from me. I have been talking too much also. I hope my sharing gives you some kinds of insight and will help with our discussion later today at the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shena. It's very good to see how you sorted out all the challenges, and also the Net Mission Academy, that was something very wonderful. And having all the youth coordinators at the regional youth IGF is something that we have seen in different regional youth IGFs this year. And I think it's something wonderful to have this kind of cooperation and collaborations. So now we are flying to Brussels in Belgium for Veronica Piccolo. So tell us what have been your experiences in youth in IG?
Hello everyone. I hope you can hear me fine. Greetings from Brussels, from the heart of Europe. My greetings to people attending on site. I saw many people actually attending on site, and greetings to people coming, connecting from all around the world here online, and especially to the Bangladesh remote hub. They are connected with us, and I can see them on the screen here. I had my points to share with you today, but I'm not sure I will be able to have the time to go through all of them. So I will try to summarize them in some way. I am Veronica Piccolo. I'm chair of the Internet Society Youth Standing Group. The Internet Society Youth Standing Group is a global, it's a group, an interest group of the Internet Society, specifically focused on young people. We have a global reach, but as an European, I'd like to share also some points related to my region, and specifically to the West European, geographical space. First of all, I'd like to debunk a myth, which goes by that in Europe, we have many more opportunity to participate in internet governance processes than everywhere else. I'm not sure where this misconception comes from. Maybe it comes from the fact that European countries are on average richer than others. But you will see that there aren't many opportunity for young people, at least in Europe, to actually participate actively in internet governance discussion. First of all, we tend to think that we progress vertically in our participation, starting locally, so in our national IG space, and then grow locally. that would be the normal way of doing things. But ironically, I did not start my journey in internet governance in Italy nor in Europe. Those who know me are aware that my training started thanks to an empowering program of the Internet Society called IGF Youth Ambassador Program. If you don't know that, I hope that someone will post the link to the program somewhere. I know that they talk about this program during the CLX, and basically it's a program on the Internet Society which selects 30 under 30 to participate to the IGF as youth ambassadors. Thank you, Nicola, for posting the link. So to participate to the IGF as youth ambassadors of the Internet Society, I believe that is one of the most complete and well-structured program that I have participated in, and it's perfect for newcomers. It has online courses, live webinars, simulation and mentorship with experts. So in this regard, allow me like a minute to say hello to Tracy. I don't know if he's on site, but in case he's not, just telling me tell me I say hi, because he has been a great mentor like in the past year for the youth ambassadors, and he has been one of my mentors during the mentorship track. Well, it has like mentoring, the IGF youth ambassador as mentoring with expert like Tracy, but also peer mentoring. This year, the mentorship phase has been carried out by the YCIG, the Youth Standing Group, and the Gender Standing Group. Some mentors are senior experts, but some others are former ambassadors. And we wanted to have that, in order to create a link between past and present ambassador to strengthen the community of the Internet Society, and grow together. Then in Europe, we have the Youth Dig program. The Youth Dig program is a track or a training program for young people of the Eurodig. The Eurodig is the European Dialogue on Internet Governance. And for those who don't know it, is basically the European IGF. The Youth Dig program is a sort of shortened for Youth Dialogue on Internet Governance, and it's a program that it's built around a training track, I would say. We have training webinars on topics such that touch what the internet governance is, the multi-stakeholder model, but also discussion topics like cybersecurity, disinformation, green tech, etc. This year, I had the pleasure to co-organize the UTIC program, coordinated by Nadia Tiaya, and with me there was as a co-organizer Daphne, she's a rapporteur in this session. And during the Youth Dig 2 days event, we had the chance to allow our participants to learn more about disinformation and misinformation, about cybersecurity, mental health in the digital space, DLT and blockchain, but also environmental sustainability and how digital technology impacts on climate change, I would say. Then the Youth Dig participants have the chance to come up with the messages. These messages are presented during the Eurodig. And what I really liked this year is that the Youth Dig presentation of messages was the only event, was a high level event that means that it was the only event happening during the Eurodig. So there was no simultaneous session during that day. That allow us to have the full space, you know. And then after the presentation of the messages, there is a conclusion of the program, and usually alumni of the Eurodig get selected as organizers for the next year. The problem is that the two programs that I mentioned are in English. English is not my native language. In Italy, English is not a second language either. It is very complex. It's very complicated to get young Italians involved in internet governance spaces because we cannot assume that everyone speaks English. And English is a huge language barrier for the participation. In Italy, we don't have any school of internet governance or any training or empowering program for Italian speaking people. We don't have fellowship that promote the participation of young Italians in discussion forums. As young people from a G7 and G20 country, we are not eligible for travel support to travel to the IGF, for example. Also at national level, the participation of Italians are almost non-existent. And in this regard, I think that one of the thing that we should actually think about is that to focus a little more on training and empowering program at national level, because the impact is made locally. We can discuss in this IGF level like global forum, but the real impact is made locally and national level. And what Jenna said was very true. You cannot, as a newcomers, you should be able to navigate the internet governance space, and you should have a training. You can, if you have something to say, that would imply that you also know how this ecosystem works. It's very important to have a training program that allow newcomers to understand the internet governance ecosystem, how it works, how the multi-stakeholder model works, and how you can contribute and participate. The second thing, and then it's my final word, is what I always tell the people I connect with that ask me for tips and recommendation in this space. I always tell these things to my mentee, of the IGF Youth Ambassador Program, is, you have to really participate in session that you really care about, because the participation implies that you have something meaningfully to say. That's it, the real importance, the important thing of participation. Because if you attend session without having anything to say, it's like just wasting time. So just be aware of the facts that the internet governance space give you the space that you deserve. You have to earn it, and in order to earn it, you have to meaningfully contribute with something meaningfully to say. So I will leave you here, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Veronica. It's good to hear about the Youth Dig, and we covered all the regions. Also, the Youth LAC IGF happened on the day zero of the LAC IGF, so it's all the same format. The thing you say is very true, right? That the young people advocate for some of the topics, because we hear in the news some internet governance issues all the time. It's not really associated with the internet governance, but this is the space where the young can advocate for their thinkings, advocate for their and all these spaces are designed for them, so that is the way they can engage, like participating in the sessions that they are most aware or that they are most interested, right? Just to tell some words about the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance work this year, I am the moderator, but I will take the chance to do this. We organized an internal call for workshop proposals for youth-led sessions for the IGF this year. We created 5 working groups in Telegram and several calls throughout the planning part of the sessions. And we submitted 13 sessions with a lot of people from around the world, and 11 sessions were selected. So we had this year a lot of sessions organized by the Youth Coalition and the Youth Standing Group joint. I think this year was a very good opportunity for the Youth Coalition because all the members of the Youth Coalition were youth coordinators in their regions, not only for the national but also for the regional youth IGFs. So this combination of players, I think, have had a very good role in the development that we have seen. And also this year we have organized 3 webinars that were focused on like capacity building exercises for all the thematic tracks of the IGF as a preparation for the IGF. So people were listening about advanced technologies, enabling security and safety, connecting all people. So the different topics we have this year. So we have less than half an hour for the rest of the session, and we have a question for the Bangladesh youth. Mauricia, our online moderator, is telling, so please, the Bangladesh remote hub, you will have some minutes to take your insights or what your experience in the youth in IG. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. This is Sada Kamuljahan Biba from Bangladesh. I am basically working with Youth IGF Bangladesh with chairperson. From our youth of our country, I would like to ask a question. Do IGF have any initiative or steps for the youth NRIs, especially dynamic solutions, BPFS, and policy network for the South Asian countries like Bangladesh, India, for achieving the goals of the global digital compact? Thank you.
Who want to address the question?
I think it was more towards Southern Asia. So maybe she can take it, but I have general pointers as to what the youth can do to feed into the data compact. So maybe the person from Southern Asia can take it, and then we can leave some pointers afterwards.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't quite hear the question, and then I'm hearing myself right now. So I think there's like some technical issue from my end. So can someone? Oh, okay. Now it's better.
Lily will repeat the question for you.
Of the echo. Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes, Shena, Lily will repeat the question for you so you can answer properly.
Yeah, so I'm going to share with you what I gathered, and then Shraddha, I think that's her name, from Bangladesh, you can also type in the chat if that is right. So I think she was asking about improving engagement for Bangladeshi youth and activities in the region, and essentially how these activities can feed into the digital compact, the UN Digital Compact.
I thank you for the question. It's very important for, first of all, I think the organizing or committee or the actual coordinators to reach out to your local community, because I think this year we've been advocating for getting more stakeholder involved, because it's very hard for you to do the youth work on their own without any support from the others. And then from our Asia Pacific report for 2022, we also identify the importance of having private sector to get involved in order to achieve the decentralized supporting and funding models, because sometimes to get to engage more newcomers, not just about money. It's like sometimes we don't know where to reach out to them. And so I believe, reach out to your local university, get those people involved, and then try your best to reach out to more private sectors to help sourcing more resources and funding to support your local work. Because from the Asia Pacific regional perspective, I believe this year we also discussed on-site also in Singapore. And then I believe, in order to make the regional youth participation robust, we need to do our work locally. And then I would say Asia Pacific, it's really, really big regions. Like East Asia is different from Southeast Asia. And there's a lot of regional discussion also, I believe. And so I think that, of course, we've been talking for quite some time also. And then your colleagues from Bangladesh, IGF also has my contact. And I think this kind of collaborations can always help. If you need any help from Asia Pacific IGF or even the regional conference, I think you can always reach out to us in terms of getting connections and leveraging our partnership and see what we can do. Because I always think we need to do more work in different parts of Asia in order to catch up to different levels of youth participation at the global scene. But from the video of the local hub, I think you have way better participations than most of the other local hub we had previously, and that's really inspiring. So I believe you guys have done a lot of great work. From my understanding, also Bangladesh IGF just concluded earlier this month, and then they put effort in making youth IGF session as well as kids IGF. So you guys are mostly you guys are ahead, because you know that we need to start digital literacy training and get the younger youth, our younger next generations, start even earlier to get them involved. So I think you guys are heading a really good directions, and we in Asia Pacific, we are working it together. So thank you so much for your great work also. If there's any other panelists would like to add any sharing on top of that question, that would be great.
Thank you, Jenna, and then to the team in Bangladesh. I feel like this is so important, the work they're doing. I see the hub, and that's so inspirational. We have some hubs in Ghana led by the Internet Society, and that is also good for people to connect. So because I asked about the question for the Global Data Compact, just to say that you can work in your IGF youth and submit recommendations to the compact, or even in your organizations. Even as an individual, you can do the same. So if you look up the global...
I really appreciate your response. My name is Marisha Abdul-Chulunda. I am the online moderator for today's session. I would just like to find out from the participants in the online audience, if you have any further comments or questions for our speakers, please indicate by raising your hand, or you can also comment in the chat section.
Can she hear us? Okay, just to be sure that the online audience can hear us. Can they hear us? Maybe. Okay, so the last thing I wanted to just say was you can look up the Global Data Compact. They're taking responses till, I think, 31st March in 2023. So you have the opportunity to feed into that whole compact with the ideas you have. And this is not just for the Asian, everybody. I mean, young people, you have any recommendations, please add to it. And it's open till next year. So you can spend the time, look through what it is that is important to you for an open internet, and add to that. So that's helpful.
Thank you, Lily. Also, to add that the Global Digital Compact period for submission was extended to March 2023, so you are still in time to willing to contribute. And all the roadmap of the Global Digital Compact is composed of all the IGF thematic tracks of this year. So you will have like a direction to promote your proposals. Thank you, Shena, also for motivating the Bangladesh group there.
Sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. I just want to add one more thing about the Global Digital Compact because I completely forget about that part earlier. Actually, if you would like to also know more or get more involved in contributing to the Global Digital Compact, I think you can also join another DC main session later today. It's called Digital Future: How Dynamic Coalition Support the Global Digital Compact. Two of our YCIG member, I'll be one of them. Thank you so much for having me there too. We will address those topic from the perspective of dynamic coalitions, and then us being used to contribute to that discussion also. So if you're interested, I highly recommend you guys to join it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shena. Well, we have half an hour, so I will bring another question to the panelists, and then so each of you will have 5 minutes maximum, and we will have 10 minutes at the end we will use an interactive tool for you to, like a poll, so you all from the on-site and online participants can bring your thoughts about how the future. So, for the panelists, how do you see the future of the youth engagement? What are the good practices that have been implemented in the past to increase youth involvement? You have mentioned some of these practices, but also I would like to know what are your opinions of the roadmap to the future IGFs, right? In terms of cooperation or coordination around all the youth NRIs, especially the dynamic coalition, also the BPFs and the policy networks for achieving the Global Digital Compact with the youth NRIs. So, Lily, you start.
Okay, right. So I feel like we've mentioned a bit of them, and some of us, from the IGF youth track in our various countries, we've hinted much on that. And I think one of the good places to start is that United Front for Young People, knowing that we can feed into each other's processes and learn best practices from other countries. It is always important to know that though we have different settings in the different regions, sometimes the best practices can be, studied, and then you bring it into the context of your country to make it work for you. Though there are similar locations, the issues seem to be though there are different locations, the issues seem to be similar, and you're able to just pick what has worked for somebody, contextualize it for yourself, and then you use it in your region. So for the future of the IGF, like you said, young people are not attending just as attendees now. We are feeding into the process. So if there were a call for like proposals for workshop, YCAG just told us how they were able to contribute to more than 10 sessions, and 11 of them got accepted, right? And here we are in one. So aside from just attending them, we are feeding into the process by having our voices and the issues that we want to bring to the forefront curated into workshops, sessions, and present them as proposals. And when they get in, we're able to have speakers from the different stakeholder groups present so that we can deliberate on issues and present recommendations. So the future of the IGF I see is one that is more engaging for young people, having us at the forefront with our issues, and also moving on to be able to follow through to see whether there's been any action, or by a way of metric checking to see what has improved around it. Now, how can we measure something if we don't have, say, a metric to do so? I'm thinking that one of the things that would help us in the future of the IGF is how we are able to map the issues that are discussed to what is in the data compacts that we know, or probably just the common agenda, to see that there are issues that are discussed, and then these are maybe initiatives that are implementing some of these recommendations. So when we look at what the recommendations are and what institutions or what projects are using them, we'll be able to say that, okay, there's a recommendation and we can see that it's been implemented in a certain project. Now, the future of the IGF will also be very heavily dependent on funding for us young people. Like most of the coordinators have mentioned, it is essentially support in such a way that we have the participation sustained. So we come to the IGF, but it doesn't have to stop here. Beyond that, what is happening? Are we able to pull resources together or have an idea bank to continue the conversation or even to implement some of the things we have in mind? And that will be dependent on what support looks like for us when it comes to funding or for just expertise that exists and essentially for capacity building. So I'm thinking the future of the IGF would probably would pretty much look like these: support all round and young people pretty much involved actively.
Thank you very much. There are so many things I want to say, but I have 5 minutes, so I will try to wrap up and choose only a few of them. So first of all, a few times here, the funding was mentioned. Funding opportunities is something really essential because so many people, so many talented people don't have resources, don't have access, and that's something that needs to be tackled. So just not telling much more on the topic, but it is something that other speakers has also mentioned, and I think it is so important. And the second thing, I think it is more general comment, but that's what is really essential, that young people shouldn't be treated like some special category of people, however it sounds. It's because, on the casual basis, in our advocacy work, in our careers, at different conferences, in academic lives, young people, even if they are really talented, they have a lot of achievements, they are treated like some special category of people. And, it is something that is actually a real glass ceiling, because sometimes even applying for a job, even if you have finished 3 faculties, you had written tons of articles, but you don't have 10 years of experience. So you are not accepted. And being treated as too young, so too inexperienced, is a very stiff barrier, and I think it is something we really need to talk about, and also that we need the senior experts, maybe not very senior, but older than 35, older than 30, so the United Nations age barrier for being young, we need them also to advocate for us, because, if somebody doesn't listen to young people, he wouldn't listen to that they want to be patronized for being young. But there are a lot of people who are also supporters of their younger colleagues, who listen to them, and I think there's a need that we talk with them and tell them that we need their help, because a lot of their colleagues don't treat us as their equal partners in the dialogue. So what I think we really need to say out loud is that we don't want this kind of labeling. Of course, I think it is something also to be recognized if somebody is very young and has already achieved a lot of things, and in this way it is good if we praise him for achieving so much in such an early age, but at the same time it can be patronizing. So I think it would be a good thing to see such statistics. I'm not sure if there are such. For example, how many young people under 35 were engaged as panelists, as moderators, as organizers, rapporteurs in different sessions, because we know about our youth-led sessions, but how about the rest of them? How many other organizers who had their sessions here engage young people into their sessions? And at the same time, I think it would be the good thing if young people were engaged more, but it doesn't mean being treated as a special category. It's the same like women in the workplaces. Like if there are 90% of men in the particular workplace, it is good to hire more women, but it doesn't mean that women are some kind of special category of people. So I just think it should be the same with the youth ones. Yeah, and I think that was all my time. So I'm passing the floor to the next speaker.
Yes, please, Jenna. Go on.
Thank you so much. I will keep it short, and I'm not going to repeat what Amelia and Lily mentioned because those are very important. Instead, I will focus more on how we can take this platform, as a space for connections and collaborations. Because I am such an advocate for capacity building and continuous or consistent participation from youth also. Most very often we participate in IGF and feel very like reluctant and feel like not confident enough to participate sometime when it's like your first or second time joining it. But I would say, to make our future bright together, we need to get involved. And I think one step after today's meeting here, when it conclude, I think one thing you could do is to join and become a member of Youth Coalition. I think there's a lot of things we can take advantage of this platform that we're in right now, to do more work together, because we have so many amazing people here. We are the future of our for our next generation. So I think there's a lot more work we can get it done together, to make more collaborations, and other than like workshop or being on a panel. Right now, after joining all this conference for like 5 years, I tell myself not to join as a speaker too much, because I have to do more tangible work with people who don't really speak or show their faces in the front. We have lots of people contributing to making bi-weekly newsletter happenings, like definitely been contributing so much, and so many other people trying to do reports, blog posts, or research to make topics accessible. But many of us don't really get to see it because not all of them are comfortable in speaking in front of everyone. But doesn't mean that you are not doing that kind of work. And I think with this kind of space, we could do more than that, because sometimes as a youth, I feel like we nearly need to earn respect or recognition from other stakeholder. And I believe with all this work and collaborations and leveraging a partnership with youth and other stakeholders, that will help us to learn from the process, as well as making our output accessible to people, because all those material will eventually going somewhere, and people can get those knowledge that you internalize, and those are very important output and contributions from for our youth community. So I believe that's something I really would like to advocate. And then earlier when Amelia was mentioning like how many youth speakers are contributing, what does it look like? And I think these are all very interesting, and sometimes like interesting area we can study on as a youth, because but of course I understand sometimes very difficult to contribute because we have so many other commitments too, or simply because we don't work full-time in this industry. It's hard for us to spend extra time on it. But then I think with YCIG, I hope next year we get to see the new steering committee to do some other work that's even more action oriented, to see how we can contribute to continuous engagement, and what we can do with all the members in the Youth Coalition. Of course, I know this year we spent so much time in organizing all this webinar, which is really helpful in helping youth to get ready for IGF. But I think we can do more than that, because there's too many work to be done for youth engagement. And I think that's like one step forward that I would like to see us doing it. Thank you.
Thanks, Shanna. Going to Veronica.
So I will endorse everything that the other speakers have actually pointed out, and I will add something just to pinpoint something that for me is very important, and it's about collaborations and partnership. This year the YCIG and the Youth Standing Group have achieved so much. We were able to do something that in the past has never been done before. It's not just the number of the panel that we were able to bring to the IGF, but the quality of the speakers, and also something that is very important that actually indirectly Emilia also mentioned, the fact that the young people want to be treated like the other stakeholder and not some particular category. This year, many of our session brings to the same table young speakers who are experts in some topics and senior experts, and we are bringing to the same table on equal footing. And this time we were able to bring young people in the mainstream discussion, and this is what we have been able to achieve this year, while in the past all the youth session were with youth, from youth to youth. So this year we were able to break the youth bubble, try to elevate our contribution to a higher level. The second thing that I wanted to stress, I actually mentioned it before, is the difficulty of some people coming from certain geographical area who don't have English as a driving language, as a working language. I know that many of you may have like English as the native or bilingual language, but many of us don't have English as a working language. And this is very important that the same opportunities that we have are given to people that don't speak English, and young people and newcomers they have to have the possibility to be trained and to understand what the internet governance is, how they can contribute, even if not as a speaker, but on a policy level, acting with and working with their national language. And that is also an element of inclusivity, because discussion in English is not inclusive at all, because that implies that you have learned English in some part of your life, that you have had some kind of education. So this is what I like to say, and I wrap up here, leaving the floor to the moderator.
Thank you, Vero, so much. Before going to our interactive part of the session, I would like to say some words, because I echo what Vero said, and I think that we have seen an evolution of the youth initiatives around the world. Right now, there are more than 30 national and regional youth initiatives. There is an NRI toolkit that is available for all of you to create your own youth group if there is not in your country. You can be in touch with the Youth Coalition and the Youth SG also to have some help to do that. Well, what I see is that there is a necessity of more funding, as Lily said at the beginning, and Emilia also mentioned it. But there is also another opportunity, that is the resource persons, right? Because if someone is organizing, for example, Emilia is organizing the Youth IGF Poland, and she would like to have a speaker for some of the topics, they could engage and cooperate with other Youth IGF initiative for a topic, and that helps a lot. It's a matter of resources for free that we can have, and also about the languages, right? Because there are several countries around the world that speak the same language, so that could be a possibility to do that. What Vero said about maintaining the local language is more inclusive, right? So now going to the poll part, Mauricia will also hopefully share in the chat the link to join, and I will share the screen here for all of you. Just a second. Here. I think the I need to put. So you will see, yes, the transcript is in the top, but we will share the code and also is in the chat. Mauricia will share. The code is 118623. You need to enter, you can get from your mobile phone, go to menti.com, and you can put the number there. Mauricia, can you say the number for all the audience? Because I don't see it properly.
You were actually very correct, Nicholas. The number is 118623. So it's mentimeter.com and so menti.com and you would put in the code 118623.
So the idea is this part to be more interactive, so the panelists could be talking at the moment that the messages are appearing in the screen. So if you like to mention some of the things that are appearing, or if you have some ideas.
Or we can actually, like we planned, have the microphone go around. I mean, you'll be putting it here, but if you wanted to say something of what you envision the future of the IGF to be, you can take the floor and I can give you the microphone. Okay, there's someone here. And you too. Okay. So.
Hi everyone, my name is Jose Fisa Khadidban. I coordinate the chat with IGF. We just had our 7th annual meeting this past 2 weeks, and we have highlighted some important issues from the perspective of the participant. So we had internet shutdown issues because nowadays it is quite difficult for us to get to connect to internet and follow, for instance, online meetings or online courses. We have also accessibility issue because when you leave just the cities and you are in the rural areas, there is no connectivity. So how can we help these young people living in the community, in the rural area to get to connect to internet? We have also the cybersecurity, issue, like cyber crimes happen when these rural community young people try to get to connect to internet and they don't understand what is on internet. So how can we create some content using the local digital literacy to help them to understand? Because in my mother tongue, I cannot easily understand, explain to someone how, what is, cybersecurity, for instance, is. Last, can we work together to find some funding support for these youth initiative, like to organize properly their annual meetings, and how we can also organize some monthly activity to talk about the local issues during that period. And last, how can we connect youth initiative with the IGF local chapters? Because according to my experience, there is, a gap between youth initiative and the local IGF chapters. So how can we get to connect with them and benefit from their expertise? Thank you very much.
To add that the points are spot on. We'll be listening and trying to respond. Keep it brief so we don't miss out the information. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Sorry. Hello, everyone. I'm Mariam from Tunisia. I'm a digital rights activist, and I would like to congratulate you for the great work you're doing. My suggestion for the next IGF is, this is my first IGF. What I noticed is that there is a huge number of themes, but during the discussion, the amount of time allowed to the discussion or panels is really short. So the speakers and the people attending do not have enough time to get their point across sometimes, and the people attending do not have the chance also to participate because of the limited time. So if we can have, I understand that there is a need to have different themes for everyone to have something that they care about to attend. But if we can have like less themes and or more time for each session for people to be able to interact with each other, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. João Pedro speaking from Portugal. I'll go direct to the question just to keep it brief. So I think that for youth IG engagement, I mean, this is a perfect example of how it's been working throughout the time I've been involved, and I'm super happy to say that in terms of engagement and as Lily said also, in terms of us being included in the process, I think we are all to cheer for, because we are doing and we are having a great impact. But looking forward, I think that it would be interesting also to explore other youth initiatives that are outside of the IG bubble. I've worked in the past with some yearly thematics for some youth initiatives at European level, and I think this might be one of the spots where we want to expand the youth participation at IG level, because if we make sure that the topic reaches out youth initiatives that are not IG related, but at the same time we provide them with the knowledge and the space for discussion, we might be generating more input and more relevant opinions for the discussions when we get back to the process at the IG level. So yeah, I'll be happy also to talk a little bit with people that are actually having an impact at local level for these youth institutions, because I think this is a great step moving forward. Thank you.
Is it? Yeah, we have a very limited time, and you all are raising so many important points that would be a really bad thing to leave them without answer. So I would just like to tell you about our other session that's happening today at 5 p.m. It is called Global Youth Engagement or Opportunities and Successes. And I think we will have more time for the discussion there. So you are all invited, and we will try to also respond to your questions and to your points there, because we have like 2 more minutes. So I think we have time for one more comment. Okay.
Yes, thank you. I'm Jacob from Southern Africa, IGF. Mine is just a recommendation that in terms of building awareness and capacity building, let's engage our education systems in our countries. Because right now, I was looking at my children's curriculum. They're in primary education, 10 years, 12 years. They're already learning about the SDGs, climate change issues, but IGF is not being taught. So I think one of the things we can take back home to our countries, let's engage our countries, education systems, let them teach IGF issues. Thank you.
Yes, we will share the link for the future session in the chat. And Shena has a final comment, please, Shena. Go.
Yeah, I just want to add quickly about the workshop that is happening this afternoon. Workshop 341, I believe we are also going to focus a little bit on what we can do next year in Japan for our youth summit and everything. So with some focus of like a short-term goal that we all can achieve together, perhaps it's also an opportunity to coordinate a little bit and see what we can do at local level and regional level in order to prepare for next year too. So really hope to see all of you later this afternoon.
Thank you so much, all. We will do an applause right now.
Recording in progress.
Hello. Hello, tech support? Tech? If it's possible to give the panelists share screen capability, thank you. All right. I think we're at time, but we'll wait for 1 or 2 more minutes for the technical team to get everything sorted out first, and then we'll start. Okay, we are 1 minute past the official start of our session. Just making sure that we have all our panelists and co-chairs online and making sure that the captioner can hear what we're saying in room, and same with the Zoom. Okay, I see that there is some captioning going on, so that's correct. Okay, I see Rainier Krug online as well, and Florina, perfect. So I think we're good to start. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Jennifer Chung. I have many, many hats, and this hat I have on for today is the moderator for this session, and this is the session for the Dynamic Coalition on Environment. We're really happy to have a really full agenda for you. We have community presentations, we have an address from our co-chair Rainier Krug, and we also have Florina, who was the lead for the Policy Network on Environment, give us a little bit more of the history of the Policy Network and then the subsequent transition of this work into the Dynamic Coalition. And after all of the presentations from the community members, we will have some feedback as well as impressions from other dynamic coalitions on what they are looking at, their work in conjunction with our work at the Dynamic Coalition on Environment. And then finally, we'll have an open floor where, of course, members of the floor and also online will be able to ask us any questions, any comments, any suggestions and concerns you have for the work that the Dynamic Coalition is doing. I am suddenly not in Zoom anymore. I will assume that everybody else is still in Zoom, that somehow I've dropped, but that doesn't matter. I would like to actually give the floor right now to Florina Waspy. She is the policy lead on the Policy Network on Environments before. Florina, if you would like to take the floor to give us a little bit of background on the Policy Network and its work and the subsequent, I guess, transition to the DC. Florina, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Super, great. So I'll quickly share my screen if that's okay. I have a little presentation that I would like to share with you. So let me just set this up. And yeah, so hi, everyone. Nice to meet you, see some of you again. So I was invited just to give a little bit of background or a little bit of some information about what happened with the P&E in 2021. So last year, so I'm happy to do that and answer any questions you might have. I don't want to take too long because I think you've had have a full session that will take place. But so the policy network was founded in 2021, or actually 2020, following the first environmental session or session about the environment at an IGF in 2020. And because there were just people, or there was this feeling that this topic was interesting to many people, and so that it would be a good idea to start a policy network to connect people, to have a concrete output to go on. And so the plan was this. So as you see with this visual, so the idea was to have a policy network which should fulfill several functions. One of them, the main one that I'm going to talk about, is this report. So we had a concrete goal starting going into this mandate that I had for the P&E for the IGF last year. I started this in, I believe, March or April. So that's when we got kind of the first group together. It started out with a group of experts and a bit of a loose network already that was alerted to this policy network and invited to join the work on the report. And from the beginning, the idea of this report was to formulate concrete, actionable policy recommendations on how we could achieve some kind of global action in this kind of intersection between environment and digitalization. So the idea of sustainable digitalization, how can we get there? What do we have to do? And what are the different aspects of this topic? So it's kind of laid the groundwork. This is a bit of an overview of what happened with the P&E. So we've had over 65 meetings, so quite a lot in 2021. Obviously, almost all of them were online via Zoom. We've had participants from Germany, Switzerland, like Europe, but also Asia, Australia, New Zealand. So we've had to juggle the time zones as well, as I'm sure all of the IGF participants know from their own projects. So that was quite interesting. We've had 87 individual participants who participated in any of the events that we've had, and we have almost 28,000 words written in this report. And we've also had several interesting guest speakers during our P&E meetings, and quite a good gender balance for the kind of technological topics where sometimes we see a bit of a some more male presence, but I believe we've had quite a good gender balance. And really, honestly, from my part, it was a great experience. We've had a really good community built up during this time. It was very interesting, all of the work that we did together, and I'm really happy to have been part of this, even though it was a limited contract. So I get to this point a bit in the end of my presentation also. But so if you want to check up on the report, I've linked this here. I'm also happy to share the slides with you later with the chair, so you may distribute it. So here's the link to the policy network site where you can read up on what we did. There's also the links to all of the presentations and the transcripts of the meetings, as well as, of course, the final P&E report. Which I will show you in a minute. So this is the overview of the report that we've in the end drafted or published. So we've decided together with the group that we're going to focus on different thematic chapters. Obviously, there could have been many others or different titled chapters because the topic is so huge, so large, but we've chosen to focus on them also based on the interests of the members that were a part of the P&E. So this is the final report. This is our lovely title page. I've linked it again. It's open for you to check out, to read, and all of the recommendations that we formulated. So I won't present all of the recommendations because I think that will be too long, and you're happy to check it out or ask questions, but just a couple of them. But first, just to make it clear, like we were really focusing our recommendations on environmental sustainability. So we have these two axes of how can we use ICT for sustainability and how sustainable is ICT itself, so the sustainability of the ICTs. And obviously, when we talk about sustainability is much larger than just environmental sustainability, but we've had limited resources and we really wanted to make a point. So we chose to kind of focus our work on the environmental sustainability side, but obviously social and economic also play a huge part and when we discuss ICTs and environment. So where do our recommendations situate, or how can you understand them when you read them? So it's important to kind of understand that we focused really at the high level recommendation level. So when you think about a policy recommendation, there are different elements to a policy. So there's like the action, the instrument, who's the target of it, who's the policy owner, so who's responsible of carrying out the recommendation. But we've really focused on the objective of the policy. So what does the policy aim to do? What do we suggest to reduce, prevent, encourage, strengthen, etc.? So that's really where our recommendations are focused or situated at, and that's also something I think would be interesting to pursue now, to like start from these recommendations or add to them and really think about what's the action that we want to take, what's the specific instruments that we could propose or introduce, and who should be responsible, or who could we call upon to carry out these policy recommendations, because that's, like I said, it's some groundwork. So we really started high level with this. So here's the overview of the recommendations. I won't go, like I said, into detail with all of them, just mention this one chapter. So I don't think I've mentioned this, but the way we worked in the PNE was we've had work groups established that were focusing on these different topics. So for example, we had a work group on food and water systems and how this is related to ICT and sustainability. And these were the 3 recommendations that they came up with after these 5 months. So first of all, I think what is really interesting or nice or also illustrative of how the IGF works is this sensitivity or to local contexts. To, like they said, the first one that we really want to stress is that it should be applied, like digitalization in food systems should be really applied with contextual specificity and sensitivity. So really take into account the local context, not just push digital measures. But they also said we should increase our capacities for the use of space-derived Earth science data. So really, we've had a group only focused on environmental data, but obviously environmental data permeates throughout all of the different topics. It's a huge, important topic, but so this also is found again here. So the group thought it was really important to stress this point of the space-derived Earth science data, and maybe also if you think of Elon Musk or other private individuals who harvest these data or who have satellites, I think that's an important, for me, interesting topic to discuss, maybe in a forum like this as well. How can we kind of democratize or give access to researchers, to the bigger public, to these kind of data? And finally, the third recommendation of this group was to prepare national and regional plans and strategies to optimize the water system, so especially with a focus on developing countries. So that's just to give you a bit of a quick overview of how these recommendations look like. And as I said, you're very welcome to check out the other recommendations in the report that is linked on the PNE website. Yeah, and so finally, I want to say some words about kind of what happened next, since we are here now, 1 year later, basically. I think someone has just the microphone open. It's not a question, or is it? No, I don't think so. Okay, so go on, feel free. I don't see all of, if anyone raises a hand, feel free. But otherwise, what I wanted to say just to finish this presentation is, after so basically my contract was a limited one. So I was only contracted until December, so until right the end of the IGF. So what happened is, obviously we have produced this report with which I'm really happy, and I'm really proud of it, and the work we did with this huge group. You'll see when you look at the report, we've had almost 40 co-authors, so it was really a great pleasure. But it was a bit disappointing for me because, as I said, I think that's probably part of also how the IGF has worked so far, that because it's kind of this contractual work and this kind of very dynamic, and there's different waves of work, it was a bit difficult for me to actually disseminate this report because my work had ended officially and I have had to move on to other or have another main job as a researcher. So I have presented the report, for example, at Arab IGF and the Eurodig this year, and I've had really a lot of interesting discussions also in the Swiss context with colleagues, with other international colleagues, but it's been really difficult to have a concrete follow-up, or there was no concrete follow-up because there were no really really resources allotted to this contract-based assignment that I had that were intended for follow-up and for actual communication outreach after the end of this contract. So that's really something I'm interested in, or hoping that maybe this has developed. I know that now it has turned into a DC, so the Dynamic Coalition might be able to have more resources to follow up on this, because for me it was a bit of a shame that so much work went into this report, but there were no really resources there to actually follow up on the report. So yeah, but I mean, it's there, the report, it's there to share, it's there to work and build up on it. So yeah, I'm really optimistic, and I'm hoping that this will contribute to the great work I'm sure the DC will be doing in the future. Yeah, as I said, that was it. Feel free to ask any questions you might have. Also, you can reach out to me via email. Yes, thanks again to all the co-authors. Some of them maybe are here today. It really was a big pleasure. Of course, Rainer also, and feel free to contact me at my work email at BFH, so the university in Bern, where I'm working at. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Florina, for that presentation. I guess the first question I have for you, is it possible for you to drop the link to the report that is so fulsome to the chat, so the Zoom participants and all the rest of the participants are able to take a look at this incredible report. I also wanted to see if there's any questions so far for Florina from the floor or in the Zoom room. Not quite yet. I think people are getting a little warmed up. So in that case, I think I would like to pass the floor over to the co-chair of the Dynamic Coalition. Rainier Crook is joining us online, and he'll be able to give us some context on how the Dynamic Coalition has taken up this great work from the Policy Network and what the vision and mission are for the Dynamic Coalition going forward. Rainier, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Jennifer. I'll essentially pick up where Florina just finished, and I think she gave a brilliant overview over the work in the PNE and the resulting product. And, oops, started with the last slide. I don't want to start at the end. Okay, that looks better. So I'm going to talk about how the Dynamic Coalition on the Environment actually was formed, and it actually started with the PNE. The PNE created a great report, and Florina outlined it, as I already mentioned, quite nicely. And there were many, many good discussions happening during the writing of the report, which actually couldn't get into the report because it was too much limited in space and time. So we decided shortly after the PNE report was released, really, the work should continue. The idea came up that Dynamic Coalition could be formed, and that happened quite quickly after that. And the DCE was formed. There was some collection of ideas what the DCE could do, but in general, the idea was that the basis is the PNE report. The PNE report gives guidelines, gives information on what can be done, what should be done. But
Rainier, I think you might have muted yourself. We can't hear you.
Sorry, pressed the wrong key. Wasn't aware that I can mute with one button key. So we wanted to go beyond the PNE report, and the focus of the DCE obviously is on the environment and on the interaction of environment with internet governance. So we didn't do that much in the last year. So we don't have any real products which we can show, because there was lots of discussion going on in which direction we want to move, how we want to form ourselves. And so the main things which came up in the last year, but I think which are essential really to go forward with the DCE to be really efficient in the work, is that we decided on the structure and some vision and mission for the DCE. Really, we should work along. Looking at the structure of the DCE. The DCE has quite strong two faces. The one is on the side of the IGF, and the second side is in your environmental sector. I'm coming from the environmental sector, and I wasn't that much aware. Essentially, I was not aware at all of the IGF and the work of the IGF before I was drawn into the PNE. So you really have these two distinct sides which the DCE should address or should include. To reflect these two sides of the same coin, of the same story, we decided to have two co-chairs of the Dynamic Coalition, where one comes from the IGF side, has experience on the IGF side. The one is Michael Oguia, and the other one is coming from the environmental side. So that we really have, even in that structure, embedded the interests or the missing knowledge about IGF from the environmental side and the inner workings of the IGF. Last but not least, we had extremely valuable support from the IGF Secretariat in the form of Anya Genko. All the organizational issues, they helped extremely, and I would say sometimes to push us to do something after we were sitting at home and contemplating and thinking too much about this whole issue, to really move forward with meetings and decisions. Some info on the background of the two co-chairs. Michael, I'm sure most of you know, he has a long experience in the IGF DCs. He worked on sustainable infrastructure since 2017. He calls himself an ICT sustainability advocate, and he definitely is one. And he has a decade of professional experience in conflict resolution, journalism, media, policy, and development. He is really at home in the IGF infrastructure. He knows many people there. He knows the inner workings. And he is extremely interested in sustainability. On the other hand, that's myself. I have a background in biodiversity. I'm active in IPBES, in the task force on knowledge and data, focusing on data management, free data, fair data, care data. And through that activity, became quite interested in indigenous and local knowledge. And these two backgrounds supplement each other very nicely in our work towards bringing the DCE forward and developing the vision, which I will present now. The first thing which the DCE wants to do is engagement of the environmental sector in internet governance and policy-related discussions and processes. There is definitely already going on a lot, but it is mainly coming from the IGF side and not that much from the environmental side, because the environmental side is not aware of it. So we are talking about an increase of that already existing engagement. And the aim of that whole activities are to efficiently address environmental concerns and questions. And the framework which this will be done in is in a sustainable, fair and open, successful and inclusive development of the internet. So putting these things together and putting some words in there to read nicely, the vision of the DCE is to increase the engagement of the environmental sector in internet governance and policy-related discussions, and processes to more efficiently address environmental concerns and questions essential for the sustainable, fair, open, successful, and inclusive development of the Internet. This resulted in a mission, which I'm just going to read, to be the forum to ensure the environmental perspective is included in the key debates around all Internet governance related questions. And the very diverse environmental community, and that's an important point, the environmental community is not a homogeneous community, it is extremely heterogeneous community, ranging from climate, biodiversity, different regions, different focus, different scales, providing an entrance point for stakeholders with an environmental perspective to contribute to the IGF on public policy and governance issues. And overall, the aim is to facilitate research in the interface of IGF and environmental initiated by IGF members as well as environmental players. There are many things going on from the IGF side initiated, but not many by the environmental players. So the values of the DCE, the framework in which it will be working on, is essentially based on the fair data principles, which are focusing on data sharing, data accessibility, data reusability, and the care principles for indigenous data governance within the respect of collective benefits, aspects like these. They are playing an essential role, and they are nicely encapsulated also in the UNESCO recommendations on open science. These three documents form the base, the guidelines of the DCE, how the work is done and which is included in the work. Coming to the nitty-gritty stuff, to activities which we are planning. First one is outreach to environmental community in fora events such as sessions and workshops and scientific conferences, really to go out, say, hi, we are here. I'm sure you have questions. We can help, we can work together to address questions. Another option are side events at UN conferences, for example, at the COP, which is happening now in Montreal. Then environmental key organizations like IPBES or IPCC in the DSE, bringing their voices in. And last but not least, an activity which is cross-sectoral UN report writing reports together with UN organizations. The second main area is form cross-cutting interest groups throughout other DCs to assess DC overarching environmental issues. Then organizing events, issues-oriented workshops, etc., in collaboration with other Internet, ICT, environment governance-related organizations. And the last one is really focusing on own work, that one specific topic is chosen for each year, and then a yearly issue report about a specific issue relating to the environment is written, developed together with players from the environmental side and from the Internet governance side, really to come up with, over the years, with a set of specific topics addressed in these reports, which give an overall overview over this topic. That's all which I want to talk about. I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raina. Are there any questions for our co-chair, Rainer, from the floor or in the Zoom room? I'll pause a little bit. I guess maybe just a little bit of reflection from myself as well. I mean, I am guilty of not really being so involved with the work of this DC, but it seems to me that the diversity, especially from the environmental sector, is actually extremely a very strong point for the IGF and the IG community to continue to create more connections and more, I guess, sharing of information data, as what Rainer has said, and to be able to outreach to both different communities so that we can learn from each other that this work is not siloed. So this is a very important point I wanted to bring up from what Rainer has mentioned. Now I think I'd like to bring us to the second segment of our session, and this is a segment where we have the community presentations. I'm very happy to pass the floor to our very first presentation from Reina Otsuka. She is the UNDP's Digital Innovation Lead for Nature and Climate Energy. Reina, the floor is yours. If you can give Reina, yes, she is able to screen share.
Yes. Thank you, Jennifer. Good morning, everybody, and also good morning, good afternoon, good evening if you're online. I would like to present a coalition for digital environmental sustainability, and I am from UNDP, but today I'm trying to represent the co-champions that are organizing this coalition. So I guess Rainer and really outlined it very well, but basically there's two different dynamics going on in the world right now. One is the digitalization, where we actually one is digitalization, and the second one is climate change, nature degradation, and pollution, which are called the triple planetary crisis. And by intertwining these two, the world can go into two very different directions. CODES was born as a response to two blind spots in the SDGs, as well as for the roadmap for digital environmental cooperation. So we noticed that actually in the digital cooperation roadmap, there was no environmental roundtable when it started. So all of us, the co-champions, including UNEP, UNDP, together with Germany, Kenya, the International Science Council, as well as Future Earth, you can see it's a mixture of different organizations from UN, governments, and international society. And so we got together and started this coalition. We recently actually published the Action Plan for a Sustainable Planet in the Digital Age at the Stockholm Plus 50 International Conference. And I'd like to walk you through a little bit about how we framed the intertwined area of digital and environment, which I think really correlates with what was just presented today. This was the process we took. CODE started in March 2021. We actually had a lot of roundtables around the digital cooperation roadmap, as well as major events such as the United Nations Environmental Assembly and CODE's directed events as well. So the framework that we are proposing is to really move together as a global community toward the three systemic shifts. The first is to align digitalization with sustainable development. We really feel that the alignment between the digital and environmental sustainability is still lacking, and I'm really glad that the DCE is happening in that sense. The second part that we think is really important is to mitigate the negative impacts of digitalization. We are aware that the ICT sector is, it's really increasing in the energy use as well as carbon emission. So how can we make sure that we mitigate this negative impact is the second area that we really want to propose. The third, we really want to make sure digital innovation helps to accelerate our sustainability goals, especially in the environmental field, including climate change adaptation, mitigation, environmental management, waste management. In all of these fields, digitalization has a very important role to play. And in order to do this, we are proposing 9 impact initiatives so that it doesn't become just an agenda setting, but we really want to make sure that things start to take action. The 9 impact initiatives, I won't go into detail because we don't have time today, but we do have a session at 3 p.m. today. If anybody's interested, it's actually on the basement floor, should we say, on the ground floor in the press conference room. So we'd love to talk with you there as well. But basically, you can see that we have 3 initiatives in each of the 3 shifts that we think will really help catalyze the changes that we're trying to go for. As codes, we have a few other milestones lined up in the future. So there will be a summit for the future. It was planned in 2023, but it's going to be in 2024, we heard. And then there's another UNEA in 2024. So the next milestone will be in 2024. And how you can join codes, we do have a community called the Codes Spark Blue, which is basically where we run a lot of online consultations, and anybody can join and submit their views. So please do join the community. You can also engage with us directly in the roundtables. You can also choose to co-lead one of these impact initiatives together with other organizations. And of course, we're always happy if you can advocate for codes and the 3 shifts that we are presenting. And maybe a call out to the IGF and to the DCE. We do have a stakeholder mapping going on, and it will be great if you can also submit IGF and all the activities in the mapping tool that we have, so that then we can start to connect you with other stakeholders that are in the codes community. Yep, I guess that's about it. I'll be here. If you have any questions on codes, we'll be happy to take those as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reina. I guess the first thing I wanted to make sure is that people know what time the afternoon session might be, so if they're interested to join codes. Or...
Sure, thank you. It's at 3 o'clock, 3 to 4 p.m., again, at the press conference or press briefing room downstairs.
Excellent. I guess one of the things that you already suggested that the DCE might be able to take up is to submit, IGF and its works and, on the environment to the stakeholder mapping. I think that's very important for us to make sure we are, aligned and also communicating on the works that we're doing. Any questions from the floor right now for Reina or in the room? Okay, if not, we do have a larger, Q&A session at the end of the segment. And now I'd like to pass the floor over to our second presenter. He is Dino Cataldo del Asio. I'm sorry if I messed up your name. He is the Chief Information Officer at the UN Joint Staff Pension Fund. Dino, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to share with this forum an experience of the United Nations Pension Fund as an example of a sustainable solution. I introduced this concept yesterday afternoon during the panel on Open Forum. I hope this can serve as an example of the United Nations practicing what is preaching. That's exactly was my introduction yesterday. So I will illustrate how we went about this solution and what are the elements that supports this solution as an environmentally sustainable solution. So here I'm sharing with you the, I hope that you can see the screen, the slides. Yeah, perfect. So this is the actual presentation on the internet website of the UN Joint Staff Pension Fund in January 2021, when we went live with the deployment of this application. Fundamentally, it's a system that makes use of an app on devices that can be used by anybody around the world. And it's called Digital Certificate of Entitlement. It's a digital identity solution that the pension fund developed for its retirees and beneficiaries. And as you will see in the details of the following slides, we're talking about a population of over 84,000 individuals residing in more than 190 countries around the world. So first and foremost, as already referenced by my esteemed colleagues in the panel, of course, in developing the solution, we made sure to be aligned with the SDG. In particular, the 16.9, which is about digital identity, and the 17.8, which is about ICT, sustainable ICT. We are also very pleased to be the recipient of the United Nations Secretary General Award on Innovation and Sustainability for 2021 as a result of the successful implementation of the solution. We also wanted to make sure that in deploying this solution, we were also going to provide assurance to our users, to our client. As you can appreciate and as you will see in the following slides, this solution makes use of new technologies, in particular biometrics, specifically facial recognition and blockchain. And therefore, as you can appreciate, many users were relatively skeptical at the beginning in embracing a technology that required them to capture their own biometrics data. So one of my primary concern, also because my background is in IT auditing, was to find a way to provide assurance. And this is also a theme that has been addressed, and I believe it's an item for discussion in other fora. There is unfortunately not much of a standard for providing assurance on new technology, specifically biometric and blockchain. Nonetheless, there is something already in place, such as the ISO 27001 Standard Information Security Management System, and for lack of better tools, this is the one that I use to certify the solution. And indeed, this is actually a screenshot of the certificate that we received upon the successful completion of the audit. So what was the problem that we tried to address? The problem was defined into 4 elements. First and foremost, to provide a mean for identity authentication to our user. Second of all, allow them to prove that they're alive, proof of existence. Third, proof of transaction. And fourth, proof of location. This was a problem because for 70 years, the beneficiary, the 84,000 beneficiary retirees of the pension fund, were required and are required to confirm that they are still alive at least once a year in order to continue receiving the benefit of the UN pension fund. And for 70 years, this process has been handled with a paper-based form that was mailed once a year by the United Nations to the 84,000 individuals in 193 countries, and by them signed and returned. As you can appreciate, this was often the source of many problems related to the fact that this form was not received, or related to the fact that it was received with substantial delays. And when those delays or the no receipt occurred, the pension fund was forced to suspend the payment. In addition to this, the pension fund has always been questioned by governing body, by oversight bodies, by stakeholders as to whether we could attest that there was no fraud. Because as you can appreciate, again, talking about a paper-based form with a signature is relatively easy to forge, but proving a negative is impossible. And therefore, hence here, the adoption of biometric and facial recognition to prove instead a positive evidence and confirmation that someone indeed is still alive. So, from a manual, snail mail, as we often mention, paper-based form, a certificate, to a biometric-based solution which use a mobile application, blockchain to create an immutable record and registry, and also GPS technology because in certain cases for the pension fund, it's important to also know the specific location of the user vis-a-vis certain payments that are provided in local currencies. So what did we use? We use blockchain to provide a proof of identity and transaction by creating an immutable, independentable, auditable, and traceable triple entry distributed ledger. Specifically speaking, we use a solution provided by Hyperledger, the Hyperledger Indy. Second of all, we use biometrics to provide proof of identity and proof of existence by using facial recognition, which, however, and this is definitely an important element to emphasize, it's stored only on the device of the user. It's never transferred and is never transmitted to the server of the organization in order to authenticate user. And the events, the enrollment and the certification are recorded on the blockchain. Then there is the global positioning system that, as I alluded to before, it's used only in certain cases where also the location is an important element to take into account for the process itself. So, coming to the environmentally friendly aspect of the application, I highlighted in yellow on the top and the bottom of this slide. We are dealing with 84,000 beneficiaries. We are dealing with beneficiaries that reside in more than 195 countries. So the immediate benefit of using this application was that we were able to achieve savings in energy, in materials, and in transportation. For example, we are no longer using paper. We are no longer printing forms. We are now mailing this form through 193 postal service 2 times, because there was the sending of the form by the UN and then the return of the signed form by the user to the UN. We are no longer conducting signature verification once the form was received. And here I apologize for the acronym and the technical reference. We are now using proof of work, which is a known consensus mechanism, for example, of permissionless blockchains such as Bitcoin, and that it's very well known to use a lot of energy. So unfortunately, for those who are not very familiar with this technology, when the term blockchain is heard, it's often associated with Bitcoin. So I always try to make a point in clarifying that we are not using the same type of technology used by Bitcoin, but a different time, which is permission-based and does not use this highly energy consumption technology. And finally, also we're no longer using paper archiving because everything is digitalized and stored in our server. So this is, in a nutshell, the main element of the solution, the aspect of the solution, and I believe an example of how the UN itself can contribute within its own internal processes in meeting many of the principles that are stated in its policies and procedure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tino. It's a very elegant case study, actually, of this problem and the solution, and it's actually extremely important to understand even such a simple problem will have such a big impact on the environment, and the solution itself is extremely elegant, as you have presented. Thank you so much, Tino. I would like now to pass the floor to our third community presentation. His name is YZ Yao. He is the co-founder and executive director of the Center for Information Technology and Development. YZ, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, Moderator. As she has introduced me, I work to the Center for Information Technology and Development, an affiliate of the Association for Progressive Communications, APC. So I'm going to speak on behalf of the Environmental Sustainability Group of the APC, and merely to discuss some of the work that the group has been doing over the last 2 years. My colleague, Mike Jason, who is participating online, will fill in the gap. I would focus more on the African aspect of the work, and he would speak on the global dimension of the work we do. Just to provide a background on how we come into the intersection of the digitization and environment. The African continent is virtually an ICT consumption continent. In other words, that we do very little of a production of ICT products and devices. So much of what we get imported. Because of that, devices often are more costly in the African continent than in other parts of the world. And that means that affordability tends to be quite low within the continent. And so in response to the growing demand for digitization and access to digital devices, many African countries have responded to this gap through the importation of not just new products, but also second-hand ICT devices, some of these which have nearly reached the end of this life span. And what that means to the country is that within a few months or years of this arrival, they become part of a growing legend of e-waste in the continent. So that's one aspect of the problem, that across African countries, you are building an ocean of huge waste. And therefore, there's a challenge of how do you manage this waste. The second challenge is that, again, Africa is energy challenge. And of course, we know that ICT require energy to be useful in the society. And so there is, how do you ensure that there is clean energy across the continent for effective use of ICT? Much of the use, the energy available is fuel-based, which pollutes the environment, and which also further, through the extractive nature of fueling, constitutes a challenge to environmental sustainability. And so when APC decided to constitute a team, these are some of the challenges that it's gave to the group to look at. And so over this, some of the key engagements in this area include, first of all, undertaking the research to understand the nature, the extent of the e-waste and its distribution across the continent, but of course also globally, as Mike would talk about that. But also that research also includes exploring the opportunities for repair and reuse as part of major contributions to seeding and building the circular economy in the ICT sector. And one particular project or work that has been done is within Nigeria, where there has been extensive work in terms of repair of handsets. And today, the skill has been fairly democratized within the country that, although Nigeria does not produce handsets, any type of handsets can be repaired within that country. And that serves to extend the lifespan of those equipment and therefore reduce the rate at which e-waste is piling up in the environment, which constitute not only health hazards to the citizens, but also distort and the environment itself. The second strand of the work is actually building capacity across the continent on repair and reuse, and not just of handset, but also of other strands of ICT devices, so that, again, because the major sources of these devices are second-hand. The idea is that through repair and reuse means you'll be extending the lifespan of those facilities. The third area is in terms of building capacity for managing e-waste within the continent. And that's not only to ordinary citizens, but also to government agencies who have responsibility for oversight and for monitoring and taking action in terms of addressing e-waste in the country. And to be able to do that, we also need to generate data in terms of doing research around the types of policies that can be articulated and implemented in terms of managing e-waste in the continent. And so another strand of work that we do involves advocacy around developing and implementing effective policies that would enable state actors to manage e-waste in these respective countries. Many of the countries have some policies, but the implementation has always been problematic. Either they are poorly implemented or they are simply not implemented. And then the final aspect is that Africa is a site of intense extractive work, either it's extracting gold, other minerals, or petroleum. And so that we think that it's important to also hold actors in the space, the extractive space, to account, not just in terms of what they extract, but in terms of managing the waste that they produce and how they are able to remove those waste and make the environment sustainable. And so these are some of the strengths of the work that the Environmental Sustainability Group of the APC does within the African continent. And I think that Mark Jackson would probably add on what he does globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wazid. I think we will be hearing from Mike Jensen a little bit later when we're looking at the reactions from the DCs, but if Mike, you would like to take the floor now to give a little bit more of context, you are welcome to do so. Okay.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thanks, YZ. I think you've actually really summarized APC's work in the area of environmental sustainability. The African context is really where a lot of our work has been taking place. You know, this provides a very good model that is also being replicated in Latin America and Asia where we can. A lot of this has been traditionally around capacity building to create more awareness about the circular economy. And then I will touch in my presentation shortly on some of the other aspects that we think are important as well, that actually it focuses very well on our work within the other dynamic coalitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So when we go back to the other DCs, we'll hear your presentation as well. I guess now I will put on the second hat I have for this session. Oh, okay. And then that is as another presenter for a particular interesting project called Eco Internet. And I'm going to share this very quickly. Okay. So, in my second hat for this season, this session, I'm actually the director of corporate knowledge for .Asia organization. We are an internet registry, but we are a nonprofit organization where we have a lot of interesting community initiatives and projects, and this is one of it. When the Policy Network on Environment first started back in I think it's 2020 or 2021, I think that was the first year that there was the work on the PNE, we looked at specifically to consider what the carbon footprint of the internet is, because in 2020, the world kind of went into lockdown, there was a pandemic, everybody started to live their lives online. And of course, the activity, daily life, social life, work life, everything has turned into the internet, turned to a digital kind of realm. And how has that really impacted? What is the actual carbon footprint of the internet? We were very lucky to have a partner with APNIC Foundation, so this, and also a very generous grant from HBS, their offices in Hong Kong, to create this pilot initiative and study. This is our little tiger, who is actually a mascot and a champion for the Sustainable Development Goals that our own organization does work on. And this is a group of advisors and experts that we have consulted, because we are experts in internet governance, but as Rainer and also Reina has mentioned, the environment industry, the sector is extremely diverse, and the expertise extremely varied. And we were very lucky to receive advisors and expert advice on this particular project. You could see probably, in the past 2 years, when you have these, actually more than the past 2 years, when you have these headlines in the news, in the media saying, what is the carbon footprint of streaming a video? You're killing X amount of trees when you watch a certain movie. This kind of sensational clickbait type of headlines makes for good reading, but is this really the actual reality of things? The pollution effect on data, of course, it is studied and it is looked at, especially when you're talking about cloud computing and cloud storage. But when you think about the way that we use the internet since the pandemic, especially since that activities that have moved online has replaced more traditional activities of, for example, if I wanted to watch a movie at home, stream it on my TV, I can do that in the comfort of my own home. Whereas before, perhaps I would have taken my car, driven myself to a large movie theater, watched there, and done that. And the carbon footprint of that compared to, streaming something on Netflix, that could be an interesting, I guess, lens to look at it. What it replaces, right? So here I'm not really going to go into too much details on our findings. We actually focused our first pilot project on these 6 jurisdictions that you've looked at, and you can see gradually through the years that there was, of course, a big increase of the hours spent online on these 6 different economies. This in particular is from Hong Kong. This is the usage patterns between 2019 and 2020, when everybody started staying home for much, much longer periods of time. And then here's a small breakdown on the time spent on video, on social media, on music and audio, on gaming, and on other things. And then we did a little bit of calculation as well as to the energy consumption per day and the carbon footprint per kilowatt. And then we also did some more calculations on the total carbon footprints of Hong Kong in specific to do with internet users and internet usage. This I already touched on a little bit in the beginning, so I'm not going to really talk about too much, but you can see on the screen that, for the past 2.5 years, our meetings have been Zoom. You can see all this little screen caps of everyone. And previously, everybody drove their car to the office for these meetings, and looking at the internet footprint versus a physical footprint is also a very interesting way to consider, whether or not the carbon footprint of the internet, the benefits outweigh the negatives. In our pilot study, we looked into 3 axes. The first one is the economy. So this looks at the internet usage and the digital economy. What that means is the actual internet usage, the carbon footprint of that, as opposed to the benefits that each economy received in terms of digital economy output. The second axis we looked at was energy, and this is actually, through our first study, this turned out to be the biggest factor. In each economy, the energy grid and the power grid is the most important. When you're looking at an economy such as India, perhaps the power grid still uses a lot of carbon-based energy, whereas if you look at different countries such as Singapore, their carbon footprint may be different because they use a different type of renewable energy. They do also use natural gases, which is a fossil fuel, but it's interesting to note that a large part of this study really depends on the actual power grid and the grid emission factor and the renewable source of this energy. And then finally, the final axis, the third axis of our project is to look at the efficiency. And this is probably the most with direct correlation to internet governance. This is to talk about the bandwidth and the speed and the peak internet traffic variance. When I go through the slides later, we'll look at kind of the peaks and the troughs of the internet traffic that goes through the IXPs. And this is very interesting because if we have a very large bandwidth and the peaks and the troughs are actually very, very extreme, that really means that we're not really efficiently using the available resources to us. And I really touched on this. I want to fly through here. And here you see the grid emission factor comparison of the 6 economies we looked at. And this really does depend very highly on the power grid of each of the countries. Australia, of course, a lot of their power comes from a renewable resource, so it is actually looking very interestingly higher there, whereas when you look at Singapore, it is much lower, even though they do use natural gas as a large part of their power grid. Here you can see, if I'm going to move this a little bit over, the non-renewable versus the renewable resource in the electricity fuel mix. Green, of course, is the renewable part, and then red is the non-renewable. And this is in comparison to the grid emission factor that you can see up there. It's interesting to note that China does have a very large, well, compared to the other jurisdictions you see here, part of their power grid is renewables, and Singapore, as I mentioned, even though they are quite conscious of that, because a large part of their power grid depends on natural gas. That is a non-renewable resource, which is why you can see there's a large part of that bar is shaded in red. Earlier, when I talked about efficiency, the third axis we looked at is about really the capacity and bandwidth of the internet infrastructure. I think people here are quite familiar already with this map, and this is a map of the undersea submarine cables that go around the world. And it's very interesting to note that when you're looking at that part of the component of this critical axis, when you look at the advantage you receive moving these more traditional, going to the office in person, driving a car, taking planes like a lot of us have done to come to the Internet Governance Forum, what is the advantage to actually turning these activities into, going to do this online? And the advantage really is to look at the economy, the benefits that it brings to each of the jurisdictions. Here's actually a little bit of a graph. I'm sorry, it's a little small there, to look at the peaks and the troughs of the internet traffic. When you're talking about efficiency and or efficient use of this, if you see something that is a little bit less up and down, of course, as you see in Hong Kong, there's a huge peak and trough. There's a peak time and there's definitely a more downtime there. If we're able to, for example, if there's like mass computing that's needed, mass emails that is needed, data downloads and uploads, if those can be spread out across the hours, this would be a much more efficient use of the networks and a more efficient, I guess, deliberation and distribution of the internet traffic. I've touched on these three earlier, And this is just a more, I guess, summarized version of what I just explained to everyone. I would like actually to stop sharing and end my presentation with a short video that we did. If I'm able to also share sound, bear with me. Hopefully this works.
Global carbon emission has dropped by 10% in 2020 due to COVID lockdown and economic slowdown. But it is expected to bounce back in part due to skyrocketing internet usage. So how does the internet emit carbon? What is the carbon footprint of the internet? Any kind of online activity such as watching videos, playing games, sending emails involves the transfer of data. The internet takes approximately 0.015 kilowatt hour of power to transfer 1 gigabyte of data. And that does not include the electricity powering the device you are using. However, this carbon footprint is still way less than driving to the cinema to watch a movie or sending a letter for the post office to deliver it. Nevertheless, with booming internet usage, we still need to be more carbon conscious about internet usage. One way to improve the eco-friendliness of the internet is to choose to have more renewable energy for the power grid that is powering the internet. To learn more, go to ecointernet.asia. Do more, waste less.
And I will stop here with my presentation. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the floor or in room? Oh, I see a hand up already. Do we have a roaming mic, maybe? Oh, but we will do need to give you a mic because the Zoom room might not be able to hear you. So if you don't mind stating your name and then your question.
Hi, so my name is Radhika and I come from India. So the way that we see climate, climate justice with digital rights is no connection at all. They're considered to be like two worlds apart, like in the sky and the land. And I'm just wondering what are the issues that we need to be a little more cautious about as I'm a digital rights activist. As a digital rights activist, what are the things that we need to recognize, at this stage itself? Because while doing our work, we want to be a little more cautious about climate justice. What we basically, there was a major issue that we saw that happened in India. A climate activist was jailed because I think it was Fridays for Future. She was trying to, there was a Google Doc that she was using and it was termed as a toolkit and the government put her in jail saying that she's just misleading and doing all sorts of things on sedition. And that's the only thing that we've seen evolving in the country. But I would really like to understand what are the key issues and the key focuses on, on the relationship between the two that we should be looking at. Should I pass on the mic for another question?
Hey, my name is Raul Plummer. I'm with the Electronic Frontier Finland here. And hearing of all this this talk about getting the internet to become more environmental, I think especially the IGF and the ICANN should be compensating for their carbon footprint. We should become carbon neutral and also our supply chains, the ICANNs and IGF supply chains should become carbon neutral. Also, I'm a carnivore, but I would actually like to see vegetarian meals here at the IGF. I think everybody could get by with those, mainly because meat eating has been identified as one of the biggest reasons for the climate change or biggest factors driving it. And I really think we have to show example as thought leaders and sort of put our money where our mouth is. I don't want us to remain only theoretical leaders on this, and we should really take initiative and be more practical about it and make our own supply chains environmentally sustainable.
Hi, just a short question. My name is Daniel. I come from Colombia, and I found your research on carbon footprint really interesting. I was just wondering if you have any thoughts on the environmental impacts of um, constructing and managing data centers near water ecosystems. Thank you.
There's a question. One more, two more.
Thanks so much. My name is Matheus, working for the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, and I'm based here. And actually, my kind of question goes to Reina, who spoke about something related to the subject we are dealing with. Just a quick question, whether or not, disaster risk reduction is also being considered as part of the initiatives that you highlighted earlier. Also, the speakers that spoke before you, Reina, I think, also did mention about the IPCC and climate change. And we cannot separate climate change and then disaster risk reduction. The two are interconnected. So I would love to hear more about that one. Thank you.
Thank you for the three questions and a really interesting comment. Is there one more question? One more question.
Sorry, I am part of the rapporteur, but then I cannot just sit down and not participating. I have a question, especially towards the e-waste management from the Africa. I would like to understand how do you address the situation that maybe there is some social aspect when addressing the e-waste, like does the people understand that they are using waste, and is that a problem? The way you socialize the repair and the repair and the reuse mechanism, and how do you engage stakeholders, especially the maybe the corporate stakeholders that is around in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you for this question as well. I think there was two questions directed to Reina. If you would like, if you're ready to take that first.
Sure. On the first question on climate justice, sorry, I might have missed some of the points, but perhaps to the best of what I can answer now. So for example, in the codes action plan, the second shift talks about the unintended consequences of digitalization or digital technology. And so when we think about, I think what you were mentioning was about climate justice and how it's also intertwined with the justice of the internet justice, I guess. So when we think about what are the unintended consequences of digital, like it could be something about environment, it could be about the environmental impact, but it could also be about inclusivity and making sure that it doesn't exclude people that don't have connection, for example. It could also be about we might be unintendedly, how should I say, exaggerating behavior, unsustainable behavior by consumers by having algorithms that try to increase consumption. So we're trying to really look at it in a holistic way, and I would really love you to post that into our community as well as if there are any ways of mitigating things like that happening. So I think my invitation to that question is to really post that as an important question to codes. And I think people in the community will have a lot of views about it. So I guess that will be the invitation. The second question, I think the last question, was about disaster risk. Yes, so I think I might want to speak to that one more from the UNDP perspective, because UNDP is the arm in the codes community that really looks at this issue of climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction, especially in the developing countries. So there are, like, digitalization plays a really important role in the climate change adaptation and disaster risk. For example, it's about early warning systems. It is about climate risk assessments. You do need all these new data sources such as satellite imagery or forecasts to actually plan and mitigate better the future climate-induced disaster. So we really look at digital technologies as an important enabler for this kind of planning. We also do something called the Digital Readiness Assessment for the disaster risk reduction. This actually looks at everything from government regulation, infrastructure, how are the people's digital literacy, and so that we try to approach it in a whole of society way. It's not just about having new technology, it's really about making sure that we build a digital ecosystem in the country so that everybody can benefit from the digitalization and the connectivity. So I guess the answer is yes, digital technology and digitalization is really an integral part, and it's a very important part for climate change adaptation as well as disaster risk reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Reena. I think there's a few more questions, but I'm also trying to be conscious of the time since we only have 10 more minutes left in this session. Maybe if I can pass the answer to the question on e-waste to YZ for a quick response before we go to the DC's.
Okay, thank you very much. What we do is, first of all, build public awareness about the e-waste itself, and then build a hierarchy of motives as to how people relate with e-waste, its processing, recycling, and so forth. So the first level are those who engage with e-waste at the level of entrepreneurship. That means that you can recycle some of the waste and get some income out of that process. The second hierarchy is to deal with a question of health. If you don't deal with e-waste, it can constitute health hazard to you. So if you are not won over on the basis of entrepreneurship, then hopefully you will be won over on the question of health. And then the third hierarchy, which is more fundamentally for us, is about promoting sustainable digital inclusion, meaning that since people need to have those devices, you need to lengthen this on lifespan so that they can be able to afford, and therefore in that process increase affordability. In terms of involving the different stakeholders, yes, we do, including the corporate organizations, but also government agencies. With respect to corporate organizations, I think some of the key demands that we make on them is to ensure that there are availability of components for replacement and so forth. Because if there are no components, or if they are proprietary, or if actors have a policy that says that you can't put across the component from other manufacturer, then you would have a problem. So we try ensuring that no actor put restrictive policies around the components availability and so forth. But we also begin to advocate about technology design that would take into cognizance the need to lengthen rather than increasingly promoting quick obsolescence, because that's what many of the actors are doing, just to make sure they have a quick turnover. So you produce products whose lifespan is really getting more lesser than what it's, So these are some of the, thank you.
Thank you, IC. I'm very conscious of the time. I know I was had two questions directed to me. I'm just going to respond very quickly. The question about whether or not we're looking at data centers and the kind of power that they are using, the electricity consumption they're using, whether or not it's closer to, I think, water source or something. We're going to be looking at that in the second stage of our project. We're going to be looking at that because in our, I guess, research, we looked at the big tech companies, Google, Meta, Microsoft, and their pledges to net zero by 2030. And although they do pledge that, if you look into it closer, there's a lot of it that's a lot of nuance into what people would term as greenwashing certain, I guess, data and statistics. But we are happy to look forward to that in the second stage of our project. And also to the online question, I believe there was one directed to Dino, who he will respond online. And then I really want to turn this, because they have been waiting so patiently, to Dr. Jadrendra Gupta to give us a little bit of context from the Dynamic Coalition on Internet and Jobs and also the Dynamic Coalition on Digital Health. Maybe 2 minutes from you, Dr.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, Michael and Renan, for the excellent leadership at the Dynamic Coalition on Environment. So I'm going to talk about the two dynamic coalitions we run. One is on digital health, and it is expected that health will be one of the biggest contributors to the so-called environmental impact. And we are on internet and jobs, where we're looking at leveraging internet for jobs, so connecting almost everyone. But very important point, I think, that has come out, which we believe is very relevant today, is that digital footprint has a carbon footprint. And I think my colleagues have talked about that. Our lives revolve around internet. Today, it's not a question if I ask you that, do you have a mobile phone or do you browse the net? But if I asked you today, like in last 1 hour, how many of you send an SMS? How many of you used to send an email or to browse the net? Can you raise your hands, please? Almost everyone. So let me give you a very factual number, and we're releasing this report day after tomorrow called the Responsible Internet Usage, and probably that's the reason why I'm here. So for every SMS you sent, it is 0.8 grams of carbon emission. For every tweet you did, it is 0.2 grams of carbon emission. For every email you send, is 0.3 to 26 grams of carbon emission. So nothing we do is not denominated by a carbon footprint. And that's why probably deserts are having floods and rain-fed areas are actually facing drought. We are seeing it in every part of the world. Though I would actually say, that some places we keep reading that people are doing intermittent fasting for health. I would sincerely insist that please do internet fasting for planetary health. That's very important. And we will be releasing this report, Responsible Internet Usage, and we have a complete detailed session on this on the 2nd of December at the adjoining Banquet Hall from 10:45. I'd like you to all join this. But one thing I would tell Jennifer and those who work, that when we present collective numbers for a country, me and my friend representing Africa and India, we are at a loss. I think we should talk of per capita emissions, because that's where we do justice to nations which are still not reached a level of development. Otherwise, we are kind of putting wrong denominators at the overall number, which don't do justice. So I think the key thing is going to be responsibility, and let's work towards it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Very, very important reminder, especially when you're looking at per capita. That's very important to look at it in this way. Now I'd like to turn the floor over to Minda Moreira. She has been waiting very, very patiently online to give us a bit of view from the Internet Coalition on Internet Rights and Principles. Minda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and no problem. It has been a great session. Thank you, Dynamic Coalition on Environment, for inviting me to join this very special first meeting. So I'm here representing the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition, and we are delighted to be part of this coalition too, as we believe that it is an essential addition to the IGF intersectional work. So I'll take the next few minutes just to share with you how the RPC has been addressing the issues at the intersection of environment, digital technologies, and human rights. Also, our commitment to bring these issues to the main agendas of the IGF, and why we support and congratulate the efforts to put together this DC. So the RPC is a coalition based here at the IGF that works to make human rights work for the internet. And in 2011, we published the Chart of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet, which is our main outreach document. So it translates existing human rights law and norms to the online environment. So interestingly, Article 4 of the Charter, the right to development through the internet, includes a clause on environmental sustainability, and which is now being further developed as a result of the many discussions over the last few years. And it was in this context, and by choosing to reflect on issues linked to Article 4, that the coalition started discussing environmental sustainability and was committed to bring what we saw as an important emerging issue to the main agendas of the Internet Governance Forum. So our annual meetings between 2018 and 2020 all focused on issues at the intersection of environmental sustainability, ICTs, and human rights. And we also organized and participated in many other sessions within the IGF community and beyond. And so very early on, we realized that our discussions resonated deeply with some other members of the IGF community, especially the youth. And we listened to those who have been affected by the harmful consequences of technology on the environment, depletion of natural resources, energy consumption, the increase of e-waste, and its devastating consequences for biodiversity and also for the health of entire communities. And we were joined by environmental activists, scientists, members of the technical community, politicians, ICT sector representatives, and heard about the major challenges, but also the commitments and the potential of digital technologies to bring about solutions to help us fight the climate crisis and to ensure environmental sustainability and a great and green digital future. Throughout our discussions, we realized that the tools and the know-how to help eliminate the harmful effects of technology on the environment already existed. And we also realized that many of the possible solutions to harness the potential of internet-connected technologies to create a green digital transformation were there too. What was missing was a unifying voice and a joint effort between all stakeholders and communities to develop a concerted strategy and to work together to deliver and achieve visible results. So we believe that the Internet Governance Forum, as a multi-stakeholder platform, is in a privileged position to bring together these discussions and to create spaces for effective collaboration. And in this context, I think that the Dynamic Coalition on Environment is not essential and is also long overdue. So as a bottom-up multi-stakeholder network, the DCE can be the missing link. It can bridge the IGF community with the wider environmental communities. It can offer a space for dialogue and collaboration on issues at the intersection of environmental sustainability, digital technologies, and internet governance. And I think that together with other initiatives, such as the Coalition for Digital Environmental Sustainability codes that was mentioned here earlier too, the DCE can be a great example of cooperation. So I think there is a lot still to be done, and we don't have that much time ahead. And I wish our sister coalition all the best in this important endeavor, and we also look forward to future collaborations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minda. I'd like to now turn the floor back over to Mike Jensen to hear from the Dynamic Coalition on Community Connectivity. Mike, if I could ask maybe if you could limit your intervention to maybe 2 minutes since we're overrunning a little bit. Thank you, Mike. Your floor is yours.
Thanks very much. And thanks very much for inviting APC to this very important coalition. We view this area with a very high priority. APC was actually founded almost 30 years ago by a group of civil society organizations helping environmental groups come online in the early days. And we continue to work in this area and support the Dynamic Coalition on Community Connectivity. We call it the DC3, which was founded at the 10th IGF in Brazil in 2015. And the Community Connectivity Coalition is really focused on supporting small-scale local networks, which we basically call community networks in the global south generally, but members are from all over the world. and generally working in many areas that have congruence with environmental priorities. I'll just touch very briefly on some of the areas that the members of the Dynamic Coalition are working towards, and I think that many of these areas are fertile ground for future collaboration with the Dynamic Coalition on the environment. So, for example, some of our members have been developing open hardware wireless routers that are very much easier to repair than the traditional proprietary technologies that are available off the shelf. One of these is called the Libra router. We also have a project to develop a very low-cost open hardware solar panel, solar battery charger unit that increases the life of batteries, reducing the need for recycling them, or at least extending their life so that they don't have to be recycled as often and have an impact on the environment there. We're also supporting projects in the area of building masts in local communities using local resources such as bamboo. So we're prototyping designs there to improve the carbon footprint from traditional mast materials such as steel. Another area, and this is of particular interest, is many of these small-scale local networks who are members of the DC3 are looking at drawing on the emergence of low-cost sensor devices to monitor environmental degradation. So, for example, some of the members of the coalition are monitoring water quality, and then when it reaches a certain threshold, the results are tweeted out to the public so that they are aware of the degradation in water quality. Similarly, in remote rural areas, pollution is still a problem, say, for example, from the burning of paddy fields. And this pollution is now being detected by some of the members of the coalition, and the information can then not only feed into advising parents about whether their children should be walking to school or not, for example, but also to work directly with local politicians to provide them with the evidence for policy change and to improve the quality of the air or the local environment in the ways in which these many sensor technologies can work. Another aspect is the ability of these small-scale networks to support local knowledge and traditional knowledge preservation, which means that people can continue to conduct their livelihoods in rural areas and not migrate to the city, for example. But just touching on a few areas there that I think we could definitely work with the coalition on supporting some case studies to inform how these small-scale networks in the Dynamic Coalition can really support environmental priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael Jensen. For that, I know we're running quite a little bit over time, but I'd like to pass the floor right back to our co-chair, Rainer, to wrap up and take a look at next steps. And before that, I also want to note that our other co-chair, Michael Gia, is also in the Zoom room. But first, from Rainer.
Yes, thanks a lot. First of all, I would like to give a big thank you to everybody who contributed to this session. We had very fascinating and interesting talks, and they gave a really nice picture, and it is really encouraging to see that there's so much interest in the DCE and ideas in which direction we could go. A few points or observations or thoughts which came to me while listening to the talks and the discussion. The first one, there are essentially two approaches to tackling problems. The first one is top-down and the second one is bottom-up. And I really think, and that's what Mike Jensen just in the last talk highlighted quite nicely, there are many things which have to be tackled bottom-up. We have always to keep the communities in mind. We have to include them in our work. We have to include them in coming up with our questions which we want to address. And also at the same time, we have to think globally. This is a really big challenge which is present in many problems at the moment. To include communities, and particularly when you're thinking about indigenous people, local communities, previously and currently disadvantaged communities, it is really important to have the trust to work with their data, when you're using their data. And that is one of the reasons why we've written the CARE principles, which are standing for collective benefit, authority to control, responsibility and ethics to the data. So it is really the involvement of the communities in the work to consider the communities, the needs and capabilities of the communities and their rights. This is essentially what my thoughts which came up, and it is the picture what the DCE should do in the next time is really growing at the moment, and I think, and I guess that Michael will agree, this session gave many thoughts which need to be now distilled in a coherent picture, how to continue, in particular of choosing the main topic for the next year. With this, again, I would like to thank you and just hand over to Michael if he wants to add some points. Thanks.
Hi, Rainer. Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. I really don't have anything else to add. Apologies for being late, but I just really appreciate the fact that everyone was able to be here. Thank you to our transcriber. And also a big thank you to both our speakers and to Jennifer for stepping in to moderate. So thank you all so much. That's really it from me. And Jennifer, I'll give the floor back to you.
Thank you, everyone, for such a wonderful session. We have overrun, but everything is very interesting. We can talk for much longer, but great thank yous to our speakers, Reina, Dino, YZ, Dr. Gupta, also online from our co-chairs, our rapporteur, Ellen, and our online moderator, Elif, and of course, the tech people who thank you for your indulgence for letting us overrun. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, all right. So we are ready to start. So good morning to everyone, and welcome to this IGF 2022 session of the IGF Coalition on Platform Responsibility, that this year is dedicated to platform responsibilities in times of conflict. My name is Luca Belli. I'm professor at FGV Law School, where I coordinate the Center for Technology and Society, and I also have the great pleasure to be the coordinator of this coalition together with my colleague Yasmin Kursi, also from FGV Law School, who will also be so kind to co-moderate this session with me. So before we start and introduce our distinguished panelists, we have an impressive set of speakers as every year discussing with us today. Let me just share a couple of introductory thoughts about our work and what we aim at doing with this session and what we have been doing over the past year, right? So as you know, coalitions of the IGF, they have this peculiarity of working on an intersessional way, right? So we have been working on platform responsibility since 10 years, well, almost 10 years, 9 years to be precise. And we have coined the term platform responsibilities 8 years ago. And since then, we have re-endeavored to analyze the impact of private orderings regimes of platforms on human rights, on democracy, on the evolution of economies. And we have debated and emphasized constantly the great role that platforms play and the responsibility they have in respecting human rights. However, there are some obstacles that become quite evident when we try to get into the details of how platforms have to respect human rights. Now, the session of today aims precisely at tackling two key issues. On the one hand, we will analyze some ongoing regulatory initiatives that will make us understand what are the tensions, the regulatory tensions that are existing, and what are the also the ways on which these tensions can be reconciled. And that is the second main point of today. We are going to present this outcome document that we have elaborated, dedicated to meaningful and interoperable transparency for digital platforms, where precisely we try to define what are the elements that may make transparency a core element of platform governance as something that could be even standardized, that could be legally interoperable, or at least semantically interoperable amongst different jurisdictions, different players, and different jargon of different stakeholders. So a very good example of how this is very relevant and very thorny issue is actually if we think about content moderation and content regulation in social media. On the one hand, we have daily examples of why content regulation is absolutely needed, starting from the weaponization of harassment and disinformation to manipulate democratic processes or to harass with violent online content, specific individual, political opponents, minorities, and how this online violence then translates into offline violence. And but the problem is that we while we know that that governments have a duty to protect human rights and platforms have a responsibility to respect them, and they jointly have to provide remedies, effective remedies, it's very difficult to put this in practice, also because there are strong incentives, to be honest, both for many governments and many platforms, not to bear their responsibility, not to fulfill their duties and responsibilities. Many governments thrive thanks to sharing this information. And we have seen especially this during the pandemic. And many platforms have a very strong economic interest in not regulating that much. And both have fear, very strong fear of being considered censors when they regulate content. And that is neither good for elections, for government, not very good for business because it reduces engagement and therefore the core business of platforms, stimulating sharing of information, sharing of data, and monetizing them, at least large platforms. So one of the key elements that have been stressed, and maybe is the only constant element that we find in almost all regulatory initiatives to regulate platforms, is transparency, the need for transparency. And transparency is essential for accountability. The problem is that if everyone defines transparency in different ways and does not explain what meaningful transparency means, then it's meaningless to have commitment to transparency if everyone can decide what the platform will be transparent about and how. So the key reason of having elaborated over the past months this document towards meaningful and interoperable transparency for digital platforms is precisely to start giving a suggestion, proposal on how to standardize transparency, to make sure that there is not only meaningful information about how content is moderated within terms of service, but also meaningful information about how automatic algorithmic moderation functions, which is the most relevant form of moderation in platforms, and also how users can have agency on it, eventually opt out or tackling how this is organized. And also we have been stressing over the past years, and we will hear also from Nick, that is has been one of the most vocal scholars stressing this. Quantitative data alone about takedowns is not enough. We need qualitative data. It's useless to know that a platform takes down 1,000 content if we do not know how many content have been signaled, which content have been taken down, which content is flagged, what measures are available. And no regulator has this kind of information. So it is also essential to make this kind of information auditable and accessible by independent regulators, but also by independent researchers. And all these elements, we have tried to merge them, consolidate them together into the outcome report of this year. And they are all based on research that many of us have been conducting over the past year, and many other scholars, very distinguished scholars, have also been advocating for over the past year. So we really hope that this will be a useful starting point for discussion and useful suggestions. Now, without further ado, I would like to just pass the mic to my colleague, Yasmin, for a little bit of introduction, and then we can start with the lively part of the discussion with our speakers. Yasmin, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Luca. Hi, everyone. So I'd like to welcome you all to this year of the CPR session. As Luca mentioned, entitled Platforms Possibilities in Times of Conflict. So in this session, we aim to find paths to explore how platform regulations are affecting internet fragmentation worldwide. Our understanding is such regulations may be causing negative externalities both for users and law enforcement. Some examples, as Luca mentioned, are data concentration, censorship, conflicts of jurisdiction, and others. In this session, so our aim is to explore how platform governance may improve the current scenario. We've invited our stellar speakers to discuss possible guidelines to orient policymakers in creating a more trustworthy and inclusive digital environment that may be able to foster user control and also interoperability. So without further ado, I would call to the floor Mr. Ollie Bird, Head of International Policy at Ofcom, to initiate our discussion with his remarks. Thanks, Ollie. Good to have you here.
Thanks. Yes. Sorry, I was just reminding the technical assistants to unmute the speakers when we call their names. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Luca, and thank you, Yasmin, and thank you to all those who fed into this year's output, the 2022 outcome document, which I think is a really useful one that sheds light on a number of important aspects. I was going to just make some brief remarks from the perspective of a regulator. So just to introduce myself, my name is Ollie Bird. I'm from Ofcom, which is the UK communications regulator. I've been following this dynamic coalition and involved in some other multi-stakeholder conversations around platform governance, such as through the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. I wanted to speak briefly about some aspects of platform responsibility, fragmentation, and interoperability from the perspective of an independent regulator that is already engaged in platform regulation through different regimes, including a limited online safety regime, but we are preparing for further more comprehensive duties. Just to introduce Ofcom a little bit for those of you who are not familiar with us, we are the UK Independent Converged Communications Regulator. We regulate some aspects of online, for example, net neutrality, the European Audiovisual Media Services Directive has created a regime that applies to Ofcom in the UK because it was implemented just before Brexit, and that sees the regulation of user-generated content on video sharing platforms. Many of you will be familiar with the UK discussions around the broader online safety bill, which is still being debated in Parliament. I think I'd like to emphasise at the outset the growing role of independent regulation in the platform governance space. Independent regulators can play a distinct role from governments, bringing detailed technical expertise to secure outcomes on behalf of users, or as we say in the UK, citizens and consumers, reflecting a broader understanding of user than just a consumer of services in an economic or financial sense, bringing in broader dimensions like human rights and democracy. Independent regulators are often asked to balance considerations such as freedom of expression and protection from harm. And good regulators are evidence-driven and use public consultations to enable broader input from a wide range of expert stakeholders to make sure they've got things right. So I think it's something we're trying generally to promote the understanding of this role of independent regulation. Whenever I register for the IGF, I have to choose between government and technical community, and I'm never sure which one. Because I think Ofcom and other regulators lie somewhere in between those two things. So I mentioned that the UK government is currently proposing a broader online safety regime, but I don't propose to go into that because it's still before the Parliament, and Ofcom will operate within whatever legal framework Parliament then creates. But it's not for us really to make the law. But at the global level, we do see a gradual proliferation of national legal regimes for platform regulation of different types. And I think there is some global convergence of regulation for certain purposes, notably CSAM and perhaps terrorist content hate speech. But I think the picture is that national regimes will inevitably diverge. They're always going to be the product of national discussions and debates with particular concerns and local circumstances. So I think therefore there is, as you identify in your document, the risk of fragmentation at the level of platforms and services, which may be brought about by these different divergent national regulation approaches. But I think there is an evolution at the same time, and that is away from regimes that focus on notice and takedown of certain types of content with enforcement around timelines, timeframes, and towards perhaps a more sophisticated regulatory approach, which is more focused on the systems and the processes of platforms. So in the UK, we've called this a duty of care, and I think the DSA in the EU takes a similar approach. And so it's about having regulatory objectives that are in line with the objectives that platforms should have for themselves, and about regulation making sure that platforms are designing their products, their systems, and their processes to achieve these shared goals. So the idea is for platforms to be taking responsibility themselves with regulatory oversight of that. And this new type of regulation will require a new regulatory toolkit, which includes things such as risk assessments, provisions for transparency, audit, and reporting by platforms. And I think it is here that there is considerable scope for collaboration amongst regulators, because even if the national regimes differ, the underlying regulatory toolkit can be developed between other regulators and be common across different regimes. And this is why Ofcom has jointly founded the Global Online Safety Regulators Network with our counterparts in Australia, Fiji and Ireland, and we held a session earlier today that maybe some of you were able to join. We're happy to talk more about that if you weren't, and we really are keen through that network to engage with a broad range of global stakeholders. So I think this approach that sees this kind of collaboration at the global level can help avoid some of the fragmentation at the regulatory level nationally. A final point I'd make is that there's a need for dialogue as well, I think, between regulators engaged in different adjacent regimes in the digital space. So, for example, between online safety regulators, data protection authorities, competition authorities. And in the UK, we've pioneered this through the DRCF, which is the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum, founded by those three authorities in the UK. And we've seen, for example, a recent statement jointly between Ofcom and the UK's ICO, the data protection regulator. So I think in sum, these are exciting times for collaborating on platform governance. Regulators are new to some of these conversations, but we're really keen to engage and work with others to minimize risks of fragmentation. That's me. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ollie. And now we go straight to the second speaker, our good friend, Nicholas Suzer, who is member of the Oversight Board and also professor at Princeton University. And he has been with us in this coalition for many, many years. I think he is one of the few that probably was at the first meeting of this coalition. So a very hipster title of being one of the founder of this, co-founders of this coalition. And Nicholas, you have very good first-hand experience on how this type of regulatory proposals may play out, and also how self-regulation plays out thanks to your role at the Oversight Board. So really, we look forward to hearing from you. Please, the floor is yours, Nick. And I would like to ask the technical assistants to unmute Mr. Nicholas Suzer.
I was just wondering if you might indulge me for a moment, and assuming Emma is okay with this, I was going to talk a little bit about methods for analyzing transparency data, and I think it might actually be best if Emma doesn't mind going next, because I think that she's going to talk a little bit about how we actually get data from platforms, and then I'll jump into where we might go in terms of methodologies for analyzing.
So you were planning to switch with having Emma first, or are you proposing? Yes. Okay. Wonderful. So we can go with Emma. Of course, we are very happy to have her. Emma also is a very good friend and also one of the key participants to this coalition, and not only to this coalition. I also have the pleasure to be with Emma in the steering committee of the Action Coalition on Meaningful Transparency. That is also another entity that has provided a lot of very interesting inputs and comments on the work of this year. And of course, Emma is the co-author of a fantastic paper on meaningful transparency, which has also been a very interesting source of inspiration from our work. So please, Emma, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much, Luca. And hello to everyone. I'm so sorry I can't be there in person with you, but it's wonderful to see so many faces also on the Zoom. So as Luca mentioned, CDT has done, my organization, the Center for Democracy and Technology, has done a lot of work over the years looking at transparency and how to make it more meaningful and useful in the overall project of trying to hold tech companies accountable for how their decisions and policies and practices and products affect our information environment and our human rights. And so in the Making Transparency Meaningful framework that we published about this time last year, we talked about 4 different areas that policymakers should really understand and consider around transparency. To think about, we can often sort of put a lot of things under the umbrella of transparency, but there are at least 4 different ways you could think about trying to get more information from companies and analyze it and use it to understand the impact that they're having on users' rights. The first being transparency reporting, the kind of regular standardized reporting or regular and periodic reporting that tech companies make about both government demands for access to user data or content restriction, as well as more recently their own content moderation and enforcement. There's also, though, a really important kind of transparency of that notice to users, that information that is provided to users, whether it's in the form of written policies and practices, or especially that information directly to users when action is being taken against their content, or when they have flagged something and are waiting to know, has this problem that I've identified been resolved at all? That user notice is a really key kind of transparency that directly affects that kind of day-to-day interaction between the user and the online service. And it can often get a little bit overlooked in conversations about transparency. As I think others have mentioned and is discussed in the framework that the Dynamic Coalition has put together, auditing is also really important. This idea of being able to go into the information that is published and not just sort of take it at face value, but understand and have procedures in place for understanding where does this information come from, how accurate, how reflective of the company practice and experience on the platform is this information really? And that's going to be crucial to underlying all of the regulation that is coming, because we need to sort of know if the information being provided really aligns with the actual practice and experience within these companies. But then the piece that I really want to talk about today, and this is what Nick previewed, is this whole question of researcher access to data. So enabling independent researchers to have access to data, I really think is a crucial form of transparency. We need independent research by scholars, by journalists, by civil society organizations in order to inform our public policy making, in order to make sure that we actually understand what's happening on online services, what effect different kinds of interventions have on addressing abuse or shaping our information environment. And right now, as I'm sure Nick will be able to tell you even in more detail, it can be really hard to conduct that research. Companies obviously have the data. They're the ones who are running the services that are kind of generating, creating the data, and making it available is not always obvious or easy to do or like financially beneficial for companies to do, and can actually create a lot of different kinds of risks for the companies that have this data. But it is really, really crucial for all of us to have this better informed discussion about what public policy we actually want to see happen around platform regulation. So one of the projects that CDT worked on this past year was holding a research workshop with researchers from around the world, asking them some pretty key questions, fundamental questions like, what kind of data do you actually want? What sort of format for accessing or getting your hands on it could you actually use? There's a lot to explore around the difference between sort of data sets being published versus having ongoing access through an API where researchers can sort of set parameters for different kinds of studies or conduct ongoing studies or real-time analysis of information. And then a crucial question, and something that a lot of regulators have already been starting to grapple with, is the key question of who should get this data? Who counts as a researcher? What kind of vetting needs to happen of researchers, if any? Should they have to be affiliated with some kind of accredited institution, like a university or a research institution? Is it possible to make data available just completely broadly, no strings attached to the general public? One of the big and probably pretty obvious trade-offs in the conversation about researcher access to data is concerns around privacy. There are a lot of concerns around privacy, both in the sort of Cambridge Analytica style, the idea that a researcher could gain access to a lot of information and use it for their own ends, or potentially sell it to other individuals, use it in ways that are manipulative, not expected by users, and invade users' privacy in different ways. So the sort of threat from the private actor space is a pretty significant and known concern. But then we also think at CDT that there is a real concern to be considered around how researcher access might potentially enable greater law enforcement access and government surveillance of individuals. And we have this concern in part because we've seen already with US law enforcement and law enforcement in some other countries around the world that different tools that third parties have used or have created to enable different sorts of analysis or understanding of what's going on social media have in fact been used by law enforcement as ways to track people's social media activity, try to identify, what organizations are involved in planning different sorts of activism or protest. It can be an incredibly invasive kind of surveillance, and something that I think any framework around thinking about researcher access really needs to take into account. So as we're thinking about moving forward in all of this, I did want to flag a couple of different initiatives that are working on trying to assess these different trade-offs and come up with ideas of how to sort of bridge these gaps. One is the initiative that Luca mentioned, the Action Coalition on Meaningful Transparency. This came out of the Danish Summit on Tech and Human Rights, or Tech and Democracy, that was held last November, I believe, and launched a whole series of action coalitions trying to bring governments, civil society, researchers, and companies together from around the world to really think critically about issues around technology and democracy and how the two can be mutually reinforcing rather than at ends and in tension with each other. So the Action Coalition on Meaningful Transparency is trying to be a sort of gathering place and a hub for information and all of the good work and research and efforts on transparency that are happening around the world to be a sort of central place where people can go and find that information and think through some of these different questions about how are different regulatory environments pursuing things like requiring or enabling researchers to have better access to data. And then there's also an initiative that just had a public launch and release of a kind of concept paper a few months ago called the Institute for Research on the Information Environment. And just very briefly, that is looking at trying to effectively see how we could model something after CERN, the nuclear research laboratory and gigantic kind of multinational initiative housed in Switzerland that has, with the home of the Large Hadron Collider and many other amazing kind of tools for enabling research into theoretical physics. That was a very particular style of collaboration that was really identified as necessary to enable a real uptick in research in physics, and identified that there were sort of both resource needs and information sharing needs that were really crucial to kind of, excuse me, that were really crucial to help the whole field doing research in this area level up. And sorry, it's a lot of talking for very first thing in the morning. So anyway, a CERN for the information environment, and then the idea of that there really does probably need to be some kind of coordinated and international effort thinking about these questions of research around online platforms and the information environment, because the resource constraints of everybody trying to roll their own version and do their own kind of approach to this could be so high as to be sort of prohibitive. So the last thing that I'll flag is that there are some really kind of exciting opportunities around researcher access to data and other forms of transparency that are already getting underway. These, I think, really come from the Digital Services Act in the European Union. So the DSA, which people have probably heard about or probably somewhat familiar with, has a lot of different kinds of transparency in that regulation, including requiring different online services to produce transparency reports, to improve the notice that they give to users, to engage in auditing, and to require platforms to provide researchers with certain data in order to do research. So I would just flag for everyone that as we're thinking through how to kind of maneuver in this space and how to avoid fragmentation in this space, there will be a very active conversation in the EU around how to actually implement all of these provisions, and we'll be getting a lot of data out of companies as a result of the DSA. All of that, I think, can be incredibly useful to informing ongoing policy conversations, really kind of testing out what works and what doesn't, what kinds of approaches to auditing, approaches to researcher access will actually really work well, and what lessons might we learn about what doesn't work as well. And so I would kind of point to everyone to think about what is going on with the DSA implementation, and really encourage policymakers in Europe in particular to be thinking, obviously it's a big task to get going just for the EU, but to be thinking about how the DSA potentially can serve as a model and a set of lessons to learn for the rest of the world, so that we're not all having siloed conversations about how to implement these different kinds of transparency in regulation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emma. I'd just like to make a few remarks about the access of information, access of data. Regarding the Global South perspective, there are several power imbalances that create pose obstacles for Global South researchers to access data from platforms, and also to get involved with regulation proposals. So I think that the work of transnational coalitions are super necessary, and I'm really excited to hear more about the Action Coalition on Meaningful Transparency. Without further ado, I would like to call to the floor Nick Suzer, professor of the University and member of the University Board. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Oh, and sorry again, sorry to interrupt, but the streaming on the YouTube is not working. People are complaining here, so if the technical assistance could speak, it would be good. Thanks.
As far as I can tell, they've just been staring at a very bad still photo of me for the last 10 minutes, which can't be pleasant for anyone, but so we apologize for those technical problems. Look, I really want to follow up from the really important work that Emma was talking about here. I think it's important to note that we have made really large inroads in transparency over the last decade or so, and Emma in particular has been really leading a lot of that fight to convince platforms to make available regular transparency reports and a lot more data than we historically had. Where we are now, I think, is quite interesting. We're approaching the point where we need a lot more information than is available, and the platforms are willing to give us from heavily curated transparency reports. There are big challenges both on the sides of platforms and on the sides of civil society and academia to actually moving beyond where we are now to get to the point that Emma's talking about, where we can have secure, privacy-respecting access to data on a granular enough level that it allows us to hold the actions of platforms to account and to understand how other actors and malicious actors in many cases are using platforms to for nefarious ends. In many cases, platforms are quite reluctant to give us the information that is required to hold their actions into account. That's the first stumbling block. The second is platforms they do have a lot of data, but they're still making improvements in the way that they're capturing information to be able to answer some of the questions we have. It's only been relatively recently that a platform can even tell you if your content is removed or you are suspended, which rule you have broken on the platform. For a very long time, that sort of information was not captured. A moderator would make a decision according to one rule or another, which might be different to the reason that someone originally flagged a piece of content, or that the particular machine learning classifier thought that there might be a problem. And so most of the major platforms weren't recording the information that's required to be able to report to us what rules that they are enforcing and what levels of accuracy they have against particular rules. Now, that is starting to improve, but there's still a bit of engineering work on platform side to continue to make sure that they can collect data and report data at a granular enough level. What concerns me next is what we're going to do with it. I think the questions Emma is asking, and the point that Yasmin makes about making sure that we can get equitable access to data in a form that is useful to be able to help civil society try to hold platforms to account, I think is a huge resource and methodological challenge. As most platforms move more toward, most major platforms move more towards machine learning for the initial detection and of potential content breaches and the eventual enforcement, there's a real problem with where we are now with the data that we've got. At the moment, the main metric for success amongst platforms is accuracy for their machine learning classifiers, right? We have seen over the last few years with the global pandemic, a lot of major platforms have turned more towards machine learning classifiers to directly act on content. And the way that we are told how well these systems are working is with a flat number on accuracy, which when you start digging into it, actually means consistency. It is a measure of how well the content classifiers agree with the human moderators who used to do that job or who are doing content level appeals of that job. That's not accuracy. That is a measure that necessarily reflects existing biases in the system. Any machine learning system trained in the unequal world that we live in will learn the biases of that world. What that means is that we can expect, and we do in fact see, that the outputs of the classifiers the platforms are using tend to perform much worse for marginalized populations and vulnerable groups where by definition there is less training data and there are fewer appeals and less resources spent to identify mistakes and correct for them. What that means in real terms is more silencing of counter speech, of people who are speaking back to power, and more, on the other hand, permitting or not catching false flagging and abuse that is directed disproportionately towards minority and marginalized groups. We also know that marginalized groups people from marginalized groups are likely to have more trouble dealing with, adapting to, fighting, trying to correct incorrect decisions when they are made. Now, here we get to a challenge. We know all of this, and we know that we should expect this from the current iterations of the classification systems that platforms have put into place. We don't have a good way for measuring, quantifying, let alone correcting for those sorts of challenges. For academics like me, there's a really big set of problems about how we would actually go about analyzing the outputs of classifiers and content moderation systems if we did have access to the data that we've been asking for. For a long time, it's been so hard to get the data. Now that we are starting to get a little bit of data, there's still a gap amongst researchers about how we can understand that information in a way that's useful, meaningful in the words we've been using. And that's not aggregated statistics, we know that. The problem is that state of the art amongst machine learning communities at the moment is really about equalizing error rates within subgroups, which means you divide up your populations into demographics and you try to measure the rates of false positives and false negatives amongst those different groups. Now, this gets really tough. One, it puts you immediately in ethically quite difficult position if you're a researcher of trying to infer someone's characteristics from their content or their name or their pictures. And we've seen lots of examples of researchers getting that very horribly wrong. And I think that consensus is starting to emerge that that sort of research probably is fraught at best and probably shouldn't happen in the vast majority of cases where people are using it. So then we need to think about how we go about working with communities to empower them to understand how platforms are operating. This is the big challenge. I think for academics in particular, this is where we need to really spend the time understanding the qualitative issues that are different for different communities, that different groups and intersectional groups are experiencing content moderation problems in quite different ways. For me, I think some of the promising ideas are around creating test sets, for example, of known counter speech or known common false positives or false negative detection examples, and starting to curate those in collaboration with the people on the ground to then be able to assess accuracy rates for the particular sets of content that we're talking about. And I think that's the key, that we're not able to do this. So we're not able to do a lot of the evaluation we need to do at a generic level. That race blind, gender blind approaches really don't help. You need to be able to work at a much more fine-grained level in order to be able to understand properly the information that you're looking at. And we don't have the methods. We have the methods to be able to do very fine-grained qualitative work. What we don't have so far is the ability to move between the very fine-grained qualitative work and the large-scale statistical work that platforms need in order to be able to make changes to their systems. I've got plenty more to talk about in terms of methodological challenges, but I'm gonna stop with one final point, which is I haven't even mentioned the huge challenge that Ollie spoke about at the start, which is now we're not even talking about leave up and take down decisions, which we can see and measure as binary decisions. But we are looking about decisions to amplify or hide or make less visible. There are a lot of different terms for this, but it's decisions about up-ranking and down-ranking of content. Now, I gotta be honest, I don't even know how to measure that. It's not like there is a neutral existing baseline for how content is distributed on the internet that you can measure up and down from there. Everything is always mediated. Platforms, by definition, amplify content by making it available to more people. Lots of people are concerned about up-ranking and down-ranking for many different reasons. And Ollie, if you've got time, I want to hear about what happened this week and where we are now with the debate in the UK about what platforms are expected to do. But we don't have consensus. We don't have social consensus about what we expect from platforms, but we know that we expect them to be doing something, and we don't know how to measure what that something is. That is a massive challenge for academics and civil society groups once we do get the data that we've been talking about, that we're all going to have to work together, and particularly work with people on the ground who have first-hand experience in order to understand.
Thank you very much, Nick. Very eloquent as usual, and I think there are a couple of points that you are mentioning that are quite well reflected also in our outcome document, which is first the need to stress the importance of observability. So it's not only about having information, it's about having information that can be meaningfully assessed, analyzed to reach some meaningful conclusion. And again, what you were mentioning, that the possibility to analyze how algorithmic moderation functions. So when content is prioritized or downgraded, the so-called shadow ban, this is really challenging for academics. Even if academics or regulators have the possibility to access this kind of data, which is not the case so far, it would be tremendously difficult for them to make sense of it. And this is, while it is essential to have access in safe environment about meaningful data to understand the functioning of moderation, it is also essential to invest in research on how to make sense about those data, because so far we neither have that access nor the capability to make sense out of it. And we are speaking about calls for transparency, when honestly, pretty much all regulators are walking in the darkness without even if we had those data, they would not be able to understand properly how to regulate, how to make sure that their duty to have oversight on platform, on the regulated entities is fulfilled. So that is a major problem that we need really to solve. Now, with this big question, I would like to open for the first very quick round of questions. We have 10 minutes for a couple of questions for the first set of panelists before we go to the second set of the of panelists. And we already have a question from Guy Berger, who is also very kindly blogging about this session on Mastodon. So thank you very much, Guy, for this. And so his question is directly to Oliver, and so to the news that recently emerged about Ofcom now being obliged, or at least planning to consult the Victims Commissioner, the Domestic Abuse Commissioner, and the Children's Commissioner when drawing the codes that will regulate platforms. And so how the question is how this process will be organized, how this consultation will be organized, and what will be also the relation with the Elections Management Authority. This is a very long and detailed question. Please, Ollie, you have the honor and pleasure to reply to this question. Yes, I think now you can speak. Now you have been unmuted.
Thanks, Luca. Yeah, sorry, just waiting for that. Yeah, thank you, Guy, for the question, and Nick as well for your point, which I think they probably have the same answer, which I'm afraid is a slightly boring one, which is that these are details of the latest government proposals here that made to the UK Parliament, and Ofcom similarly is just starting to understand and digest them ourselves. So it's probably too soon to kind of give you any helpful or detailed comment about how those things might work, because I think we would want the parliamentary process to conclude here, and then we'll be able to take a view on what the regime would look like in reality. But I think just while I've got the microphone, maybe I could just pick up on Emma's point and Nick's as well about researcher access to data, which I think we think is really important. It seems likely to be something that can play a pretty critical role in a future world where there is meaningful transparency and accountability, with a sort of regulated backstop for that. And we will be thinking more about this at Ofcom, because the Online Safety Bill in the UK has a proposal that Ofcom should make a report on researcher access to data within 2 years of the new bill becoming law. So this is a very live issue for us, and we think it's a really important one, and doubtless we'll continue to talk to you guys and others about that. Thanks, Luca.
Okay, excellent. We also have, of course, we have a request on to share the document, so we can share everyone can access the document that we were mentioning about meaningful and interoperable transparency on the IGF website. So we also have, as we perfectly know, that the IGF website can be a little bit arcane and not really easy to access. We have also created a mini URL which is bit.ly/IGF22 plat. So it's IGF capital letters 22 plat. And so you can access, everyone is very welcome to access the document, and feel free to share it or to provide feedback. We will be very happy to hear your feedback. Now, do we have any?
I put it on the chat also.
Excellent.
I put it on the chat also, the link.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you very much, Yasmin. And do we have I think maybe there might be some questions from the floor. I know that some of you have put questions in the chat, but as we are in a hybrid format, and unfortunately, now we cannot see the room at the IGF venue because it is still frozen, the video. So if there is anyone there willing to share a ask a question, please take the mic and introduce yourself. Do we have any questions? I hear some sounds, but unfortunately we cannot see anything. So if there is anyone, please introduce yourself and ask the question.
I don't think there is anyone there.
It looks like no one is asking question now from the floor, so I think we can go on with the second segment of the session with our first speaker of the second segment, which is Vittorio Bertola, Head of Policy and Innovation at Open Exchange, who is also going to speak about some of the latest European developments, especially with regard to interoperability and the recent EU policies that have been adopted or are in the pipeline. So please, Vittorio, the floor is yours. And I would like to ask to unmute Vittorio Bertola, please.
Thank you. And you can also open my video if you want. So yeah, well, thank you for inviting me. And yes, I wanted to address a little of the development in Europe, but first of all, I also wanted to broaden a little the discussion, going a little beyond the content dimension and discussing the relationship between platform regulation and internet fragmentation, which is one of the main themes of this IGF. And because I think that there's been a lot of talk on how the states fragment the internet with internet shutdowns and censorship, and especially in authoritarian regimes, and this is also an important thing. But there is less talking of how platform regulation really is also an element of the struggle against internet fragmentation, and sometimes also in favor of internet fragmentation. So there are dimensions of fragmentation that are actually positive in this regard. So, of course, there are multiple ways through which the big internet platforms, and I mean the private sector in general, but mostly the big internet platforms, tend to create barriers and fragment the internet. And of course, there's a lot of this happening at the content level. So in two dimensions, I mean, sometimes the platforms make agreements with governments of authoritarian regimes to block stuff, actually. So search engines or social media make specific content, specific websites unavailable in specific countries just to be allowed and continue doing business there. And at the same time, it's also the opposite. So sometimes the platforms tend to disrupt the national regulations on content. And this is a problem, especially for what we have been discussing up to now. So if we want to introduce some degree of transparency or some constraints on the algorithms, on the mechanisms that the platforms use to control and apprank or remove content, then there must be a way for national jurisdiction to apply. And what happens is that increasingly the platforms tend to build their own internet infrastructure in a way. Even they build encrypted channels from the devices, from the applications straight to the cloud servers, sometimes in a different jurisdiction. And so this way they bypass any kind of national content filter and even national regulation that might be imposed. And in the end, this leads to applying maybe the content values of the home country of the platforms, or sometimes even the values of the single individual owner, as we are seeing now with Twitter, basically to the entire world. And so this creates a fragmentation which is not anymore along the lines of national states and national sovereignty, but along the lines of who is the owner of the individual platform. But then we have what has been maybe more concerning at the European level, especially not for the Digital Services Act, but for the Digital Markets Act, which is what I've been following more directly, which is fragmentation at the user experience level. And in the end, the very idea of an internet platform is becoming a mechanism for internet fragmentation, because these platforms tend to build closed ecosystems under the form of walled gardens. So their business model is based on bringing people into a separate subset of the internet, and sometimes this, I mean, we do not even realize anymore how this thing is basically creating barriers through people and across the internet. But if you, for example, if you have always used an Android phone and then go speak to an iPhone user and they discuss how to use your phone, sometimes they mention doing things that you don't understand what they are, because the interface really shapes the way you use the internet and the language you use to describe maybe even the same functions, but they appear to be completely different. So this creates really a separation, a fragmentation of user experiences in a way even of the conception of the internet. And this is especially visible also in terms of messaging apps. So this is what I also wanted to mention. In Europe now we are busy with discussing at least the implementation of the digital market set, which just became, finally law a few weeks ago. And this is an important discussion because there's been a lot of talk on which rules we should impose on the platforms, but there's not a lot of talk on how we can actually make sure that they are respected, they are implemented. And this is not an easy thing, especially for regulators. Sometimes there's just a lack of people that can talk the dual languages, understand the technical issues and the legal issues at the same time, and because this is necessary if you want to write the rules or even read the rules and be able to turn the rules into practically implementable technical measures. And again, the current situation of messaging apps is basically another nice example of fragmentation, in which we all do the same thing, but with very similar interfaces in which the color of the buttons is different because of commercial considerations that tend to keep people closed into their walled gardens of the specific app. But the problem is that this approach could become more and more of a problem if these platforms started to become more controlling. So, especially some of these big platforms tend to have a really controlling attitude, in the sense that, we will decide which applications, which third-party software is allowed to run on our devices, and we will charge you for evaluating that, and we will charge you for payments. And there is really a need to put an end to this, or at least to put this under control, if we want to prevent further fragmentation. And then there's a third dimension, which is often forgotten, especially by policy people, which is fragmentation of the network itself at the technical level, because it's not just a matter of these, let's say, encrypted overlay networks that the platforms are created to, through adopting encryption everywhere. It is really a matter also of networks. We really think of the global internet, but there's no global internet anymore, in a way, in the sense that in terms of intercontinental global traffic, now private networks of the big platforms carry up to 75% of the traffic, depending on the study and on the evaluation. So Google, Meta, all these companies own their own cables and fibers and satellites and whatever to connect their data centers across the globe. And most of the traffic just is routed within this private network and not on the public internet anymore. So in a way, there's less and less of a public internet. And the risk is that in the long term, the internet is no more because of this kind of approach, because we end up not with one internet, but with internet flavors or internet working services like we had in the 90s. We had CompuServe and AOL, and competing in global private networks. And we could end up having the Microsoft Internet, the Google Internet, and the Meta Internet, and you have to choose which one you want to subscribe. And they may have the same content to a certain extent, but they may also decide to show you certain websites or not to show you some, or like it happens today with streaming websites, streaming services. There might be some content that is only available in exclusive ways on a specific internet provider. And so this is really a troubling direction that could realistically happen if this trend is not stopped. So in a way, I'd say that platform regulation is really a part of keeping the internet global and open and unique. So it's really a part of the internet fragmentation debate. But the final point I want to make is that, as other speakers were also mentioning, indeed, platform regulation is national or at most regional in nature, and so it introduces internet fragmentation. But this means that fragmentation is not necessarily a negative thing. So in this case, I think it's actually desirable to have national and regional rules for content moderation by platforms. And so it's the least bad solution to the situation in which we didn't have this kind of regulatory fragmentation in the past, and the only result was to have this kind of global oligopoly never seen before in size. And so I think we understood that we do need some kind of competition rules and antitrust rules over the internet, which affect the platforms. And even if this brings up some fragmentation, then it's fine. So I'm a bit worried of all this rhetoric of avoiding internet fragmentation, because sometimes it's pushed for business reasons by some of these environments. And of course, there's this narrative that the internet must be borderless and open, which is at the end, at the technical level, absolutely valid and agreeable. But if brought up at the content level, then this really means, we have the platforms and we don't want to have rules anywhere in the world. And we don't want to have to deal with national jurisdictions. And so this is the final message, is that in the end, some kind of fragmentation is good, and especially when it comes to content regulation, it's partly unavoidable due to the difference in values that we have across the world. So the point is, how do we make sure that these rules are decided in democratic ways, and they are accountable, and they are transparent, and they are implemented well? But there's no way we can avoid fragmentation, and we should not be avoiding it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vittorio. Thank you, Vittorio gave us a great overview on how internet fragmentation, deriving from regulation, from private regulation, from private interests is also, and how it also relates with technical infrastructures. Here in Brazil, we're seeing Starlink projects like entering the country without transparency on the contracts. Meta's project also in Ethiopia, it's really concerning. So we see that the power imbalances between the countries and the lack of development in infrastructure level, and it can also affect digital sovereignty in several levels, but without any. I don't want to extend myself here because we have few time. So Professor Rolf Weber is the next one. It's Professor Rolf Weber, sorry, is the professor of University of Zurich. I can unmute him, but I can't make turn his webcam on. I don't know if he is here yet still.
Well, thank you, Yasmin.
Thank you.
I guess you can hear me, but as Vittorio,
yes, but I can see you.
As Vittorio, I get the reply that host has stopped my video, so you only see my photo and you don't see my face. Maybe my photo is nicer than my face. Anyhow, being a relatively late presenter confronts me with the problem that many things which I wanted to mention have already been said. And secondly, my presentation, now it works, my presentation coming from an academic angle looks more at the structural elements and maybe a little bit less at practical elements. So I have to come back at a couple of aspects which indeed have been discussed before. Let me start with the remark that the title of the document says meaningful and interoperable transparency for digital platforms. Meaningful is relatively clear. Interoperable is, of course, a term which can be used in very different meanings. We have technical interoperability, we have legal interoperability, and we see some progress, at least in the European Union, as far as the technical interoperability is concerned. Emma has mentioned Digital Services Act. Vittorio has mentioned EU policies. I would only like to add in very short words, we also do have interoperability and transparency rules in the adopted Digital Markets Act, as well as in the proposal of the Data Act, but in particular, we do have interoperability rules in the regulation on promoting fairness and transparency for business users of online intermediary services, the so-called platform to business regulation. And I think we can come to the conclusion that as far as EU regulations are concerned, somehow gradually we are coming ahead step by step. But what I would like to add in this context is the following. I think if you talk about technical interoperability, we have to refer to standards. And standards is something which should be developed based on a consensus of a group of interested parties. And in this respect, I would assume that more could be done. I also have the impression that we have not yet deeply discussed the aspect of open standards. If we would proceed away from silo approaches and go more into the direction of open standards, we would certainly improve the interoperability situation, and we would better the interoperability measures. Only as a side remark, at least as far as the academic part is concerned, this goes also to Nick, we do have many more open access rules now. Insofar we do have access to more data than in the past. Let's close now from my side the interoperability discussion, and I would like to say a few words also to transparency. From the academic side, I would distinguish between three forms of transparency, namely the procedural transparency, the decision-making transparency, and the substantive transparency. Looking from backwards, substantive transparency is obviously the most difficult kind and type of transparency, because some consensus would have to be reached on material issues such as hate speech or moderation of contents. And here we do have cultural differences. Insofar we don't have something like cultural globalization. Then we do have the decision-making transparency. In this context, I would like to refer to the multi-stakeholder approach. Obviously, the IGF tries to go the way of multi-stakeholderism, but it is difficult, and consensus of all interested participants in a certain sector is not easily reached. And for example, since we have Brazilian moderators, the Net Mundial 2014 in Sao Paulo has shown how difficult it is to really implement the multi-stakeholder approach, everybody on the same level. And finally, the first type of transparency which I mentioned is probably the most legal one, namely the procedural transparency. How can we make sure that due process is in fact complied with? If you give data access, how can it be avoided that different people are not treated in an equal way, that we have discriminatory behaviors, etc. And I would also think that it would be worth to be now a little bit more precise, to invest more efforts into this part of the transparency when further elaborating on the underlying document of this session. And finally, since I would like to leave some time for this discussion, I would like to bring up one additional issue, namely, how do we interpret transparency in general as far as information and data is concerned? And we do have a paradigm which has been introduced and implemented in particular in financial markets law, but also partly in consumer law, namely the mandated disclosure paradigm. And at least from the academic side, maybe mainly from US academics, but also from some European academics, this mandated disclosure paradigm is contested as viable instrument, because the critical voices argue that a lot of information leads to over-information, and then people are running into confusion effects or into Cassandra effects. And in addition, it could also lead to overconfidence, which have then the result of not really reflected decisions. So in a nutshell, more information, more transparency is not better. And I would somehow like to close the circle by referring to the introductory remark of Luca. We need more quality of information. We need auditing processes. We need somehow supervisory measures which try to foster the quality of information. It's probably a long way to go, but I think it's worth to go it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rolf. And yes, indeed, I think that is your last point, especially, is essential for us. The need to focus not only on quantity, but also quality of information. And also to this extent, what you also mentioned about the relevance of a multi-stakeholder approach, again, not to merely pay lip service to multi-stakeholderism, but indeed to receive the feedback and standpoints, diverse feedback and standpoints that are indeed necessary to increase the quality of the process, right? And also something that Yasmin was mentioning before, and also Nick was somehow reinforcing, the fact that most of these discussions take place in very northern hemisphere policy circles. So we really need to try to expand this conversation to global south actors, the coalition, the Action Coalition, Meaningful Transparency, has also been doing some efforts on this regard, together also with this dynamic coalition of the IGF. So we really have to take into consideration this importance. And then to keep on the discussion on this point, I would like to introduce our last, but of course not least, speaker, who is Dr. Monica Zanielute, who is Senior Lecturer at the Australian Research Council and also Senior Fellow at the University of Sydney. Monica, it's a great pleasure to have you with us, and please, the floor is yours. And I would like to ask the technical assistants to unmute Dr. Monica Zanielute. I'm not seeing Monica here anymore. Perhaps we have missed her. We have lost her.
No, I think she's here. I'm trying to ask her to unmute, but I can't turn her camera on. I depend on the host of the session.
Is Monica here, and have we unmuted her? Because I'm not seeing her. I see another Monica, but I'm not seeing Monica Zanielute. Okay, so if as we try to find Monica, I think we can take advantage of the fact that we have 10 minutes left to start with some questions. I see that there is also some questions in the chat of the regard any potential feedback on the recent European Digital Media Observatory Working Group report on platform to researcher data access. Maybe if any of the speakers, all the speakers, of course, both in the first and the second segment of the session, have any questions on these, any comments on these, you are very welcome. Do we have any others? Before we open the floor well, we open the mic for our speakers for replies. Do we have any question from the floor at this point? Or from any other participant in the chat? Again, I'm sorry we cannot see you, so I have to ask you to manifest yourself by taking the mic in the room and saying your name, your affiliation, and your question. Do we have any questions from the floor? I don't see and I don't hear anything so far, but I see a new question. So Rachel Pollack, I think so. You have a question. You had a question. I hope you have it. You still have the question in the chat. Let me find. Okay, yes, I found your question. So UNESCO is organizing a global conference in. So maybe you can open the mic of Rachel so that you can ask the question yourself. I'm opening your mic. So Rachel, you are now free to ask your question.
Yes. Hi, Luca. Thank you for, yes, hello. Thank you for this session. Very, very interesting. So my comment and then question is to alert everyone that UNESCO is organizing a global conference on regulating digital platforms. It will take place in Paris from February 21st through 23rd, and also virtually in a hybrid format. And the goal of this conference is to develop a model regulatory framework for securing information as a public good while respecting freedom of expression. And so transparency is a key element of this framework and also of the conference. I've put in the chat some of the goals of the regulatory framework for transparency, content management policies consistent with human rights, user empowerment mechanisms, accountability, and independent oversight. We also list 10 issues on which platforms should report to regulators. And it's very much in the vein of Ofcom's and the Online Safety Bill in the UK and the Digital Services Act in terms of focusing on processes and structures. One of the questions that we have now, and so this is a draft document that's being open for consultation. It will be posted online on December 9th, so we would welcome any comments. And one question that we've faced, and I think that the session this morning also has approached, is what are the hazards in trying to set out a global policy on regulation, given how varied political systems are around the world, and the way that content moderation affects different groups differently, and connected with this idea of interoperability and being nuanced to local contexts as well. So would be very curious for the thoughts of the panelists on this question. Thank you.
We have a hand raised. Sorry, I'm not seeing who is raising a hand now. I think it's Rolf.
Vittorio,
Vittorio and Anne. Sorry. So Vittorio, so please go ahead, Vittorio, and then Anne.
Okay. Yes. No. So I wanted to. I think this is an important question. I think that the problem is whether we want. We are talking about hard regulation or soft regulation in a way. Because I mean, most of the platform regulation we are talking about today is hard regulation and necessarily will be done at the national level. And indeed, there are risks that in certain regimes, this will be bad for human rights. But I don't see, I mean, how at the global level you can make any kind of binding hard level. I mean, maybe you could promote some kind of international treaty, but I see it really hard. So what could happen at the global level is rather setting principles, setting suggested frameworks. At the same time, if we want to do that, I think we have to get rid of this rhetoric that there should never be any kind of fragmentation or national variation and so on. Because the problem in having this debate now is that, at least I mean in the technical community where I come from, there's a significant part of the community which is refusing to have this debate and just saying there should be no national rules on content, no national rules on platforms. And this still has to go away before you can have any kind of meaningful dialogue.
Right, so we have Emma and then Rolf.
Great, yeah, thank you. And Rachel, it's a great question, and really glad that UNESCO is going to be hosting this discussion in full in February. For me, I think the main hazard in setting a kind of a global framework or a global approach to policy is how different the underlying conditions in different jurisdictions and legal systems are. And so the same regulation in place in a country where there is strong rule of law and clear kind of commitments to human rights and in practice achievement of most of those human rights through, respect of those rights through the operation of the court system and the legal system, that kind of regulation can look very different operating in a different environment where whatever it might say on its face, there's not that kind of fundamental protection for people's rights baked into the overall system. So even just in the question of researcher access to data, CDT is working on research right now about even just comparing the US and the EU on the question of, does exposing data to third-party researchers change the way that law enforcement might get access to that data under legal standards? Very different answer across the Atlantic because of how both jurisdictions kind of approach the question of reasonable expectation of privacy and what privacy rights you have in your communications data. So I think that kind of comparative overall in legal environment question is really key to understanding the impact that any kind of framework idea could have in practice.
Thanks, Emma. Rolf?
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to very quickly reply to 2 or 3 questions. First of all, as far as the UNESCO conference and the earlier question of Guy is concerned, I think we have to overcome silo solutions, and we should broaden somehow media silo and include technical community, include policies in general, include also businesses, and try somehow to bring the different streams together in order to be successful. And since I'm in the process of speaking, I would also like to quickly answer the questions of Natalia. Rugged principles are not as soft as some people think, because rugged principles have been taken up in the OECD guidelines on multinational enterprises already in 2011, and these guidelines are under revision now and are strengthened, so they are becoming relatively hard. In many countries, and in particular in the European Union, the rugged principles are implemented in regulations or in national laws. So we are in the process of making them hard, but obviously this is a Western Hemisphere approach, and maybe also an approach in Australia, New Zealand, and Japan, but it's not the global approach. But I'm relatively confident that we are on the way of making them harder.
Thank you so much, Rolf. Ollie? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Yasmin, and thank you, Rachel, for the question. We've been corresponding in the chat, but yeah, we'd love to follow up on this. I think it's a really important and timely conversation to have, and your conference sounds like a great way to take that forwards. I think to some of the other points made, I would just echo and agree with both Vittorio and also Emma. I think we are inevitably seeing a divergence of different national regimes. I don't think there's anything we can do about that, and I think the challenge is how to move forward given that. And some of my ideas at the start of the session around the sort of underlying regulatory tools being common across different regimes, I think might be part of the solution there. But definitely, Emma, your point is a really important and valid one, that different countries with different legal frameworks and different sort of starting points in terms of how embedded human rights are in the legal system and the culture, I think are really important things to consider at the outset as well. And we shouldn't sort of make any naive assumptions around all being in the same place on those sorts of points. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ollie, for this. And I think with the final word of the regulator, we may go towards the end of this session, as we are already 3 minutes out of time. I think we had a very good discussion with a lot of very interesting elements that will be shared. I hope that the video recording will be accessible soon, and I also hope, well, although I really like Nick Suzer, I hope there will not only be Nick Suzer's picture in the recordings, because it may be more entertaining also to watch the entire video recordings of the session. I think some other points that for next step that we might find very useful are also engaging in the UNESCO conference that was mentioned by Rachel. UNESCO has been doing great work on these issues, and also really feel free, both Rachel, Guy, and other friends from UNESCO, to use the document, the outcome document we have elaborated this year, because it is exactly for this kind of purpose that we have elaborated, to have it read and used as much as it possible by partners, friends, and whomever may be interested. So I would say that maybe our next meeting hopefully might be in the context of the UNESCO conference in February. I thank everyone, especially my dear colleague Yasmin, for her excellent co-moderation, and the great panelists that we have had today. It has been really a fantastic discussion, and I wish you an excellent continuation of IGF 2022. Bye-bye.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Hi. Yes. Adios.
Hi, Ava. Yeah, this session. Nice to probably meet you. Sorry, I haven't run into you. Hello, everyone online. I don't know whether they can hear us yet.
They can. I mean,
They
I
can?
had the mic, but they couldn't see us.
Oh,
but at
fantastic.
least
Thank
they
you,
could
Mara.
hear.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay.
I think we just see another copy of the Zoom.
Yes, that might be how it could be. You see Woody now. He's on.
Yeah, we can see
Thank
now.
you very much. Okay, we'll just wait for people to come. It's just after lunch break. But how are we looking for panelists? I can't see you now because I see Woody.
Yeah, so we have Olga here, Andrew, as well as Kieran, and just waiting for Dominique virtually.
Yeah, thank you, Mark.
Like a 2-minute answer.
Yeah, so I will introduce everybody. I'll say a few words, then I'll basically turn to you with a few questions. But you can, Kristen.
Sound is a little soft from in the room, just so you know, Ava.
A few minutes for the start, and then we'll come back to you as well. So each time, not more than 2 minutes. I think 2 minutes are very short. So yeah. I'm not planning to cut you off violently.
No. I just want to make sure so that
Yes,
don't go on and on.
Yeah, the idea is,
Sometimes, people ask for like, oh, you have an intervention of 10 minutes.
that's not the idea. No, we really want to make sure that it's a conversation with the audience. That's the idea. Otherwise, I would be happy to have longer. That's really fun. Oh, first you answer the rest of me. Yeah. We're waiting for Yoichi in person and Ahaji. You haven't seen him, I assume. Yeah, Yoichi.
These glasses are like great. You may want to be on that side because the camera is better. There's like a podium like there.
Oh yes, yeah, maybe go to that side.
Yeah, so if they hide you, I don't know. I don't know. That's the good.
Part of what codes is about could be brief because I'm talking about what codes is. Oh yeah. It's nothing really. It's just about basically saying, like it was formed by 6 champions, blah blah blah, and then here's their product. Great. Do you want me to say a little bit about? Do you want me to say something like so? I was planning to say for example. We launched the action plan at Banquet Hall 50, and now we need some action. And here's Dirk to dig a bit deeper into codes. Or do you want me to just completely leave that to you? Do you prefer? You can leave this to me. Part of if you look into you have the presentation. Yes, you are moving this.
If you're talking to the room, we find it a bit hard to hear you. But if you're talking with each other, that's fine. Use the microphone. Online participants, we can't see you at the moment, but if we can't hear you very well. I think that we're figuring out tech maybe as well. Don't know whether you were trying to talk to us or with each other. That's also fine. We're still waiting for audience and another panelist.
I think that was just someone who was in the background, Ava, who hadn't muted.
Oh, okay, great. I can hear you well, Andrew.
I can hear you very well. I can see you. This is Olga from Buenos Aires.
Lovely. Okay. Oh, there you are. I could perceive it briefly. It's an either-or situation in the room. So now I see myself rather than you. But yeah, that's how we're going to do it. So we have Olga, we have Andrew, Kieran. Is Dominique on the line as well?
I am here, yeah. I will put my video on in a second.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Thank you. Fantastic. So we were just waiting for another panelist, and then the room is still fairly empty. I know the online room is not. It's filling up, but we'll just give it another few minutes so people can join after the lunch break. And it seems to be chilly in the room. I apologize, I can't do anything about that, but I have raised it now.
Everybody is visit the room and
Excuse me.
Andrew, we're hearing a little bit of rustling. We're going to kick off in a moment, but maybe you can mute yourself until then. Thank you. For everybody online, we're going to start in 1 minute at, well, our local time is 3:05. Andrew, I think we can still hear you type. Oh, there you go. You're muted now. Thank you. Good. I think we're in time. I think there will be more people joining in the room probably as we go, but I do want to kick off because you're all waiting desperately for the session to start, I'm sure. Welcome, and I hope you had a good lunch break if you're here in person, and welcome to everybody online. It's great to see you. We are here for the Open Forum, Future of the Internet, Realizing a Shared Vision. And it's great to see many of you here. We know we have a lot of competition. There's a lot of overlapping sessions, but I'm glad you found the time to connect to our session today. Just wanted to say a few housekeeping remarks. In terms of the structure of the session, we're really keen to get the audience to participate. So you can feel free throughout the session to drop questions or comments into the chat. If you're in the room, feel free to connect to the Zoom as well, or otherwise you have the opportunity in the second half of the session to ask your questions or raise comments directly in the room. I'll be taking comments from both virtual and room. And just to say that, you know, the way we run the session, we want to make sure that you have the opportunity to talk. So we're going to have the first half with our panelists. We have 7 panelists. I'll introduce them in one moment. 2 of them you see in person. We're missing one, unfortunately. We're hoping that he will still join while I speak, but I don't want to keep you waiting longer. And then we have also 4 virtual panelists that I will be introducing. So in the room, we're missing Ahajimbo, but we'll see whether he will join. We have Yoichi Ida. He's Deputy Director General for G7 and G20 relations at the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications in Japan. Thank you so much. Welcome, Yoichi. And we have Dr. Marielza Oliveira, Director for Partnerships and Operational Program Monitoring, Communications and Information Sector of UNESCO. So welcome as well. Turning to our online participants, our panelists, we have Olga Cavalli. She's a National Cybersecurity Director in Argentina and Academic Director of the South School of Internet Governance. Great to have you. Thank you so much for connecting. Hello. We have, I think you can't see me, so I did wave at you. We have Kieran McCarthy, a board member of Nominet, which is the UK's CCTLD registry, and author. And then we have Andrew Campling and Dominic Lazansky. Both of them are close friends of the UK government, and they are working, Andrew's working as a consultant, and Dominic as well, and have a lot of experience working in the IETF, and Dominic as well in the ITU. So welcome all of you online, and welcome again to everybody else who joined us today. I'm seeing there's more people joining us in the room as well. I don't want to spend too much time taking the floor because I really want you to hear from our panelists. But this session really leads on from a session we held last year, which unfortunately I missed because I was on maternity leave. But my team here, and have Ross next to me from my team, the UK Government Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport. I realised I didn't introduce myself at the beginning. Maybe that would have been a good thing to do. And Ross is here with me looking at what's happening online. Nigel, you will see in the audience. I learned that Nigel Hickson is a world-renowned Internet Governance Forum expert. That he knows everyone that we walk through the floors, and I'm sure most of you will know him as well. And we have Marek Blachowicz online, and I think Stacey Hoffman I've seen as well on screen, so she's joined us from the team. Marek will be helping us, especially online, to make sure that we're seeing all the questions. So do make sure that you contribute in the comment section, and he will also see if there's hands I'm missing, so he'll wave frantically online at me through Ross. So thank you for that. This project that we've contributed to and have really pushed forward as UK government on future of the internet, there's always a good time to talk about the future of the internet, and there will probably never be a time where we don't want to talk about the future of the internet. But we kicked that off last year with sort of a UK-led vision for the future of the internet that was much more forward-looking in a positive way. I think listening to a lot of the sessions here at the IGF, it's very easy to be trapped in the challenges, the issues, what isn't working, who isn't connected, where are the sort of criminal aspects of internet and how it's being used. And sometimes we can get lost in that and don't really focus on what actually our positive vision is and how we are contributing to that and how we're making sure that it delivers for all. And also looking at our successes and how the internet has been successful, why it needs to continue to deliver on those successes and outcomes, and how we can make sure it remains resilient, secure, safe, open, interoperable, etc. We had the IGF last year, as I said, and our minister set out kind of the principles that the UK very much stands for. We also embedded them this year in the UK digital strategy the government published earlier this year, and you will also see them reflected in the Declaration of the Future of the Internet, which I believe there's a session later today that will discuss that in detail. It's a good time to look at this again. We're seeing so many discussions on internet fragmentation, which is a big focus for the UK as well, but also an increasing amount of conversations on how we can how we can tackle connectivity and really get those that are still not connected to the internet and benefit. I'm taking some personal reflections home for sure, also on the challenges that connectivity brings, even if people are connected. How can we make sure that they are able to access it and use the internet? It's not just the connecting them that is the problem. And that also leads to cultural, educational, language aspects of the challenge. And then just looking sort of ahead to this positive agenda, we want to make sure that everybody's involved in that. The UK very much stands for multi-stakeholder internet governance. We want to make sure that everybody has a role to play, understands their role within that system. And thinking sort of ahead, we don't believe that there needs to be a trade-off where you can say, oh no, the internet can only be secure, but it can't be open if it's secure. We do think you can bridge these principles that we uphold on secure and open. We think the internet can be safe, but still allow for permissionless innovation. It can be resilient, but it can still retain its decentralized nature. But it can only do all of those things when all stakeholders are playing their part within that. Over the last year, just before I close on my own remarks, we've seen kind of a lot of efforts, certainly from our side, to embed this vision in practice of internet, because we understand the vision is one thing, it's great, good if we agree, but how do we make that operationalized? How do we make sure that it actually is what we live in the internet governance world? So we started that discussion at home in the UK and had discussions on that level. We engaged in regional IGFs, and Ross has been at the African IGF, which is really exciting to see the African community's perspective on that. But also in other fora, like the Internet Engineering Task Force, again, sort of heard that organizations' name quite a few times dropped during the sessions, and it's really good to see the recognition of their role within that ecosystem. And also looking ahead, we're really keen to use the RISIS process and re-establish and reconfirm our commitment to multi-stakeholderism and really driving that process forward, and that has delivered so well for so many, and make sure that it delivers for more and even more for more. I will close there. I will move to panelists now. I'll give you a bit of a prompt, but if you're very welcome to kind of jump in on other people's points as well. And Marielza, if you don't mind me starting with you, given that you're sitting right next to me, I think that's most appropriate. Maybe some reflections on the last year. I want to start with sort of what happened over the last year before we kind of look into the future of the internet, as I say.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Well, thank you very much for having me here, as a matter, to start with. And this is a fascinating and important conversation because, in the last year, we came to the realization of the incredibly precious resource that the internet is. It adds resilience to mankind. So we talk about the resilient internet, but actually we are more resilient because of the internet. The way we continue to function, the societies continue to function, economies continue to function, education continue to function. Of course, not at 100%, but we continue to function under the pandemic is incredible. And we realized also that this is a fragile resource that needs a lot of care. But there has a lot of different strengths that we didn't know about. For example, we added 782 million new users to the internet in the last 2 years, and our infrastructure held and embraced, almost 1 billion new users. We're talking 20% of all the users in the world, and we could accommodate them. But of course, we also realized that we have differences in tremendous divides in how we work with internet in different contexts and with different work groups. But the one thing that I think it was a major success of the last year is that we made a plan together. The multi-stakeholder community actually made a plan together to close some of these divides that exist. And there are two different types of divides. You mentioned them anyways. One is the issues of connectivity and what we call meaningful access. The fact that some people are not online, they are not even connected, they don't have a bandwidth. Others don't have the device or are unable to afford the data packages, and others don't even have the languages in which to communicate, because literally about 50% of the content on the internet is either English or Chinese. And there are 7,061 languages, globally, and less than 200 active on the internet. So, but also we see ICANN. Yesterday I was in a session, and the CEO of ICANN was saying that they are closing the divide, the language divide, for 3,000 languages. Can you imagine? This is incredible. This is really incredible, because people will do actually what the internet is useful for. They will access information and knowledge, because every time we do that, we contribute to the information and knowledge ecosystem. That's when we all benefit, because actually the internet benefits even those that are not connected. When we have openness, for example, and it can exchange, scientists can exchange data sets and knowledge about that. Those not connected get vaccines too. So knowledge available on the internet benefits us all. And the fact that we are making a plan together to close the divides in connectivity, number one, and in capacities, which is the second type of divide. Not that it's less important, but as a second type of divide, is something incredible. And I really would like to say that the international community should be really congratulated about that. And one of the things that we're looking forward is the Global Digital Compact, which sets the kind of principles that we together need to to uphold and to take forward an internet that is human rights based, that is open, that is accessible, that is multi-stakeholder led, and that it really embraces everyone, leaving no one behind. So let me stop here.
Thank you so much. I'm going to pick up on a point you ended on there in terms of capacity. And Olga, I would move to you next online. If you're able to unmute yourself, I hope this works out okay. I know that you're doing a lot of work in that area. Maybe you have some reflections as well on the last year.
Now sorry, I couldn't unmute, but I'm muted. Thank you very much for giving me the floor, and thank you for the UK government for inviting me. Thank you, Marek, Nigel, and for this very interesting session. I would like to stress some issues that are more related with developing economies, developing countries. What has been, and I can say that this session is very much alike what I like, because I'm always optimistic about the use of the internet. I've been related with technology all my life since I studied engineering many years ago, and I'm always optimistic, and I think technology and the internet can bring us a lot of very, very good things, apart from the fact that there are threats and some things that we have to look at and take care of. So at the regional level, we have seen enhancing the ICT infrastructure. And so Latin America in general is enhancing the ICT infrastructure. This has an important thing. If you look at the percentage of users in the region, it's not that bad compared with other regions. But the thing with Latin America is the huge imbalance in between some cities, countries, or in between countries. So as far as we have more and more infrastructure, we will be able to close that gap, the difference in between main cities or capital cities and other regions within countries or in between countries. Also, our colleague just mentioned the thing of affordability and usability. That is something that we have to take care of. Still, the technology is expensive to buy and sometimes it's not so easy to be used, but it's for developing countries, it's complex. Most of the technology that we use is imported from other countries. We don't produce that much. We do produce software, for example, but not many appliances or computers or mobile phones. One thing important about regulations is that all countries are revising some regulations, like, for example, the privacy policies in general, mainly led by the changes made by the European Union that has impacted all over the world. But the good thing that I have seen in those processes that have been led by governments, also very much multi-stakeholder led. So all the parts of the community were involved in those processes. So I think that that's remarkable, and it was good. And also I would like to stress the fact that the technology allowed the governments to keep on working during the pandemic, and due to some good tools that we have, especially in Argentina, about e-government. And that has been very successful during the pandemic and has been enhanced over this year. And we hope to enhance it more with interoperability in between different systems of the government. So I will stop here. It's challenging for developing countries to keep on, because technology changes very, very quickly. So it poses a big challenge for governments. But I'm very optimistic, especially about the importance that we saw during the pandemic of the use of ICT, especially for government functioning.
Thank you so much, Olga, making very, very important points there. I'm wondering if I can turn to Dominique online. I know that you're doing work in the ITU and the IETF, and I wondered whether you have some reflections, not just about the last year, but also kind of just at the back of the Planetpod conference earlier this year, whether there's more that you think we need to do, where the gaps are as well. Dominique, you're still muted.
Well, there we go.
There you are.
It won't let me unmute, but thank you. And thank you for having me on this panel. And a couple of reflections, I think. One is that I just wanted to echo what I've heard from a couple of people over the last couple of days. Like, the internet is doing really well, and we have a lot of positive things that we need to take away and be proud of. And one of the things that I keep seeing that's working really well, yes, there are issues, and yes, people need to negotiate and come to the table, but the governance framework, the multi-stakeholder model, there was quite a lot of discussion about it at the Plenty Pot, especially from a wide variety of countries that don't necessarily always participate. So there were two things. First of all, they were talking about governance and how do we participate and how do we do this, and we're not sure it's working, and all of us are sitting there thinking, yeah, it is working, and we want to get you to participate more, and we want to get people in your countries to participate more, and people that are users to participate more. And I think the reflection of quite a number of us at the Plenty Pot was that actually, when we start talking about it, we realize that what's been happening over the last 20 years has actually worked. And again, in the review that's coming up with WSIS Plus 20, we will be definitely reviewing, a number of different issues, including the mandate for the IGF, and also looking at the successes and some of the sort of things we need to work on collectively as a global community going forward. But I think it's really important to take a moment and reflect on the fact that even through COVID, as our distinguished panelists said, the internet's worked really well, and we've had success in investments from both governments and the private sector primarily that have been very successful and have been brought forward because of the increased capacity on the internet. And we've also had a number of different issues and increase, at least from what I'm seeing, in different types of capacity building and information sharing online through the use of, again, being online and also being able to access people from all over the world, quite frankly, to share information. And personally, I've been engaged in a number of capacity building projects, and a couple off the back of the ITU, because I was able to engage and talk to different organizations and countries that had certain capacity needs as well. I think just one last comment. We'll hear probably a little bit more about the IETF from Andrew, because he and I spend a lot of time in there. We know that there are improvements that need to be made. We know that we need to ensure that there's more participation. But the future of the internet from an IETF community perspective as individuals is looking quite interesting. And the changes that the internet and the changes that the technology is taking on will hopefully increase sustainability if all of us do our work and continue to try to make relationships and both online and offline and work together. So I'll leave it there. I know maybe Kieran doesn't necessarily agree with all that I've said, but I'm looking forward to hearing from other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. I'm sure Kieran will get an opportunity to disagree if he would like to. You did a perfect segue to Andrew. Andrew, what are your reflections on the IETF in particular, and where we might need to adapt the internet governance system to respond to challenges, and our vision that reflects that as well?
Thank you, Eva, and thank you, Dom, for the helpful segue. It's almost as if we rehearsed that, which we clearly haven't. But anyway, let me backtrack slightly, and then I'll go on to the specifically on the IETF, because without reiterating things that have been mentioned thus far, just a couple of other reflections before I get on to the IETF. I think, dare I say it, and I'm sure it's going to come up again in the discussion, the Declaration on the Future of the Internet, I think, is incredibly important. The fact that that's come out is really helpful to provide an alternative vision for the future of the internet, perhaps to that being promoted by other parties. I think that's been sorely needed, and maybe needs to have provision for non-government signatories going forward, so it can become a true multi-stakeholder document. One of the other things I think is really important this year has been the progress on developments in global taxation. So that the tech sector sort of makes a fair contribution in the markets in which it's extracting an enormous amount of value. So I think that's tremendously positive. And also, dare I say it, there seems to be greater recognition, I wouldn't say agreement, but at least recognition about the need to act to address some of the potential harms that the internet can facilitate, sort of unintended consequences of the internet. And that's maybe leading to a more balanced discussion on things like governance, digital sovereignty, etc. Specifically, though, getting on to the ITF, I mean, certainly the fact that we're now meeting again in person, I think, is really helpful, because that was sorely missed sort of for about half a dozen or so meetings. So starting again this year in Vienna in person, and that's really started to, I think, re-energize the activities of the community. I think, though, there's been some recognition within the ITF. I wouldn't say it's universally recognized, but at least some discussion about the fact that decisions that the ITF makes, technical decisions, can have significant policy consequences. So I think one of the really important things we need to do much better is to broaden the base of engagement within the ITF, because it's not tremendously diverse, be that in terms of geographic input, and it's very highly skewed towards North America and Europe in particular. So it needs to be more geographically diverse. It certainly needs to have a significantly better gender diversity, because that is and has been for a long time an ongoing problem. But perhaps more importantly than both of those, it needs to have more input from people with expertise in public policy, in civil society, in academia, in industry outside of the tech sector, because all of those voices are sorely missing. And a lot of the technical decisions that are made have impacts on all of those communities. So having multi-stakeholder input into the ITF, I think, is something which needs action. There are no barriers to that participation, but people need to turn up. So that's something that perhaps the IGF could help spread the message. So when we meet next in mid-March in Japan, it will be fantastic to see more people there. And we are starting to run events within the ITF when it's in a particular region. So we will hopefully we'll be doing this again in Japan to help to attract those who perhaps haven't previously engaged but are interested in doing so in the future, to help signpost how they might do that. So I think that's going to be work that needs to be undertaken. But I'll stop there to give somebody else a chance. I'm sure there's plenty more we can discuss. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. I promise I have not talked to the panelists to set all of this up, but Andrew has very smoothly given me the segue to our Japanese representative. In addition to the IETF, next year, 2023, we will also see, of course, G7 presidency in Japan, and also the next IGF will be hosted at the end of the year in Japan. So, Yoichi, would love your reflections on your Japanese plans for that and how you see the internet governance kind of agenda play out, especially in relation to that positive vision for the future internet.
Thank you very much, Eva, and thank you very much for having me in this very important session. As many of you well understand, Japan is a strong believer in innovation, strong believer in technology, and a strong believer in open and free internet. And so, as many of you are well aware, Japan is a country where the population is rapidly aging and the population is even decreasing. So if we want to keep the country's economy and the society as lively as now, well, we need to make the best use of technologies, and internet is the essential foundation for the society and the economy. Of course, we understand, there are many issues coming up from the diffusion of digital technology and usage of internet. And we recognize as government and maybe as a part of society, we recognize the necessity of building up rules to face with those new challenges in the society. But we also believe those rules are not limited to government regulation, and we need to talk with different stakeholders when we design and implement the rules for technology, rules for internet, rules for innovations. So we are always trying to find the best way to building the rules into the society and the economy, but not in the way to hamper and prevent innovation. So we have been proposing some discussions, international discussions on digital policy, data utilization or AI implementation in the society, which are now discussing as a data free flow with trust or AI principles and in many international fora. And our first intention to propose those discussions are always how we want to know how we can make best use of innovation, make best of technologies, so that we can keep our society and the economy as lively and energetic as possible. And now, as kindly introduced, we are looking at the coming host country of IGF next year. And we are also taking the presidency of G7 next year. So we are trying to know how to interact these different discussions between governmental fora and multi-stakeholder fora. Even in the governmental fora, such as G7 or G20, when it comes to the matter of digital technology or digital economy policy, we are always trying to listen to other stakeholders, including industry, academia, and civil society. So next year, we are trying to create opportunities to listen to the voices from those stakeholders, communities, and try to make best use of those voices into the policy discussions, not only in G7, but we also try to find the way to strengthen the IGF framework so that the global internet policy making can work even better than now. And we believe that is the way for all of us to build up our prosperous future through the prosperous future of internet. And that is something we want to work all together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yoichi. I think I have a really powerful vision there for the next year and the agenda. Kieran, last but not least from our panelists, would be great to hear your reflections on where do you see sort of very actionable and forward-looking steps we can take as a community to make that vision a reality. Over to you.
Hi, thank you, and thank you very much for inviting me on this panel. So I just want to say briefly on the sort of the successes that we've seen this year, because I like the idea of talking positively. We spend too much time complaining about the problems that exist. So positively, there's a new ITU Secretary General who is the first female Secretary General. I think that is very good. And she's from the US. She's offered a very different vision to the vision that was offered by her rival for the role, who was from Russian Federation. So I think that's a big positive, and I hope that we'll see the ITU spending less time sort of battling with internet organizations and more time working with them to find gaps. So that's potentially a huge positive. Another big positive is potentially the new leadership panel, the IGF. I think there's a big chance there for the IGF to have greater political influence, and that will mean, hopefully, the technical voices and civil society voices will be heard at higher levels. So I think that's a potentially big positive for the internet. There's some new legislation in the US and the UK, which I think is going the right sort of direction. The online safety bill is going to come into the UK Parliament next month, but sort of in December, so very soon. And that's taking a better line, a more collaborative line. I think it's more sort of internet real in terms of how to make improvements without trying to ban things, which I think doesn't tend to work. And then the other big positive was back to in-person meetings. The ITF was in London recently. I'm in London. ICANN was at The Hague and Los Angeles recently. So in-person meetings is terrific. So those are all the positives I've seen this year. In terms of sort of adapting and stuff that needs to be done forward-looking, I would say my focus would be on the internet organizations. That's how I sort of see it. And I'd say that all of them, ICANN, ITF, the RARs, the root server operators, ISOC, they all need to get over themselves a little bit and recognize that the world needs and expects there to be a kind of a body of some form that can take input and give answers on technical issues to do with the internet. I think they need to recognize that reality. That's where we need to go. And those issues will include political, economic, and social problems. And I think the technical organizations just need to recognize that reality and embrace that reality and provide sort of technical solutions. So I think that's how we need to adapt. And in terms of looking forward, again, with the focus on sort of internet organizations, I think they need to embrace external accountability and external review. I think it's time for that. Everybody learns that at a certain point, and I think it's time the internet organizations recognize that they don't know the answer to everything, and there are a lot of lessons to be learned from other organizations in history, and it's time to start bringing that in. And there needs to be, crucially, strategic direction. I don't think there is a strategic direction right now. And there should be one. That would really help if the internet organizations had a direction that everyone agreed on. And if it was focused on action and delivery, there's a strong tendency for discussion and disagreement and kind of grinding to a halt. If there was a strategic direction and agreement to move towards action and move towards delivery of agreement, that would be really great. And then lastly, significantly improve participation, which would absolutely mean greater diversity on all levels. And I think that is really very much in their interests, those organizations' interests, to be significantly more diverse. And there needs to be sort of a wholesale reform. There needs to be someone looking at participation, saying, what is the participation and where should it be? And why aren't we there? And what could we do? Like a solid look at improving participation. And there needs to be fresh blood brought in, and that would happen, I think, as part of that. So that would be I think it's been a relatively positive year, certainly better than other years. And that's what be my recommendations, what we need to do to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kieran. I think we heard some really bold proposals there, so I would love to hear more from our other panelists, but also from the audience, because now we're opening up for our Q&A. I know there's been already a few questions online, so we'll go to those first, but if you in the room would like to start thinking about your questions or comments, and I will get to you as soon as we've gone through a few online. And also, once I reach back to the panelists, feel free to also comment on other panelists' points. I'm not limiting you to the questions that are being asked by the audience. So turning sort of half to Marek, you're online with us. Who's sort of first in line here?
Yeah, and yeah, just to second, I think the panel covered a lot of ground, and so definitely encourage people to put forward your questions or raise your hand on Zoom. I think there's been one request for the floor from Amir, and so I would call on you to take the floor to make your statement and pose a kind of question or thought to the panelists. Thank you.
Hello, could I jump in?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much indeed for giving me the floor. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you in the room. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
We can also see you now. Do go ahead.
Hello everyone and distinguished panelists. I should first of all thanks for organizing this timely session. I'm Amir Mutabir from Iranian Academic Community. I would like to talk about main reasons for internet fragmentation that can endanger the vision of one global internet. I think the main reasons are 4 reasons. The first reason is lack of respect for national sovereignty and values of all countries and sovereign equality of all nations in cyberspace. Second reason is increasing in trends of cyber threats like cyber attacks, internet weaponization, and internet militarization, and use of internet for illegitimate geopolitical goals by some states. Third reason is unilateral coercive measures, UCM, in digital environments at all levels. We witness this kind of UCM is being applying in many different layers in infrastructure, access, DNS, technology, and so on and so forth, and digital resources. A fourth reason is non-cooperation of global digital platforms with law enforcement of other countries regarding illegal content, like content related to incitement to violence, hate speech, and organized disinformation campaigns. And also lack of cooperation in preventing and combating cybercrime. We also witness that some global service providers refuse to cooperate with other governments, even in establishment of official representatives in the country. My suggestions to solve these issues are development of international legally binding agreements on internet governance based on international law. The second suggestion is establishment of global frameworks, rules and norms on responsible and accountable behavior of global digital platforms and service providers. Third suggestion is defining vision of internet as a peaceful and development-oriented environment for public good, not as a new battlefield and militarized environment, through signing a global declaration by all members. My question is that what could be a contribution of Global Digital Compact to address these critical issues and implementation of this solution? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amir. I'll take a few comments. Olga, we've seen that you wanted to come in on that. I'll bring you in once we have the other questions as well. Pablo, I think you have your hand up.
Yes, I do. Thank you. I'm Pablo Hinojosa. I work for APNIC, one of the regional internet registries based in Australia and working in Asia Pacific. And I have a question following up Kieran's intervention. He mentioned about the leadership requirements also from technical organizations and the need for coordination also at the political level, which is very interesting also from your recent paper that you published from the Tony Blair Institute, which offers a very interesting perspective. I want to follow up around that. And basically my question is bottom up or top down. You talked about the leadership and if it is sort of at the secretariat level or at the community level. So that's one question that I want also to compare as well with the situation of the IGF and the IGF's future. We have a high-level panel recently established, and we have a community of 20 years also participating very actively. So what insights would you offer about the leadership in both cases, the IGF and the technical community?
Thank you. I'll give Kieran an opportunity to respond to that in one moment. Just wanted to see whether there's any questions in the room. I don't think we have any at the moment. So why don't we go back around to our panelists? Olga, I know that you wanted to come in on Amir's questions and comments.
Thank you, Amir, for the question. It was quite broad, but I would like to make some comments. One about fragmentation. We have been talking about fragmentation from different perspectives. Internet has changed over the last 20 years, but we have been talking about that for 20 years. And that was one of the main issues of the World Summit of Information Society, like 15, 16 years ago. I'm always optimistic, and I believe in by intelligence. And as soon as there will be a fragmented part of the internet, I am sure that it will be overcome by some new technology that will interact with and will make it broad and unique again. This is my hope, and it has been happening since the many years. And about cybersecurity and cyber threats, there are several efforts done at the global level that, for the good, they have been more open through the time. And for example, the open-ended working group that it's meeting virtually next week, and it will have a meeting in New York next year in March. So the remarkable thing about this process, for example, that at the beginning it was closer, now it's open, and it's not only open for governments, it's also open for civil society and technical community. So I would stress the fact that these processes are happening. It is not easy. The visions are different, and they have different perspectives, but it's a good place to interact and to learn. At the national level, and I would say at the community level, one of the most important things is raise awareness. If we all learn how to protect ourselves, so the level of impact of any cyber threat would diminish in an extremely important way. And also capacity building, but not only for technical community and for technical people, capacity building at all levels, and especially for children, young people, and older people that have more problems to access the internet and that don't understand or not aware or don't know all the details. So it's our role, those of us that are more involved, to act locally and our communities. And if each of us do that, that will have a global impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olga. Any of our in-person panelists who want to come in before I go back to Kieran and Dominique? Mm-hmm.
Thank you. No, I mean, I think our question, the questions that were raised were spectacularly important. So I just want to, touch on a few of those. On the issues of, for example, on assessing the internet ecosystems and looking at the positives and the gaps and the negatives, that exist. I just want to say that, with UNESCO, we've been, UNESCO has been working with 44 member states right now to implement a deep national assessment of internet ecosystems, looking at on the basis of a framework that we call the ROAM, the Human Rights, Openness, Accessibility, Multi-Stakeholderism, and 303 indicators, out of which we can literally identify all the gaps that exist in different contexts. And this has been applied from, starting with Brazil, Germany did it, we recently have, we have 17 African countries undertaking that, so that we can really see what are the issues in each place, in each location that really need to be addressed. Then we also, I hear about the competence, the issues of building capacity, which is incredibly important. And I just want to highlight that decision makers have been asking us, for this kind of capacity development. So we've been working, for example, with judicial actors. We trained last year this year actually, we finished the training of 4,500 judges and public prosecutors from 140 countries on artificial intelligence, digital transformation, and the rule of law, because they make decisions. First of all, they adjudicate disputes that arise out of digital transformation, artificial intelligence, without the deep knowledge that they need, to actually do that. And also they apply these technologies to the justice systems themselves, so they need to know where are the harms, what are the potentials, what are the opportunities, and so on. We just developed and launched with the ITU, which was a very close partner with the Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development. It's a joint venture, let's say, between the ITU and UNESCO. We just launched in September a competency framework for civil servants that is actually addressing capacities in ministries of IT, so that they can understand all, and acquire all the competencies they need to guide and lead digital transformation in the country. We just completed also the Transforming Education Summit, when the special advisor of the Secretary General was talking about the need to expand, access to education, and create digital platforms for that. So we are advocating not only for the digital platforms with open educational resources made available, but also media and information literacy. So we have a curriculum to start building capacities for people to really resist misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, radicalization, cyberbullying, and all that, which we know are harms that exist in the ecosystem from the very earliest age, all the way, learning all the way through their lives, to really address this potential harms. So there are quite a lot of different initiatives out there that are trying to exactly address some of the issues that our the people who raised questions mentioned. And I think that we are going to see a very transformed internet in the next few years, and I really want to congratulate Japan for being the one that will host this movement forward. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that we have one more question before we go to Kieran on Pablo's question. I might just take another one from the online space. Marek, maybe you can help me point out who that is.
Yeah, so I think there's a hand up from the Ghana Viewing Hub.
Oh, great. Please go ahead.
If you could just... Yeah.
We can see you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you too.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hi there.
Yes, thank you so much. We are being about Ghana. And my question is with regards to the internet fragmentation or internet shutdown. More often than not, we get to see government agencies trying to shut down the internet, especially during elections, just all in the name that they want to protect the servers from being hacked and other stuff. What is the internet governance going to be about this? Because we feel like it is an infringement of people's rights. Imagine someone having an online interview that is totally not related to the election or whatever. And because of the so-called election, the person cannot have access to the internet because the government has chosen to shut it down. Are there policies being enacted, implemented to fight against it? And if there are, can we have access to the link And then the other one is that advice house for people who feel they are enterprise and thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I will go back to our online panelists. I have Kieran, Dominic, and then Andrew. Kieran, do you want to kick off? You had a direct question there from Pablo to you.
Yeah, so I think Pablo's question was about ISTAR and IGF and bottom-up, top-down leadership. And so on that, I would say, well, ISTAR, if people are unaware, that ISTAR is basically the sort of the heads of the internet organizations occasionally get together, and usually around a crisis. And I think that in theory, that's a good approach. What I think the problem has been is that there's been just the sort of heads have come together. They've not really built a structure underneath it. And so it has typically in the past worked on personalities, whether they literally get on with one another. And so that's not a very good way of doing sort of inter-organizational work. So I would argue that by almost obvious solution is to find the people several stages below that and get them working with one another on topics that everyone can agree that they have crossover on. And some of the issues raised by some of the speakers are topics that I think the technical community could certainly recognize it has a role to play in. So I'd like to see more of a bottom-up approach to that and literally having different layers, different people in different layers of organizations working together, and then it be bubbled up to the leaders at the top who help make decisions about how they're going to progress forward. I think that would be a much more effective system than we have right now. Likewise with the IGF, I mean, the leadership panel, I think is theoretically, it could be really useful. It will raise the profile of the IGF in UN circles, and that can only be a good thing. But there is this tendency, and it's happened many times in the past, people that have been following internet governance for a long time will know that whenever there's a big issue, there's sort of, well, let's bring in the great and the good and put them on a sort of important group, and they'll figure out an answer. And it hasn't been very effective. And I think the solution to this is to find the right kinds of leaders. And there have been a few over the years, and the right kind of leader is the one that genuinely wishes to reflect what the broad consensus is of the internet community. And if you get those kinds of leaders so they end up being voices for what the community comes up with, then I think that's great. And then the flip side of that is a much more effort is needed into getting more people participating and agreeing what is the general consensus, and then to have that reflected by these sort of chosen leaders at the top. So I think we've got it a little bit upside down. We keep bringing in leaders at the top and expecting them to navigate through this impossible series of problems, and that can't be done until you've had sort of a general consensus by everybody else. It's not easy, but we keep trying to find shortcuts, and it hasn't worked yet. So that would be my answer.
Thank you, Kieran. I'm really conscious of time. We have a few more minutes. We just were granted that online and in the room as well. But we want to wrap up soon. So Dominic and Andrew, if you could keep your comments quite short, because I want to also give opportunity to have a few last thoughts from all panelists at the end. Over to you, Dominic.
Yeah, sure. I'll be as brief as I can, and I know we're running out of time. So following on from Kieran, a couple of things. I just want to impress that the IGF is literally the only place that all stakeholders can come and meet and talk about things. So I agree with the leadership aspects that Kieran talked about, but don't forget, even the ITU, the council working group is still not open to all members or even sector members yet. So it's really important that we try and figure out how to get more participation, whether it's through individuals like, paying for other people, or just trying to get more people involved. And that also goes for the IETF. And I think a lot of it has to be around the fact that we need new ideas and new people. I know a lot of us have been doing this for quite a long time, and I love all of you, but I think we need to kind of bring in the people that are the doers, because they're the doers and the thinkers, right? And on the other hand, and one last thing I want to say around fragmentation is I think another concept that needs to be discussed that's perhaps even a little more important than fragmentation is consolidation. Fragmentation is happening because of regulation or digital sovereignty and other things going on in the geopolitical world. Consolidation is happening on a technical level, on all levels of the internet, either because of financial or business reasons or technical approaches. And I think we need to think more about that, and I'm kind of queuing up Andrew a little bit, to think more about that in order to ensure that the technical aspect, the technical background of the internet is sustainable. And thank you for the panel, by the way, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Dominique. Andrew.
Thank you for that. And just on Kieran's point first, without rehashing everything you said, because I fundamentally agree with it all. The one observation I make, I think the idea of the IGF leadership panel is extremely good. The question I have is whether the individuals that have been appointed to it have the bandwidth, or in some cases attention span, to actually make it work properly. Yeah, I think it's a great concept, but maybe just needs a bit of fine tuning on the participation if it's to make a real difference. And I agree with Kieran's point about it needs to reflect the views of the community fundamentally. And then very briefly on, again, Dominic queued me up very nicely on the sort of fragmentation versus centralization, which I think is an enormous concern. In my view, centralization is far more concerning in the short to medium term than fragmentation. Because we are in grave danger of sort of reverting back to walled gardens operated by major tech conglomerates. I'm not convinced that's the right way to go, and it has significant implications from an end user perspective, be that for things like privacy, data access, dealing with malicious content, misinformation, and very obviously major antitrust concerns as well, and not forgetting resilience challenges that it also poses. So that needs, I think, both to be recognised and addressed, not just in the technical community where there's some discussion about it, albeit it's difficult because the dominant players in that community are the same companies that have that dominant market position, but it also needs to be thought about and addressed elsewhere in the multi-stakeholder world as well. As I say, my view, that's at least as significant a threat as fragmentation, and that needs concern. But I'll stop there because you're going to want to have some closing comments from everyone, and we will run out of time. So
thank you, Andrew. And a really good reminder. I think there's a lot of conversations about fragmentation here at the IGF, and it's a good reminder that there's certainly also trends to go in the other direction, and they're not necessarily contradictory in some ways, as you kind of pointed out. We're closing the session, but I want to give all panelists the opportunity. This will be one line. I only want one line, but I want to get one takeaway between now and the IGF in Japan next year, one thing you want to see or want to leave IGF audience with that's hopefully practical in implementing our future of the internet vision. Marielza, I'm going to start with you.
Well, one line, I'd like to say that UNESCO is inviting all of you for a conference on the 21st to 23rd of February 2023 in our headquarters in Paris, when we'll be looking at the future of, the regulation and standard setting for internet platforms to work for the public good. Particularly looking at how do we defend and protect freedom of expression online. So please do come.
It's a fantastically specific thing that we can all take away. So that's great. That's setting the scene for all the other panelists. Olga, do you want to go next?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation. I invite you to the next South School of Internet Governance. We had 200 students this year, all free, and now with the university diploma if they succeed in the 3 stages of learning. And my comment to everyone, stay tuned, raise awareness, start with yourself, then with your family, with your colleagues, with your students, and keep on looking at what you're doing with the internet, not only about security, also about fake news, and be careful about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olga. Kieran, can I go to you next? One takeaway or one thing you want to see between now and the IGF in Japan?
I just would encourage anybody that has got to the point where they're following the IGF, so we're already a fairly small subset of people in the world, to ask a question and to tell people what is the barriers that they have to getting involved more and their participation, to literally tell people what the issues are and why they're not more involved, and so that we can start a conversation about that.
I love that. Thank you so much. Andrew, over to you.
Thank you. The one thing that excites me looking forward is Twitter, because I think the takeover of Twitter, I think, is really going to drive a very important debate about the future of content moderation, and that needs to be had. And then very specifically, multi-stakeholder community, please come to the ITF 116 meeting in Yokohama, either virtually or better still in person. It's 25th to 31st of March, and I put a link in the chat which will take you to how to register. And there's plenty of free access virtually for people that can't afford to pay the entry fee. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Your diaries are filling up really, really fast. I'm hoping you're writing that down. Finally, Dominic, your one takeaway.
Sorry about that. Two takeaways. First of all, I'm excited about the IGF and the IETF in Asia Pacific, and excited to be going back to there. And the other takeaway is I'm super excited about all these people who haven't been online yet that are hopefully about to come online this year and next year in 2023. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you for making that one line. That actually worked. I expected somebody to rebel against that instruction. Thank you all panelists. Fantastic discussion, really, really practical. It's great to have such a positive discussion and focus on successes, but also identify where we can do more, but build on the successes rather than trying to just scrap the internet and start over, which I'm sure would not lead to any better situation either. So thank you all. Thank you for audience members and for sticking around. We really hope to continue this conversation. You have your events in the diary now, so we expect to see all of you there, and I hope you have a good rest of the IGF. Thank you so much.
2 Strasbourg time, I think 1:15 in Addis Ababa, and
No, it's
8:15 in the morning.
4:15 in the afternoon, Menno.
Right. I'm totally
2 hours ahead of you.
There you go. Okay, so 4:15. I'm very happy for everyone to join this session on the W questions, the what, why, and how are we going to combat hate speech together. This session is a 1-hour open forum co-organized by the Council of Europe and the UN, Agency on Prevention of Genocide. And we will have a short introduction about 2 standard setting documents or 2 guiding documents from the UN and from the Council of Europe. And afterwards, we'll split into working groups or breakout groups where we will dive more deeply into various elements of how to combat hate speech through education, by using monitoring data, legislation, or support measures for victims. So we'll have breakout groups, and then we will come back in plenary to hear from the various groups what they came up with, how they think that the standards can be used and what can be done in this area that they've been discussing, and who has which roles to take. So it's also multi-stakeholder, and that's typically for IGF. It's a multi-stakeholder platform, so I think it's very important that we give space to all different actors in the room to discuss how they can contribute to combating and preventing hate speech. That's the line of today. My name is Menno Ettema. I work at the Council of Europe on the Anti-Discrimination Department, and I was co-secretariat to the recommendation on combating hate speech that has just been published. And I will moderate most of the day, and I'm joined by Jutta Groll, who is our on-site moderator in this session. I give the floor straight away to Julia Moser, my colleague and co-secretariat to the recommendation, to quickly introduce the recommendation. Afterwards, I'll give the floor to Simone from the UN to discuss, to introduce the UN action plan on combating hate speech. I'm checking if Julia is here.
Menno, the Zoom system just says join a breakout room. That is not for now. We will have these 2 statements of about 5 minutes, and then we are going to the breakout rooms. So do not leave, stay with us.
Yeah. I just want to check if my colleague Julia is now here, because I don't see her at the moment.
She joined, yes, it's just she doesn't have the name.
Yes, I am. I managed. Hello, everyone.
The floor is yours, Julia.
Wonderful. Well, let me start by apologizing. I had some issues, as many others, to step in, but it's now a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'm Julia Lucchese. I work for the Media and Internet Division of the Council of Europe, and I was co-secretary of the expert group that elaborated the Council of Europe recommendation on combating hate speech, which was adopted by the Committee of Ministers on 20 May 2022. I would like to just go through the recommendation very quickly, because I know that the breakout sessions are then an occasions to go and focus on specific aspects that are set in the recommendation itself. So just a couple of information regarding why this instrument was considered necessary for European states. There was more and more awareness that hate speech phenomenon is complex, is deep-rooted, and is multidimensional. And one-to-many examples were witnessed about how it negatively affects individual groups, but also the society at large. Also, in parallel with the digital developments, we have seen it increasingly present not only offline but also online, but equally resulting in interference with human rights and violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms. So the ambition of the Council of Europe recommendation was to combat hate speech by providing a comprehensive and multi-stakeholder framework, identify and implement measures to prevent and to combat it, but also to promote a culture of inclusiveness and help those targeted by hate speech to assert their rights. To achieve this goal, it was first crucial to provide a common definition of hate speech, which was lacking, and at least to be taken as a reference in order to apply the guidelines of the recommendation in a consistent and coherent manner. So we now have a proposed definition of hate speech. What is important to highlight is that it was a common agreement of the member states to have a broad definition. So something that was purposefully open-ended, in listing all kind of grounds of discrimination, but remaining open so that it can be interpreted not only in line with the evolutive nature of the European Convention on Human Rights, but also with the development of the hate speech phenomenon itself. So coming to the proposed measures, the member states are required to ensure that properly calibrated legal policy and other measures are to be applied against that speech based on its severity, the harm it causes, and its impact. And for this very reason, the recommendation makes a distinction of hate speech between hate speech that is prohibited under criminal law, hate speech that is subject to civil or administrative law, and other types of expression, offensive or harmful expressions, which are not sufficiently severe to be prohibited, but nevertheless can call for alternative responses. We will focus on the legal framework covering criminal, civil, and administrative law and legislation regarding hate speech taking place online during one of the breakout sessions. So the only general remark I will make now is that the entire approach follows the principle of proportionality, requiring therefore inter alia to apply criminal sanctions only as ultima ratio. But to take a comprehensive approach, legal measures are also proposed alongside non-legal measures. So promoting awareness raising, education, training, and the use of counter speech and alternative speech and intercultural dialogue are measures proposed in order to address the root causes of hate speech, but also to inform about the harm that it causes. Other measures are provided in order to require states to put in place the effective support mechanism needed for those targeted by hate speech. So including psychological, medical, and legal assistance, but also to raise awareness about their rights and enable them to report hate speech. Again, other measures are indicated in order to monitor its speech, analyze trends, and make it available, also with a view to anticipate some forms of its speech. Now, the fact that the recommendation addresses not only Council of Europe state authorities, but also other key stakeholders is a peculiarity of this instrument, but also something that somehow was a necessity for the recommendation to be comprehensive and to be effective. In fact, it came clear that other actors, such as public officials, political parties, media, internet intermediaries, and civil society organizations have a key role to play. And without their involvement, the states alone are unlikely to make it. So this was also the reason why in the very drafting of this instrument, we reached out and benefited from the support of a variety of states authorities, but also representatives of internet platforms, non-governmental organizations, partners, and international organizations, such as relevant agencies of the European Union and offices of the United Nations. Now, I wish to conclude these preliminary remarks because there is much more debate to be done than focusing on specific sections, and therefore I pass the floor to you, Menno. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julia. And indeed, the breakout groups will come back more on the various chapters. We should be joined by Simona from the UN agency, but I don't see her in the list at the moment. So I take this that she has not managed because of technical reasons. So I'll take the opportunity to quickly mention that the UN also adopted an action plan on combating hate speech. It's the UN Strategy and Plan of Action on Hate Speech, to be precise. This is from 2019, if I remember correctly. 2019. And it's basically guides the UN agency on what they should be doing to combat hate speech. But it's as such, it is also a plan not only for the UN agencies, but also for member states and other actors that the UN engages with on combating hate speech. And there's many different subchapters, and I think the original document was later worked out to a much more detailed framework of action. And parts of, I think, what characterizes this action plan of the UN is the need to work multi-stakeholder, to have to convene all the relevant actors to work on this, to engage with new and traditional media, and to use technologies in the work. There's a very strong emphasis on using of education as a tool, and counter speech of countermeasures. I think the underlying principles of our course are for the UN to promote peaceful, inclusive, and just societies based on human rights and understanding. And to do this, they were engaged also in advocacy, very clear and precise external communication as EU agencies, and building the competences of UN staff, but also in the member states to build the competences amongst different partners to address hate speech. I think what's particularly important to mention is that the UN declared 18th of June International Day on Combating Hate Speech, and they had their first International Day this year, and it will again be next year, so it will be now an annual event that takes part. And I'll just put in the link to the UN strategy in the chat. So there you go. So I apologize on behalf of Simona that she could not be here, but I know that several of our speakers have worked also with the UN strategy, so they might also be further able to elaborate on the strategy in breakout groups. As I mentioned, and as Julia also mentioned, the recommendation is recently adopted in May. The UN strategy is already adopted a little bit longer, but it's still in the process of being rolled out and further made concrete. And that's why this session that we want to hold today at IGF is not about what are the problems of hate speech or why is the problem of hate speech, but rather to say, okay, there are recommendations out there. There are clear guidelines written out by the UN and by the Council of Europe for the European space. And now what? How do we implement it? I mean, the documents is only the starting point. The recommendations are a starting point, and we actually need to move to action. And the question is, how do we do that? Who does what, and when, and where, and how? So these are the W questions, a bit cryptical in the title, the W questions, the what, the when, the where, the how, and the who, which we would like to discuss in more detail. Thank you, Seychelle. She provided the detailed guidelines in the chat, which I think is much more, which covers much more than I was able to do in the last 2 minutes. To allow us to further deepen the discussion, to also learn from practices that exist across the globe, to also invite the participants in the open forum, we'll have breakout groups till the whole hour, so till 3 o'clock in Strasbourg time or 5 o'clock in Ethiopia. So we have a half an hour. The participants online can choose between 3 breakout groups, breakout rooms. One is legal framework, which will look into how to provide a legal framework covering criminal, civil, and administrative law that can actually be human rights compliant and proportionate to the context and actually be a useful tool to combat hate speech. That's group one. The second group is support measures, which will look into how to provide support for persons targeted by hate speech. The third one is monitoring. This is about how do we monitor hate speech effectively online in particular, and how can we use such kind of data to more effectively address hate speech through policies and practices. And then we have a working group on education and counter speech with the question, okay, how can education and the use of counter speech actually be used to prevent and counter hate speech, and how can this be more effectively implemented and supported for a long-term reactions to hate speech. And then there's the last one, that's the on-site room, which is specifically for those who are in Addis Ababa. That breakout group will be guided by Utah on the spot, and that allows you to look away from the screen for a moment and discuss between you, and then come back with ideas. The idea is that we come back at the whole hour, so at 5 o'clock in Ethiopia or 3 Strasbourg time. And then we have a short feedback from all the different working groups on what were the key points of action or examples of action that can be taken and by who. So we'll have a quick round of all the feedback, and then of course this will lead to the final report. That's it for me. For now, I'll see you in half an hour from now, and I invite everyone to choose the breakout room that they would like to join, including in Ethiopia, or if you want to join the on-site discussion, then you follow Juta's lead. I'll see you in half an hour.
Okay, I hope this will work. And those of you who want to join one of the number 1 to 4 breakout rooms, you may stay in the room, but then separate a bit. Or otherwise, if we want to do together the 5th breakout, then I would just suggest I come a bit closer to you, or you come a bit closer to me, so that it's easier to discuss. And I think we are free to choose from the 4 issues in the other breakout rooms what you're most interested in.
Hello, Jutta. Welcome.
Hello, Menno. Can you hear us? Can
No,
you
I
see
can
us?
hear you. Yes, exactly. Okay, I'm very sorry that maybe the technician on site can check what's with the mic, but maybe we take the opportunity then to give a small round of feedback from the other working groups that have joined. I understood that not all working groups took place because of the limited amount of groups. One of the groups was on that took place was on education and counter speech. Maybe Deborah, do you want to quickly recap what we were discussing there? I'm trying to see if she's here.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, people on site especially. Just very quickly, on education and counter speech, it was raised from the beginning the issue of making people aware on what actually is or is not hate speech, so when responding. So there was the need on how education can actually tackle that by increasing the notions and, you know, the level up the knowledge of people in being able to respond. And then there was another observations, for instance, on the issues that we have when it comes to contrasting hate speech, you know, on finding actually the ways to enable, especially young people, to do so when we are in hostile environments, but basically there are older people that already kind of compromise the environments which we are in and basically don't allow us to do much. And so there is, again, the need to have a more recognition of the work done by civil society and looking for coalition allies. So we talked about, for instance, the Italian environment. So even when there are not so good conditions, by putting together different stakeholders from different fields, they can all use education together to tackle these issues and to act to integrate what is the human rights-based approach as it's presented in the recommendation in the plan, to initiate actions and to advocate for changing from different point of view, pushing together as, for instance, different part of civil society. We talked about, for instance, different roles of university, but also of cultural kind of environment, not only those related to formal education, but different fields of our ordinary life and how they can integrate the efforts to integrate human rights-based approach to effectively integrate this practice to defeat hate speech and ask for regulation. So I would say that these were the main founding, but I'm very curious to hear from others. I don't know if you want to add anything, Menno. And welcome back, everybody.
I don't have much time. We don't have much time, but just one point is that there was the question of freedom of expression versus hate speech, how to do that. And the point was here that education is actually a safe educational setting is a perfect moment to actually discuss the responsibilities that come with the right to expression and the right to opinion, and also the question of how to address hate speech. Not everything is necessarily liable under criminal, civil, administrative law. However, you can still take action on it, or you could still challenge certain things that are being said and how it's being said often. And education is a wonderful tool to actually make people reflect on their behavior and behavior as a group within a group, especially in the classroom setting, for example, or in a youth group. So, and there were some tools. I'll share the tools that we shared. I'll put it in the chat as well for everyone to take. Thank you very much, Deborah, and the participants that were in our subgroup. The monitoring group just joined. A lively discussion, I assume, because you were a bit late, so that must be a good sign. So I give the floor to, who do I give? Just to hear very shortly, 1 or 2 minutes, what was discussed in your subgroup.
Yeah, I'll try very quickly to summarize. Hello, everybody. I'm Stefan Manevski. I'm also working with Menno, the No Hate Speech and Cooperation Program Unit at the Council of Europe. We had a very lovely after lunch or before lunch discussion with 3 people, with Sejal and Mano. And I would like to thank them for this little exchange that we had in the group. So I'll also try to summarize a few things, but then also feel free to take the floor, Sejal, if there is anything to be added, and also Maren as well from your perspective. I mean, a couple of things we discussed on how to monitor hate speech, so that that we can effectively use this data that has been gathered through policy and practice. Basically, there is a lot of complementarity when we speak about international standards, which are requiring qualitative and quantitative analysis, basically to look into different patterns within the country when it comes to hate speech, but also to make sure that the mechanisms are effective to react to that hate speech. Phenomena in general. There are several calls that were made also from our speaker Sejal also when it comes to the UN agencies, but I guess it's also beyond that. It's also this need to reach out to tech companies and try to work more directly with them. And at the same time, also Maren shared this very optimistic view of how sometimes the EU regulations or European regulations in general, also all the Council of Europe ones or wider ones, also create this impetus for cooperation with companies, because then it also drives this cooperation in a certain direction, which goes more into discussing specific issues on how to prevent hate speech through the different online platforms. Now there is this question of what is the responsibility of tech companies to collect and disseminate data, how to make this data publicly available, but then also how to make this data also used from within the process of public policy and beyond, also in terms of programming. We also discussed a little bit on the different international standards, how they also contribute on national level. There was also this optimistic view shared that it doesn't only help to set the direction, but very often it's quite important to have this process of cooperation and share and have a bit of a wider view when we speak about hate speech, and the way of the monitoring that is also useful to see how some developments and some policy reactions or programs in different countries actually create results, not necessarily only to one's own country, but also trying to compare with other countries. And this is particularly interesting and applicable in Europe, as this was more of our little discussion group. And then, I covered a little bit this talk on transparency. I think this call of having widely disseminated, publicly available data again comes back into the same discussion. And I'm very sure I'm forgetting some of this, so I would like to invite the members of our group, especially Sejal and also Maren, if you have something to add, feel free to do so.
If you do want to add, please be very, very short. Yes, Sejal.
Yes, thanks very much, Stefan, for that neat summary of what we discussed. I think another area where the Council of Europe recommendation provisions around monitoring are particularly strong is that it recommends that member states take appropriate measures to ensure that law enforcement effectively record and monitor complaints concerning hate speech, and also set up an anonymized archive of complaints. And that body of information should be available, or should be disaggregated, but also should be available to relevant stakeholders wishing to access that system. And also it suggests or recommends that member states should establish a data access framework, allowing such stakeholders to access relevant information that the state has in relation to hate speech on the online environment. So I think that's really an advance that hasn't been seen elsewhere at the regional level.
Thank you very much for pointing it out, Sejal. And I do invite people to read the recommendation. Also, it explains the memorandum where we elaborate much more on these kind of conceptual thinkings. I will put the link again in the chat in a minute. I just want to check, Josephine, did your group have a meeting or not? Because I know that there were not so many participants.
No, we didn't. Nobody showed up.
Okay. Great. Then I give the floor, well, not great, I'm sorry, but yes, then I go straight to the on-site working group. Jutta,
Can you hear us
Yes.
now? Wonderful.
Yes.
So it fits very well in because we took the first breakout group, which was legal framework, and we got an overview from several countries, from South Africa, where there is a comprehensive legal framework, but it's still difficult to criminalize hate speech online. There are no criminal sanctions on this. It's mostly working on a notice and takedown approach. We then learned that German law is very similar to the South African law. We learned from Kenya that there is a legal framework, a national act that has implemented an institution that is independent from government and is charged with monitoring hate speech and also content that is based on ethnic differences. Then we learned from Ethiopia, which is very interesting. They have also an approach that is comparable to the German Network Enforcement Act, with a time frame of 24 hours after receiving a notice of hate speech, that hate speech has to be deleted from the platform. Hate speech is defined as a crime as well as misinformation. And for example, if an account has more than 5,000 followers and hate speech is disseminated, that would lead to an aggravation of the punishment. So the wider the hate speech is spread, the more aggravated the punishment will be. We heard from Sri Lanka that there is no hate speech law, but there are some laws that could be used to address hate speech. For example, laws about discrimination. Let me have a look at my. I think that was the country overview. We were also informed of the necessity to address hate speech with comprehensive laws, especially from Ethiopia, where it was said that genocide has been preceded by hate speech. So that makes clear the importance of addressing hate speech. We have two main takeaways for you for the report of the session. One is that although we need a definition of hate speech that provides for a global understanding, there still needs to be taken into account the local, regional and national background, and that might make a difference to the definition of what is hate speech and what is not seen as hate speech. And then everybody agreed that even though there is legislation in place in various countries, the implementation of the law is very difficult. Law enforcement is facing difficulties to collect evidence, whether it is hate speech or not, and even following up with those who have been disseminating hate speech is very difficult to have enough evidence to bring that to prosecution. So that's from Ethiopia, from Addis Ababa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jutta, and it's also good to hear the context and the experiences from different member states of the UN across the globe. With this, the time is up. I know it's way too short. However, through the links, you can also get in touch with the Council of Europe Secretariat if you have further questions about our approach to hate speech and what's happening in other European member states. Same goes for the UN. You can contact them directly. Otherwise, through the contact form on that website, you can also get in touch. And on the IGF website, interactive schedule, you can see us as speakers, so you can also directly connect with us through the chat function or the direct linking function. I hope to continue this discussion on how to address hate speech effectively across the globe in partnership, because I think it's a lot about multi-stakeholder and working together for more equality and human rights online and offline. Thank you very much for the technical support team and Jutta for helping us on site, for monitoring all the speakers. Thank you very much for the prep work and for facilitating the discussions in the various breakout groups. Thank you very much, everyone. And with this, I close.
Yeah, thank you, Menno, for having us, and thanks to all the people in the room. We will report back. Thank you.
Next, and our Assistant Director General, Tawfiq Jalasi, joins us for the panel. So bear with us for a little bit, 3 minutes more. Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, thank you very much. We're going to start. Let me call our moderator, Cedric Welshwoods, to join the panel. Thank you very much.
Hello, and a very warm welcome to you. Apologies for being late. I'm Swiss, and it provides me physical pain to come 3 minutes late. So I'm sorry for that. We were caught in traffic from the African Union, and even the driver hadn't foreseen on this kind of jams on the way. A warm welcome to all of you participants online and in the room, and particularly also to our panelists here, and apologies also to them for being late. We have here to the right the Assistant Director General, Dr. Tawfiq Jalasi, Dr. Ubena, who will join us online, Mr. No, he's not there. Mr. Ope Olugasa hasn't arrived yet. Yes,
I'm here online.
Oh, you're online.
Thank you.
Happy to hear. This is Dr. Ubena or Mr. Olugasa who's speaking? Because we can't see you yet.
Yes, this is Okwe Olugasa.
Oh, very nice to have you on board too. And Ms. Linda Banjo and also Misako Ito, are my colleague from UNESCO Nairobi. So, dear participants, today we will learn and exchange about the e-judiciary and how ICTs and AI tools can be a solution for enhancing the administration of justice. But we will also consider the related challenges and the changing role of judicial actors worldwide in the aim to uphold the rule of law and in the AI era. Now I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Tawfik Jelassi, UNESCO's Assistant Director General for Communication and Information, to deliver the opening remarks.
Thank you, Cedric. Good afternoon, good evening to all of you. Since we are starting this session a bit late due to the matter that Cedric explained, I'll try to shorten my remarks to try to help us be back on schedule. Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, colleagues, I'm very pleased to be with you here for this special workshop on artificial intelligence and justice. As I suppose many of you, if not all of you know, UNESCO has been very active for close to 10 years now in organizing training programs for judicial operators, judges, public prosecutors, judiciary operators worldwide. This training has consisted very much on updating judiciary operators on regional and international standards in the field of freedom of expression, safety of journalists, freedom of the press, and access to information. To date, we have trained over 24,000 judges, prosecutors, judiciary operators in 150 countries. But of course, the question became, what's next? And we know in the digital technology side, we know of one very promising technology, artificial intelligence. And we decided to look at what new opportunities, what new applications can AI offer to the judiciary operators, but also what are the maybe the risks involved, what are the things to watch out for. So recently, actually last spring, more specifically last March, we launched a massive open online course on AI and the rule of law. We believe this is a quite unique offering. Certainly it's the first of its kind in the UN system, but maybe also from international organizations. We were delighted that in this first offering of the online course on AI and the rule of law, we had over 4,500 judges, prosecutors, and judiciary operators enrolled in this course and following it throughout. Personally, I received some email messages from few people who, after 48 or 36 hours, we said, we completed the course. I was very impressed because these people, it meant that these people really took the course almost on a full-time basis, not just 1 hour from time to time or a weekend per week, to complete the whole course in a matter of 3 days. So this is very important. I believe this is, AI, as we know, can help streamline, can help redesign, can help simplify some of the processes involved in the judicial administration. But more than that, if you look at a subset of AI, which is case-based reasoning, certainly this technology can also help judges and public prosecutors learn from past cases when they are processing a case at hand. So I think this is very powerful. We saw applications in a number of countries. UK is one of them. South Africa is another one. Just to mention a couple, an African country and a European country where we saw promising applications. But for us, we have to be loyal to what UNESCO has been advocating for a number of years. And you heard at this IGF event, the Rome X framework of UNESCO. That is, when we use technology, when we develop and deploy and design technology-based systems and applications, we anchor that in Rome, again, R for human rights-based approach, O standing for open to all, A, accessible by all, and M, following a multi-stakeholder approach. So this applies to AI systems as well. We have to fully respect human rights. We have to respect human dignity. We have to be sensitive to gender equality. So there are a number of issues that we believe are central to this piece of work. especially since last year when UNESCO came up and had approved by 193 member states the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. This is the first normative instrument of its kind in the world, an in-depth look at the ethical side of AI, and we are delighted when it was unanimously approved by 193 countries covering the 5 continents. So I think this is a major development that we have to take into account. Why? Because we know about AI applications, example in facial recognition. Is that something good that we can allow that, in some countries, for some maybe systems, including the police, whatever, we can use AI to recognize people's faces and to use that data for digital surveillance. So again, I'm just flagging some of the issues that AI brought to the fore that did not exist with past technologies. We have been working with partners, of course, the Future Society, which is a co-organizer of this workshop session today here. And we acknowledge and we are grateful for the collaboration with the Future Society. Other key partners with whom we collaborated, the African Commission on Human Rights and on People's Rights. As Cedric said, we just came back from a meeting at the African Union where we have other ongoing collaboration projects. But also, we have been working with the regional courts, including in Africa, namely the African Court on Human and People's Rights, but also the ECOWAS Court of Justice, that is the Court of Justice of the Economic Community of West African States. And finally, another key partner, the East African Court of Justice, among others. So this is not just UNESCO necessarily by itself, this is UNESCO collaborating with other stakeholders, with other partners who bring in their thematic knowledge, field expertise, but also sometimes the regional context in which we want to apply AI and the rule of law. Let me stop here because we have some high-level speakers, panelists to share with us their insights, their experiences, and best practices. I'm sure that at the end of this session, hopefully we'll have new ideas that could help us pave the road going forward. Thank you all, physically and also online, being part of this session.
Thank you so much, ADG, for this overview of the current work and global work which is being undertaken. And as you highlighted, this is very much about regional activities on AI in the justice system. And of the 5 interventions we will hear, actually 4 will be really coming from Africa, only 1 from India, a very good example, and proposition 2. Now, we are having difficulties of bringing Dr. Ubena online, so we will continue. He is there. We are working on it, and I will therefore delay this presentation, and we will give the floor now to Mr. Ope Olugasa, who is the CEO of Law Pavilion, and he's working on strengthening the justice system through introduction of innovative solutions to address the obstacles faced by the judiciary. And he will, as I just mentioned before, have a particular look at AI in the African judiciary and look also at context-related challenges and how new tools can be used to support justice in Africa while upholding the rule of law. So thank you for joining us online, and you have the floor. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Okay, so permit me to share my screen.
We hear you very well, but we see you in person and not no presentation yet.
So I'm not allowed to share my screen yet. Host has disabled that. I don't know if the host can allow me to share my screen so I can just speak to it.
Right. You are you?
Okay, great. So. Okay, I guess you can see my screen now.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So good afternoon. Thank you so much for this invitation. I'll just speak very briefly to the need for technology and artificial intelligence in African judiciary. Lessons from Nigeria. My name is Okpe Olugasa from Law Pavilion. And our mission, simple, is equipping the justice system to enable people and businesses achieve their potentials. So what's the problem statement in Nigerian judiciary? I'll just look at this data here to make it a little bit graphic. This is for a particular magistrate court between January 2019 and May 2020. I can see there the statistics for concluded matters. For civil matters, 219. Pending cases, 452. In criminal, 872 were concluded within that period. 1,194 are pending cases within that period, and 4,295 new cases on criminal matters were filed within that period. Now, you will agree with me, and this what has shaped some of our technology interventions, that this is a troubling potential disaster waiting to happen, because the rate at which new matters are being filed in court, the court system in Nigeria, and I believe that's also the same thing across Africa, the court system cannot keep up with that pace. And no wonder statistics recently from Hill actually says that 6% of these people actually just resort to self-action. And to an extent, that's actually the root cause for some of the symptoms we're seeing in our own climate here, insecurity and quite a number of such. Now, so what are the solutions that we have preferred as at Law Pavilion? Now, we've concluded that human intelligence alone is no longer enough. So we needed to integrate technology, we needed to integrate artificial intelligence to help enhance human intelligence in justice delivery in legal practice in Nigeria. Now, what are the interventions we have introduced? Essentially across two broad areas. One, first one is e-library, that's electronic library and electronic legal research. Now, for these two, what we did, we introduced electronic law reports into the system so that judges, instead of spending 50% of their time looking for authorities using hardcover, hard books, now we digitized that. Then we annotated the laws of the federation. So it becomes what I said, when I say annotated, it means each section of the law is explained with cases. So judicial case, authorities that have interpreted those laws, we actually put them together. Now, this makes it easier for judges to quickly look at the provisions of the law and then quickly identify precedents on that to properly interpret the provisions of the law. Then we have an appellate feedback system for judges. Now, what this does is to help them enhance the quality of their judgments. So if a a judge in a lower court delivers a judgment, yes, it goes to a higher court on appeal. Now, when the appellate court takes a decision on that, the lower court judge is notified that this is the position of the appellate court on it, so that subsequently the lower court judge can then correct himself or herself. Then we also introduced legal analytics. Part of the challenges we've had here in our clients is conflicting judgments, quite a number of such. Now we actually compile this together. So on each principle of law, we will show the conflicts, we show the exceptions, and then we show the history of that authority in our cases. In our jurisprudence. So it becomes easier for judges to take decisions promptly, of course, with quality at the back of their minds. Then we introduce electronic textbooks, local textbooks and journals still on the platform. And then more recently, we then introduce artificial intelligence assisted document review. This is a form of a judicial decision support system. So when lawyers file matters in court, usually in Nigeria, they have written addresses. So instead of the judge having to first read the written address, then try to find out what issues to be formulated on it, the system automatically takes in the whole written address and then searches through the precedents to bring out related cases that have dealt with such matters before, and then extracts all the legal authorities within that written address, so that the judge can easily have a summary of it and then look at the authorities, the references, and then look at cases that are related, and it becomes easier for the judges to take their decision and then adjudicate on those matters. So that's the first the first intervention. The second broad level intervention is we call it e-registry. So essentially it's about electronic filing of court processes instead of having to do everything manually. But the intervention we put on this is actually with timestamps. So it helps track timing, how fast the court officials quickly respond to matters that are filed online. Then electronic payments, electronic service of court processes. Service of court process was a major challenge also here in our climb, and then this solution is helping to serve that electronically, and then the proof of service is easily gotten at the court. Then notification of schedule electronically as well, and then we also introduce case management system that helps manage the workflow of matters in court. It calculates the average age of cases in court. Ordinarily, it takes a number of years, about 5 years for high court, and then on the average about 20-30 years to prosecute a matter from high court to Supreme Court in Nigeria. And then so with the case management system, we're keeping a tab on the average age of case so that judges can quickly dispose the cases before them. And then what are the visible outcomes on in this over a period of 10 years? Now, I'll measure this in terms of the growth in number of cases disposed at the Court of Appeal between 2009 and 2019. And this is the graph from 2009 up to 2019. And with this, when we introduced technology to them in 2012, I tried to introduce local solutions to them in 2012. Now, in the last couple of years, there has been 200% increase in the annual cases judgments given by the Court of Appeal. This is 3 times improvement, and we think that with better appreciation, with better adoption of technology, the justice system in Nigeria can even do more. The same thing with within Africa. Now, having looked at this, we also then move on to consider other AI solutions. Now, so we just recently introduced something, we call it a new disruption in civil and criminal justice system in Nigeria. And I'll just play briefly a 1.5 minute video to demonstrate what we have done. And this is essentially really rethinking the acquisition of justice in Nigeria using artificial intelligence and blockchain, such that we're bringing justice really closer to the people, especially to solve the challenge of insecurity in Nigeria, and then reforming the criminal justice system in terms of evidence, crowdsourcing of evidence, profiling of suspects, and just let me play the video in, let's say, 1.5 minutes.
Introducing Just Ease, your social legal app for community security and easy access to justice. The Just Ease app empowers you to know your rights and duties, and so it's okay. Speak up whenever your rights are violated. The Community Security Watch feature provides you prompt notification on reported crimes in your area or community in seconds, empowering everyone to speak up and report every crime, whether you are the victim or not. The panic button lets you signal for help when you are in trouble. This immediately shares your GPS coordinates with your pre-selected contacts and alerts police around you to come to your rescue. You can also access a comprehensive directory of lawyers or police stations near you. Oh, one more thing. The real ingenuity of Just Ease is its dashboards that rely on the power of GPS, artificial intelligence, and blockchain technologies to form a reliable and tamper-proof digital evidence bank available for investigators, lawyers, and judges in a format that is admissible before the court. Its crowdsourcing model of evidence and crime information gathering within any location in Nigeria, and the artificial intelligence facial recognition feature embedded in the dashboards enable the profiling of any criminal suspect by running it through a crowdsourced evidence bank stored in the blockchain. Much more, the dashboards measure and calculate the rule of law index for every state in Nigeria. Now your safety is in your hands. Download Just Ease today on Google Play Store. Just Ease, disrupting the civil and criminal justice system in Africa.
Now, this is what we have just done recently, and we're using artificial intelligence to integrate crowdsourcing of crime information that's admissible in the courts in Nigeria. So it becomes easier. It's a disruption to the criminal justice system and even civil justice system in Nigeria, because part of what we are doing right now is such that the common man on the streets can easily file a matter via this app, and then digital courts can easily take it up. So it's a form of online disposition system as well. because the common man on the streets need to be served justice. And these are the ways we've been doing this, and we're still pushing this in Nigeria to ensure that artificial intelligence becomes the mainstream in combating crime and criminal justice system. Thank you so much. So in conclusion, my idea of the future of justice delivery in Africa is shown where cases are concluded in less than 1 year. Right now, it takes about 15 to 30 years to conclude all through the 3 tiers of courts in Nigeria. And using artificial intelligence, this can be much better, much faster. And that's what we're doing at Law Pavilion. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Olugase. And these were very interesting lessons from Nigeria. And you pointed first out the challenges, like 4,300 cases filed for duration of criminal cases, but also the growth of cases at appeal with a 200% growth, but also some opportunities like the legal analytics, but also, of course, a few challenging parts. I think the Easy app, the Just Ease app, could be discussed from a human rights perspective, and from the part of the face recognition, the digital evidence-based pursuits, also the AI assistant document reviews. So we will have time for discussion a little bit later. I ask you to please reserve your questions and points for a little bit later. We will now first hear Ms. Aishwarya Giridhar, who is working in the Technology and Society team at the Center for Communication Governance in New Delhi University. And her work primarily focuses on issues relating to data protection, internet governance, intermediary liability, and emerging technologies, but also, of course, on opportunities and challenges related to the digitalization and use of AI in the judiciary. So you have the floor. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you to the Assistant Director General for having opened the floor, and he has other appointments. So.
Hi, am I audible? Well, great. So I work in civil society, so I guess my job is to introduce a few roadblocks into our thinking about AI and quick deployment. And I think we can all agree in general, this is also an issue that tends to come up in India, is that we do need faster disposal of cases. Justice delivery does take an exorbitantly long period of time. And so I do think there are ways in which we can use technology to make that process a little bit better. But I did want to highlight 3 broad challenges, or 3 things that we need to think about when we're using AI technologies in the judiciary and more generally in law enforcement as well. So one is with respect to transparency and the concept of trust in the judiciary. The second is with respect to the challenges with digitization and infrastructural capacity. And the third is with respect to privacy. So if we start at a very basic level, I know that this is an issue in developing countries, for example. We need to be able to ensure a basic level of access to the internet and access to digital services, especially when we require users or individuals or litigants to communicate with anything that's technology-based. And although the rates of internet access are different among urban and rural areas and are different within countries. Again, what this can lead to is an issue of exclusion of the most vulnerable and marginalized people, which is something that you see with tech-based solutions in general. So the first thing that we do need to focus on is the fact that everyone is actually able to benefit from the technological interventions that we want to make. The second is on, especially with respect to the judiciary, I think having access to computer systems, digital literacy at all levels of the judiciary is important. And especially when we talk about different kinds of AI, I think that's, one of the things that I think everyone who works with AI can agree on is that nobody can really agree on what AI is. So depending on the kind of tools, it becomes necessary to also make it very clear what the limitations of the tools are. So for example, if we're talking about predictive policing, or where we're talking about risk assessment tools that are used in sentencing or used in assessing bail applications, for example, the fact that a software tells you that someone is more likely to reoffend doesn't necessarily tell you anything about the metrics that were used to come up with that output. And so especially as a judge, as a police officer, as someone who's making decisions that affect the liberty of an individual based on what a software system says, it's important to know what the limitations of these kind of systems are. And the third is, I guess this is again like a more basic infrastructural kind of issue, is that a lot of, especially when we're talking about things like digitizing case records, right? A lot of it relies on, as the first step, making sure that you have machine readable versions of documents. And now if you have, like I come from India, there are a number of vernacular languages across different states. In trial courts, you have very little that is written in English. And so you have to first transcribe, you have to have machine reading systems that are able to accurately transcribe what a case document says, which is usually handwritten, to be able to do any kind of like further processing on that. And as currently, at least the rates of accuracy of these kind of technologies is very low. And so that is sort of a basic stumbling block when you come to, for example, undertaking things like trying to analyze what a decision is saying, or like trying to figure out what a piece of evidence, summarize a piece of evidence for a judge, right? So you need to be able to actually tell what the document says. So I guess what I'm trying to get at with this is that even at a more basic, like more simple interventions, for example, even things like creating a case docket, a case list, to make it more efficient can have significant impacts on justice delivery, especially when people figure out how to game the system, or if there are factors that aren't taken into account when making these assessments, right? So the second, and maybe what I'll spend the most amount of time on, is on the importance of trust in the judiciary. The whole basis of trust, the whole basis of legitimacy of the judicial system is trust. And so there are two significant issues that AI systems can impose here. So one is with respect to the nature of algorithms themselves, and the second is with respect to the actors who develop and license these algorithms. So I think here it's useful to maybe just think about what we're discussing. So usually when we talk about AI, we're talking about machine learning algorithms, which basically their whole goal is to be able to perform a task by learning from previous data and without being specifically told how to do something. So this can lead to very unexpected and interesting outcomes, but it also can mean that it's very unclear how they arrived at those outcomes. So now that leads to two issues. One is what you call the black box problem, which is that it's very hard to understand the reasoning behind decisions, which can make it very difficult to understand whether or not an outcome is fair. So especially for things like, so there's Compass, which is a tool that has been used in the US to assess the risk of re-offense for people who've been convicted, to see what their likelihood, as in to make decisions based on detention, parole, sentencing, etc. So now, if you are a person on whom this tool has been used and you have been assessed to be high risk, it's very hard to understand what the basis of that assessment is, and if they're making the use of protected characteristics, for example, or if it's discriminatory or biased, for example. There's no real way for you as a litigant to be able to understand or seek redressal for outcomes that are based on AI systems, right? The second is also on ascribing liability and accountability. So for example, when an AI system or when a software makes a wrong decision or is discriminatory or leads to outcomes that are unfair in whatever way, who exactly do you hold liable? Because you can't really hold software liable. So then do you hold the person who developed it liable, which is a whole team of people? Do you hold the person who made a decision based on that liable? So again, we need to think about this before we start deploying AI systems, right? The other thing is that the judicial process is based on the concept of explainability. The fact is that you need to understand, this is why you have the reason for decisions being made available, right? Like the fact that you need to understand the reasoning behind a judgment, a reasoning behind a decision, so that you can assess and contest that decision. And so any kind of AI tool that you use in a judicial context needs to have very high explainability standards so that people are able to contest it where it leads to outcomes that they think is biased or unfair. So partly this could include things like, very basically things like the factors that are used in assessing the outcome, the role of human actors in the algorithmic development process, what the input data is, what the different weights are that are given to different factors, things like this, right? Now, the second broad bucket issues that I was talking about with respect to transparency is on who designs the software that is being deployed in these systems. So now, in most cases, algorithms and software is being designed by private sector institutions, which have proprietary software. And so you don't really have transparency into some of the things that I said, like the factors that are used in making assessments, the kind of like weightage that's given to different factors, for example. But also you don't have any kind of audits, so it's not possible for someone to go out and see if there are, if for example, a software is leading to biased outcomes before it's deployed. So what this essentially means is that there is there's a lack of accountability. It's very hard to hold someone accountable when nothing about the way that the system operates or nothing about the way that, where nothing about the way the system operates is made clear. So for example, there was a case where the Michigan's unemployment benefit system had incorrectly flagged over 34,000 people of fraud, which meant that they lost all their unemployment benefits. A lot of them had to face bankruptcy, a lot of them lost their houses. So this had very significant implications for the rights of all of these 34,000 people who were incorrectly, again, flagged as being fraudulent. And I think later it was found that the error rate for that software was well over 90%. So this is a very basic example of how this could have been a very easily avoided outcome had there been more audits, had there been more consultation, had there been more information about the kind of information that the algorithm was accounting for in making its decisions. Similarly, Compass, which I just spoke about, is had been developed by a private company. It relies on proprietary algorithm that makes any kind of auditing impossible. And so there was a study that later found that Black defendants were far more likely to be tagged higher risk of reoffense than white defendants, and this was false. Incorrectly tagged it as being at a higher risk of reoffending. And so there are some studies that you can do once an algorithm has already been deployed. But again, at that point, it might be too late because you have a lot of people potentially, depending on the scale of deployment, whose rights have already been infringed by a system, right? Now, the last kind of concern that I want to highlight very quickly, I know I'm probably running short of time, is just on privacy. So I'm going to keep it very short and just talk about primarily the issue comes with what kind of data sets are being used by developers to train algorithms. So how is the information collected, and is the information that's being used disproportionate to the purpose that's meant to be served, right? For example, I think they found that HART, which is a system that's used in the UK, similar to for identifying the risk of reoffense again, used existing police data, used postcode data, but also I think used data from a data broker, right? Which again, I think there were concerns about where the data broker got the information from, and I think again, concerns were raised about the fact that it was from illegal sources. So again, when it comes to something like this, how legal, how morally, right? How ethical is it to use data sets that have been collected illegally is one thing that we have to consider. And secondly, also what kind of information is useful, or like what kind of information should be fed into this. So predictive policing models rely on social media posts, for example. Now, is that a valid source of information for making decisions based on something that might be totally unrelated, right? So these are broadly the concerns. Very quickly, again, I think there are a few ways to address this. One is to just figure out whether we really need to be using AI in a system. Just because we can doesn't necessarily always mean that we should. So I think there is a conversation about what kind of tools you want to use at what stage in the judicial process. And even when you do use tools, the need for public consultations is paramount before a system is adopted so that you can figure out what the potential pitfalls are. The need for audits, again, similarly, so you can see if there are biased or unfair outcomes. The need for small-scale deployment, pilot projects cannot be overstated because, again, like a lot of things might show up only when you actually deploy the software that you weren't prepared for. And so doing it on a smaller scale prepares you for what you can expect at a larger scale. And then also having monitoring and review processes to address some of these issues as they come up. So yes, I mean, those would be great steps to take once you do figure out that you want to use AI.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya. This was really important. Mainly, you highlighted the challenges like exclusion, the importance of trust and the black box problem, but also the privacy challenges and also a few ways forward. Thank you for pointing out to that too. We will now come back to the African continent, and I will invite Linda Bonyu, the founder of Lawyers Hub Africa, to speak. Linda is a digital expert working on digital policy and justice innovation within the African continent. She's also the CEO and founder of the Laos Hub. The floor is yours in 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I was trying to share my screen and then all my secrets came up on here. But I wanted to just share a bit about the work that we do. And okay, just 1 minute. I will stop my video. Yeah, I was just going to share about a few things. A lot has been said, and I'm not going to bore you. But I wanted to share highlights from a report that we did recently. It's a report on AI and justice in Africa. We launched it last week at the Africa Legal Innovation Week. And there are a few learnings that I think it's useful to share. One about digitalization, about the concept around artificial intelligence and what's actually happening in the continent is we're seeing this digitalization powered by virtual courts. And so when I'm talking about lack of data, which was pre-COVID, we have now a lot of African courts really taking up the use of virtual courts, and so it's powering everything else within that context. So we have digital payment systems and people really going for the use of, and I like the first presentation that was done by OPE around payments and assessment of fees and bonds as well. And so we're seeing that happening a lot within the African, context. I'd also want to say the second point around it is the question I must answer is what's the changing role of the lawyer and what should be, done by lawyers in this specific context. So one of the things that we're seeing for lawyers now is really case management systems, the need to speak coherently within the justice sector. So even as the judiciary is adopting of the use of technology, we see bar associations actually coming up with new ways in which they're managing advocates and verifying advocates. And so on a larger scale, we see the need for concerted efforts around digital issues that we're talking about, even within the context of digital trade. And so because now justice is now being productized. And so how are we looking at digital identity for lawyers? Because we've had issues around verification of who is a lawyer and who's not a lawyer. And that's really a big issue across the African continent. And so the second issue that we are also seeing was, and we see justice following the same patterns of technology adoption within the African continent. So you see Nigeria and South Africa and Kenya and Morocco and Egypt really being drivers of change within the tech ecosystem, but then also the same following within the judicial sector as well. I'd also want to talk about, the lawyer as a strategic litigator. We see new aspects of people really pushing for their rights. There are conversations happening around bias of AI systems in digital lending, which digital lending has been a huge issue in Kenya, and the central bank now coming into force and issuing guidelines around that. And then we see data protection regimes now within the continent now having clauses around automated decision-making processes and saying that any automated decision-making process should ideally be supervised by a human being, which is really relevant for the judicial sector as well. And so what's the changing role of a lawyer in this? That the lawyer and the judge now needs to be a computational expert. And we had sessions last week on discussions around should lawyers code, should judges really get to code as well, so that they actually understand the thinking around data sets and machine learning that get us to, artificial intelligence. And how do we also drive adoption? We've seen contexts around the African continent where capacity building is focusing on infrastructure and laptops and iPads, when the person who's using this technology really is not really shifted in mindset. And so there's a need for capacity building in digital skills for the justice sector, especially the lawyers and the judges, and to see how to get them to adopt these specific technologies. Because without data, we can't really build, accurate data sets and build a really great judicial system. I'd also want to mention something that you talked about. I think you mentioned this case of Eric Loomis versus Wisconsin State, where the Compass, technology was used to determine whether he was going to be a repeat offender or not. And I think that really drives us towards, one, on strategic litigation, but then also two, to really build up data sets that are relevant to the African continent, because our technology that we are using is foreign and it's private, and mostly it's American, and our digital policy is mostly European. Then how do we balance those interests and ensure that our judicial systems also mirror the African context in that sense? I think my final comment would be on the role of the judge. Is our courts, are our courts going to be the courts of first instance, or are AI systems going to be the first instance? And this we've seen lately from China, where you now have AI systems making a decision first, and then the judge then now reviews that decision, rather than having the judge first and then having the machine review that specific one. And I think for Africa, that's suffering case backlog, which is a huge issue, and I like what Ope highlighted on the time frame for deciding cases to be more than 10 years in certain instances, when things can be, changed, shifted, and decided within a year. I think that's something that we need to look at. My final comment would be, to see ways in which we are working on this. The Lawyers Hub is working actively. We have a digital policy institute that's training. We're working together with judges, telco operators, and we have different courses. And we convene the Africa Law Tech Festival, which really focuses on capacity building to get Africa to the next level. Since 2019, we've trained over 10,000 lawyers to get them to really understand these specific issues within artificial intelligence. And so if you really need to read the report on AI and judicial systems in Africa, you can find it on lawyershub.org. I think it really offers great insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda, so much for this presentation and highlighting the changing roles both of lawyers and of judges, and also pointing out that automated processing should be overlooked by humans, and the need, of course, for capacity building. And we have all heard about UNESCO's work in this domain. We will hear now more about this from our colleague Misako Ito, who's UNESCO CI advisor, a regional advisor for Sub-Saharan Africa. And you're based in Nairobi, and I give you the floor.
Thank you, Cedric, and I will be really brief for the sake of time, and I will be repeating some of the points already that has been raised by the panelists, but also by the introduction of our Assistant Director General for Communication and Information. But UNESCO has undertaken in 2021 the need assessment survey on AI for Africa. And one of the most important recommendations arising from that survey is the need for capacity building for AI governance within the executive, legislative, but also the judiciary. So that's why, as our ADG mentioned, we have a project that is called Judges Initiative, where we train over 24,000 judges on the international standards of freedom of expression and the safety of journalists. And we added a new module on AI and the rule of law. And we had a first pilot training of that module, which was a physical training with the Eastern African Court of Justice very recently in September. To highlight, what our previous speakers mentioned, what are the benefits in adopting AI in justice system, but also what are the risks associated by integrating AI in the system, including the implication to human rights. And the training was extremely successful. Because first, AI is being used in judicial processes by already several courts in the world, but a lot of cases relating to AI has been taken to the court, because this is an area where we still do not have regulations on the use. So UNESCO will be continuing these capacity building programs. And we will be also working with the African Court on Human and People's Rights, and also the ECOWAS Court. And lastly, another point that I wanted to mention in addition to this capacity building for AI in Africa, and I think our previous panelists have already raised that, we hold a regional Southern African Forum on AI in September this year. And the forum was the first forum to build public awareness on the technical dimension of AI, but also on the ethical and human rights dimension, and building also the ownership and the leadership of African countries on these technologies. And one of the key outcomes, so in relations to the, in addition to the capacity building that has been raised in the outcome document, which is available like WinDoc declarations, is the need for decolonize the data set on AI, because currently the AI technologies rely on low quality and non-representative data from African countries with limited data on local languages, which do not reflect over thousands of languages that are being used in Africa. So there is a need to work more on data decolonizations and ownership in addition to capacity building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Misako. Now I hand over the floor to participants here in the room. You please raise your hand if you want to speak, have a question, and want to intervene. The same for people online. Please do raise your hands and or put a question into the chat. Thank you. That's okay. So please introduce yourself, and then we'll listen to you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tesfaye. I am Vice President for Federal First Instance Court and the spokesperson for Ethiopian Federal Courts. And today's presentation, the panelists, it is highly related with judiciary, and as you know it well, that judiciary is a conventional and international institution. Therefore, I feel that we can adopt and adapt some of the AI and digital products to our court system. Having said that, we in Ethiopia have also a legal framework that helps us to use AI and digital products to entertain cases. But I feel that the experience of Nigeria and India is a telling one. I think we can learn from them. And having said that, there are some things that I want to share. This AI, how we need to use it in our court system, in the justice systems. And I think the data that we are going to use, that we are going to inculcate in our justice system should be protected, because those data are inextricably linked with rights, with the interests, with life, with the property of the litigants. Therefore, the cyber security, the data security that we are launching, that we are installing in our court system should be highly protected. That is the first thing that I want to add. The second one is interoperability is also, I think, is very important. Because if the judiciary is having its own system, ICT system, and the police and the prosecution office, prison administration, then it's going to be a fragmented one. Therefore, having an interoperable AI system or the ICT system is, I think, is very critical. What we have is like a fragmented one, a piece one. The court will come up with its own projects, and the others will come up with their own. That, I think, is a problem. And the third one that I want to add is that attitude is, I think, one of the problem that we have in our not only the Ethiopian judiciary but also internationally. Because if you want to come up with a new project, with a new ICT product, then the court, as it is a conservative institution, they say that we want to carry out our responsibilities, our businesses with the previous laws. Therefore, attitudinal change is, I think, very important. The final point I want to raise is that UNESCO is giving different trainings for lawyers, for judges. There is a big appetite here in Ethiopia for the federal courts, for the federal judges. We want to use AI. We want to catch up with cyber justice. To do that, we need to create an appetite in our judges. To do that, I think giving a training is very important. Therefore, the Federal High Court President, His Excellency Brana Meskel, is also here, and I am also representing the Federal First Instance Court. I think we can discuss later in how to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We will have now first, there are several people. I will ask you to please keep it short, even though short. I really love the interventions, would have a lot to say, and I think my co-panelists too. But let's keep it short so that a few more people can intervene. I want to first, somebody online raised the hand. We will try to connect Nicholas and Lenin, Anan, and then it's cut for me. The name. If we can hear you at a distance, please intervene.
Hello, can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I just wanted to say that there are obvious benefits for the adoption of AI, but my caution, particularly within Africa, is that we should be careful not to chase the buzzword without laying the foundational structures for it. And I say this because in 2019, Ghana launched an e-justice system, which was supposed to facilitate filing and make court cases run faster. But in adopting the system, only one courthouse provided the infrastructure necessary to do the scannings and the filings of the cases. And so now you actually spend more time filing and getting your case to the court than the manual system used to operate. So it is important we get the foundational structures right so that when the system falls into it, it operates seamlessly. Otherwise, we get a counter-effective result if we just chase the buzzword of artificial intelligence in the sector. Thank you.
And thank you so much for this intervention. I think many people will agree with your point and have some experiences. Now, I think another two wanted to intervene. Please, where's the mic? Is it still back with me? Oh, no. Can you please hand over the mic? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Nana Kofi Asafwedu, Executive Director of the Ghana Domain Name Registry and Chair of the Ghana IGF. I just have 3 points to make. I came here because I was curious about the use of artificial intelligence as related to justice. A lot of representation has been between digitalization, which is separate from what I consider to be artificial intelligence, which is basically machines doing the work of humans as far as they can go. So I want to know whether we have any intent of separating those two concepts, or we're going to be discussing them together. And if so, how do we do that? And whether is a better approach. The second thing is I'm very excited to see that AI can be used to speed up the judicial processes. But I'm a little concerned that artificial intelligence can be used to make judgments, because I don't even think that the problem of natural language processing has been solved. I think that when it comes to a point where any AI can fully understand text and all its nuances, that's when it can then now be asked to make a judgment. Because even today, if you put words in Google to translate from one language to the other, it still makes small mistakes. And the third one is that Ashwarya talked about the fact that before systems can be used to make judgments, they have to do a lot of consultation. And I want to add that it's also a matter of having very high standards and regulations for software testing, because a lot of software can be written and deployed, and nobody knows what systems assurance testing, rigorous tests have been done before it's used. Because if software that is used to judge cases is tested on a lot of dummy cases, a lot of false positives are definitely going to come out. So it's a matter of software testing regulation as well. Thank you.
I know we are a little bit over time, but I will want to give the floor to the fourth person here. Just as with regards to the session, I want to say something that, of course, we have a large definition of AI, and you're right that sometimes between digitalization, digital transformation, and AI, there are overlapping areas. But we had a number of examples where it was really AI. If we were speaking about AI-assisted document review, Mr. Olugasa mentioned that, but also the other cases and examples from Ms. Girida on accountability and trust were really AI-related. But now you have.
Thank you very much. My name is Brahman Meskel. I'm from here, Ethiopia, Federal High Court President, and my colleague, Vice President for Federal First Instance, Mr. Tasfaye explained earlier. I just first would like to thank you for your wonderful presentations. Really, the Nigerian experience, the Indian experience, that are inspiring us. My reflection is very short, and it's clear that just to reflect that we have high interest in introducing, using technologies. The Ethiopian government in general and the institutions, Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Center and the judiciary, federal judiciary is highly interested in modernizing the judiciary, the service system. So without technology, there is no access to justice. Access to justice is a right of human being. So we cannot ensure unless we use these technologies. As we used to deliver justice manually, it is going to take time. There is delays. As we all know, justice delays, justice denied. We don't have any excuses not to use these technologies because technology is timely, efficiently help us to deliver justice. So really, I just want to emphasize, let us work together. Ethiopia population is 120 million people. If we are going to reach these all people, we used to put in place technologies, relevant technologies. Technologies have been proven themselves. They are efficient elsewhere. Why not here? The global communities, human being is everywhere, human being. So we don't give some excuses, but we need to make sure scale up the best practices as well. just my emphasis is, let us work together, let us collaborate, let us build capacity, let us exchange experiences. As that's all my reflection. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. President of the Federal High Court, to join the session. And we are, of course, very happy to join forces and work together, and for your interest in joining. Now I will give the floor very rapidly. In a 1 or 2 minute, you can respond by our panelists. I hand over the floor first.
Thank you very much for the questions. My name is Linda Bonyo from Kenya. And I think I'm just going to say the point on interoperability is really important. And I think that the justice sector has been removed from efforts around digital policy. And I think that's the missing link within the justice sector. We over-focus on what's happening in the judiciary, but then we are not engaged on how do we get meaningful access? And I think IGF is a really great platform to bring those two ideas on justice innovation, but then also digital policy. And that's the gap that the lawyers are really striving to get to. And when we talk about interoperability, sorry, there's a lot of discussions that are siloed. Judiciary is on its own, lawyers on their own, and the digital policy movement is actually on its own. I think there needs to be a speaking together. And what I talked about around payments on one side and looking at data on the other side, they all need to speak to each other. And then I think finally, I think we didn't talk too much about AI, especially myself, because of the stage of development. I don't have
Okay. I'm gonna give it back to her once she's had some water, I think. No, I just wanted to, I guess, re-emphasize one of the points that was made, which is with respect to the need for data security, and more specifically, at least the way that I think about it, the importance of robust data protection laws around any information that we want to deploy in the judiciary, because of the sensitivity of the information and the impact of rights on rights that it is likely to have. So I'm just re-emphasizing that. I also I guess I was a little bit unclear on what interoperability would mean in this context, because if we're talking about like more easy data sharing, that again, I think we might need to assess what levels of anonymization, what data security practices, et cetera, we have before we're able to share across different sectors of the government. But yes, now I can see that you've had some water, so maybe.
Okay, the bottle refused to open. My enemies in my village are working too hard. But I just want to say one last comment. I think on interoperability, if you study the justice sector, it's not working in coherence, especially around platforms. Like we are trying to platformize everything that's happening. And if you look at the example of, I'll give an example about Nigeria and what Law Pavilion is doing. They're way ahead what the judiciary is doing. And there's a need as prosecutors are building, as lawyers are building case management systems, bar associations are working together. Everything, I think, needs to feed into each other. And then, within the justice sector, look at issues of digital identity together, digital payments together. These conversations are actually happening outside the judicial system, but then we really haven't caught up on those conversations. And so I think interoperability in that case means speaking to each other without necessarily sharing data. And I think Estonia is a great example on how you can just have a gateway rather than really having everybody, share the same sort of data, and then platformize everything. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you. I will now give also the opportunity to Mr. Ole Olugasa to intervene at a distance. 1 minute, please. I think your mic is muted. Yes, your mic. Now it should be possible.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. The host didn't allow me to unmute myself. Okay, thank you very much. I think Linda's already spoken on the issue of interoperability, and I can't agree more, because it's important that we consider all the stakeholders of the justice sector. Most discussions on technology and justice system takes into consideration the judges and the lawyers, but the critical stakeholder, that's the common man on the streets, is usually left out of these discussions. So I also think that the interoperability should link the three stakeholders. So I really agree with Linda that we should platformize it. It should be a system where all the three stakeholders have access to justice. The lawyers can work seamlessly, connect with the court can access data, and then the general populace can also follow through with litigation, with online, with dispute resolution. I think that's the way to go, and how artificial intelligence will help in galvanizing all this together. For us at Lopaven, that's really what we are concentrating on now, how the common man can have easy access to justice, can supply information to the judicial system. Yes, it's going to be a lot, it's going to be a lot of information, but then because of artificial intelligence, the justice and the judges can easily sift through this information and come up with their decisions. Those are the things that are interesting to us that we're actually working on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rugasa.
Oh, yes, just very briefly to share that, yes, we very much welcome a collaboration with the Federal High Court of Ethiopia, so we can exchange contact after that. And I will not be commenting on the interoperability, but UNESCO's approach relating to the AI is to raise public awareness, build capacity on the risks and benefit of AI, especially its implications to the human right, and also addressing the data gap that we have in Africa on technology development. So, thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I see that more people have raised their hands online, but we're already 15 minutes late, so I'll be closing now the session by thanking first the panelists online and here in the room, the very active audience online also, and here in the audience. Also my colleague Charlene Dutron, who did an incredible job in putting this session together. Everyone here on the panel knows her well, who has been working hard on this. And I think now we know and understand better why digitalization and AI matter for the justice system on the continent, but also on the globe. We also learned about the need about more capacity building for judiciary, for the justice actors in this field. And we will consider also the lessons learned in this and other occasions in designing a new training toolkit. We are working on that now. But in the meantime, I invite all of you to register for the massive open online course on AI, which we have, which will give you a good start to on this topic if you haven't, if you want more. So thank you so much to all of you, and I look forward to seeing and working with you in the future. Goodbye. Just, I didn't see that. I'm sorry, I just closed, but I just now, I think Judge Dr. Obena has been able to join, and we would like to listen. I would love to listen. I mean, and everybody's free to join me, please. 1 or 2 minutes, please, after closing, a little delight from you, Judge Dr. Obena. And I'm sorry we had the technical difficulties, and I'm delighted that you're on now. I think the voice is not clear.
The host has just... Okay, hello, everybody.
Yes,
thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Very well, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry I had some kind of technology hiccup, but luckily, Shalene has done a very good job and I'm online now. I will say a few words because I have been given 2 minutes to say a word or two. I would say we have the potential of using AI in administration of justice. And I think it's very useful because then Africa has a disadvantage of having many problems. We have corruption, we have a digital divide. We also have very few judicial officers, but the population is booming. So then we can use AI to at least assist us in administration of justice. How? I would say, for example, in case management systems, we could use AI for that. And even in some of decision making at the judiciary, where you have like what we call small claims, traffic cases, for example, some of the cases that do not really require many hours for trial, that are not technical, we can simply use AI for that. Of course, I know in Tanzania, for example, we have recently procured a system for recording of court proceedings and also transcribing those proceedings. So this system will help us to do away with, handwriting, where you have to write by hand all the proceedings. So then now the technology could do that. And that I think is fantastic. However, I have heard some of the speakers, which I really subscribe to, that we are very far from robotic judges. At least in the foreseeable future, this is not easy unless we apply it for some limited cases, like traffic cases, where you can have automated billing. The camera could be installed in a whole highway and then record the speeding and then you get the bill. This has been done in Europe, and so it's not a problem at all in some countries of Africa as well. So for me, I think AI is very important and it's crucial because even when we talk of digital divide, some say, for example, the citizens do not have the knowledge or are not aware of this. But if you use AI, applications, for example, we have Siri and other assistants, like Google Assistant. We can use the same for, judicial services, where you go to the website of the judiciary, and then you just have question and answer section. You chat with a robot there, and it will give you, for example, you want to open, the breach of contract case, you have a claim, or maybe any other case relating to tort. This chatbot will tell you what to do if you want to open up, say, the administration of estate case. You want to be appointed as administrator, and then this chatbot will tell you how to file your case and all the procedures. So in this case, we find that AI can also play a role in providing legal education. In supplying information that otherwise would need a lawyer's advice. So I shouldn't take much of the time, but let me conclude by saying that AI is potential, especially for countries in Africa where we have problem with the digital divide, and also we have few judges or court officers. AI can help us to do away with or to deal with all these problems. Thank you very much for your attention. Let me end up there. I shouldn't take much of your time. I'm sorry for coming late. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Obena. And it was a very good closing with a few practical examples too you gave, and I'm happy we were able to connect at the end still. And I thank again all the panelists, the participants online and in the room for hanging in here with us. It's the last session, I think, in terms of timing of the IGF. And I wish you a very good evening and thank you again. And we'll work together. Thank you.